Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
What's good? What's good, party squirrels? Welcome on into the Only Fan. There it is. Y'all, we are approaching 2,000 subscribers, which is just super exciting. We are like 25 peeps away, or should I say 25 squirrels away. So tell your friends so we can have a squirrel party, because you know what? That will be fun. So hope you guys are doing well. It's been a couple hours since we've last seen each other. For those of you guys who were here for our earlier stream, catching up with day 9. Speaking of which, shout out to James, shout out to Abby. Welcome back, welcome back. Where we had left off at the end of day 9 is with what's his face? Paul Gallagher, Mr. Gallagher, on class exam. I believe he wasn't he's not done yet. He's still being roasted. He's still being what's the other things? You know, he's still on the grill. He's still being cooked on the whatever the things. Welcome, Happy Annie. Were you working? Yeah, he's still on the stand. So, you know, we're not done yet. And speaking of which, the jury still hasn't seen pictures of the solo cups at this juncture, right? By the end of day 9, they've heard of the solo cups. They've seen the Leafblower video, but they have not seen the solo cups in the LALLYPORT. That happens on day 10, today. So yeah. And exciting because we do finish at the end of day. They do finish a witness. So, in other words, tomorrow is another day, and we don't know who the witness will be. This is always so exciting for me, right? It's like, who's it going to be? We have a fresh witness to take the stand. And who's going to be? We don't know. So yeah. So there you go. How are you doing, Candace? Are you sore from your run? Shout out to all of our squirrels who were exercising during our earlier live stream. We had 3 people, to my knowledge, could have been more, but we had at least 3 people, 3 squirrels, exercising at the same time as each other while watching our live stream, which is just so fun. So shout out to Candace, shout out to Abby, and shout out to Twiz, all of whom were working out, or in Twiz's case, twerking out at the same time. Shout out to Random Girl. Long time no see, my friend. So happy to see you. You soaked. Like you soaked in the tub, or you're soaked with sweat. Shout out to Random Girl. Happy to see you. I can't remember if we made you a command or not. Were you still thinking? You might have still been thinking. I feel like maybe where we left off with this, you were thinking. Oh, do they think they might? That's crazy. I did not know that. The Commonwealth thinks they might wrap up this week. What? Wait, how is that possible? This week. Oh, huh. That's wild. Don't they still have like a bazillion expert witnesses to get through? Just trying to think of all the different expert witnesses that were like vastly underqualified that all got approved. I guess some of them would be for rebuttal, but wow, really? Oh. I can't wrap my head around that at all. Oh, Epsom salt. Okay, I've never used Epsom salt. I've seen it at the CVS or the Walgreens though. Shout out to the Walgreens. Here's what I will say. That whenever I haven't been for a run in a while, actually now is finally that time of year where I can start running again. It's getting warmer. I'll be along with you guys for the ride as we talk about running and whatnot. Anywho, but so there's a Walgreens close to where I live, And the route that I take for running, I have like a loop, and as the loops that I like to do, the loops can be, there's like different size loops, like small, medium, large loop, but no matter what, I can always loop the loops to get multiples over of sets of miles to equal however long I want to run. But no matter how far the loop I go, all of the loops include running past the Walgreens. And the Walgreens, which is near my house, is 24 hours. And I'll tell you what, I freaking love that Walgreens because, Candace, you're gonna think I'm crazy for this. I haven't been bringing hydration with me, like water, for example, or anything like that. Like and part of that is because of the Walgreens. I'll be honest, because basically, what I've been doing is like, as I'm on my run, right? Like the Walgreens is, I believe it's like exactly a mile or maybe 1.25 miles from my house. So basically, I just go to the Walgreens and I go to the water fountain, and like I go in there, and the people always wave at me. They all know me because they see me all the time, and like, and I go to the water fountain. I've got my music going, like, just chug from the water fountain. Okay, bye. Wave on my way out, off to the races, and then I'm back in like whatever 20 minutes to the Walgreens. Anyway, shout out to the Walgreens. Just saying. Definitely still thinking on your command. Oh, great. It's an important decision, right? That sucks. Hate it when work gets in the way, Right. Interesting. I mean, I feel like they have to call Lincoln good, right? Candace has a similar routine. Yeah. What type of I'm curious, Candace, I'm going to ask you, do you have a water bottle, or like what do you use for your runs, when you take something with you? Do you have a certain type of thing? I probably should do better about bringing something with me regardless of the Walgreens, but just tell you what, that Walgreens just spoils me. It's always immaculate, and people are always friendly, and bathrooms always clean, and the automatic doors don't open too slowly, which is important when you're on a run. Anyway. Yeah, liquor stores. That's interesting. Yeah, we don't have liquor stores open on Sundays either. Yeah, we don't have liquor stores here. Can't do Sundays. And restaurants and bars and the grocery stores, for that matter, can't sell alcohol past 11 p.m. as well on Sundays. So like if you go to the grocery store, you can't buy wine, for example, after 11 p.m. But anywho, okay, well, let's jump right on in before Random Girl has to leave. So we will start out here as per usual with the only fan. And our new squirrel friend, everybody, welcome. Say welcome to Mary. Say welcome to Mary. Hello. And hi, Twiz. Like, what? Is he trying to copy James? No one will ever know. Okay, let's go. Oh, let us know what cocktail you have. A Twiz in the house. A Twizzy in the hizzy. Oh my God.
No, I'm muted.
Oh my God. What a way to start the day. Breenan.
No, I'm muted.
Oh my God. Oh my God, Breenan. Get it together.
All right, so I was told council wanted to see me.
Every time, and she's always annoyed. And isn't this always the case? I told council wants to see me. In case you haven't noticed, like my voices are the same for everybody. Lolly, Bev, Breen, and I only have one imitation voice, and it sounds like that. But hopefully you guys know who I'm impersonating or whatever the word is. Okay, they're just at sidebar. Smexcellent. Let's go to on the record. Can we please? Oh, they have somebody else on the technology desk there, a lady. What's that song about a lady? Something a lady. Feels like a lady. Something a lady. Once, twice, three times a lady. I don't know. I like the white jacket though. It's cool. Yeah, if Heather was here, Candace, she would definitely agree with you on that one. My twin is actually the worst mod ever. Good thing I didn't actually need a mod, right? It was just for fun. Dude looks like a, oh yeah. How's that go again? Dude looks like a lady. Thank you, Kelly. Also welcome. Yeah. Now I'm thinking natural woman. That's not lady though. Yeah, natural woman. Yeah, it's not lady. What else we got? What else we got? And many of you guys have offered to become mods, and I appreciate it. But you guys, you know, I never need to, you know, don't really.
All right, so the court meeting, turn that.
But
Holding in Dedham within and for the county of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning again, Council. Good morning.
Good morning, Thank you for your patience this morning. We were able to get some work done that will help facilitate things and make everything go a little more smooth. So we appreciate your patience.
I love how she acts like everything is such a hassle. I mean, literally, their sidebar was what, 5 minutes? This is just dumb.
I do have to ask you those questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Oh yeah, we
Everyone said yes or no
dissected it.
affirmatively.
We
You were also
dissected
able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research.
We dissected Jen's testimony. We also went back and watched her testimony from last year. Right. Well, we watched her testimony from last year in between her cross exams because there was that day off. We also went back and watched Amber Heard on cross. It was really fun. Welcome, Leslie and Billy.
Engaged into this case. Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no. Thank you. Do we have Lieutenant Gallagher again, please?
Sir, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Good morning.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Gallagher, good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for joining us again. I want to ask you a quick question about what we talked about yesterday concerning your search at the scene. If we could go back to that, when you engaged the Leafblower. During the time that you were removing materials in and around the area of the flagpole going out to the, I think you called it the berm, B-E-R-M, the berm, the curb.
Yes, that was at the street. There was a 6-inch Cape Cod berm. Yes.
Okay, and that led straight to the asphalt of the street, correct?
It's basically a curbing. It's
Okay.
where the property line, the grass, the lawn meets the street.
And you were searching the area where you believed Mr. O'Keefe's body to have been found, all the way out toward that curb or berm area, correct?
Yeah, we did not go out to the berm. We did about approximately 6 by 6, 7 by 7, about 50 square feet.
50
area.
square feet. Okay, fair enough. But you did say at some point, I think on direct examination, you said that you exposed the berm
Yes.
just to give you some orientation as to where the curb was, where the street was.
And if it was possible, he may have tripped and fallen. Yes.
Okay. You did not recover or see a hat, a man's hat,
No, sir.
black in color, like baseball style hat.
No hat. No, sir.
You did not see or recover a man's shoe.
I know.
No, sir.
And you said you searched for the area in that 50 square foot area by removing materials, moving the snow, getting down to all the way down to the lawn.
Yes.
Okay. You did not see a single piece of bright red plastic taillight material either, did you?
No, sir. Not in that area.
As a matter of fact, you didn't see 46
I'll tell
pieces
you what,
of taillight material.
Like Candace, there was just nothing like getting in the bed with fresh sheets. Am I right? That is one of my favorite things in life. Literally, it's the little things.
The snow getting down to all the way down to the lawn.
Yes.
Okay. You did not see a single piece of bright red plastic taillight material either, did you?
No, sir, not in that area.
As a matter of fact, you didn't see 46 pieces of taillight material, either clear or bright red plastic, in any part of the area that you searched.
No, the only thing we discovered was the blood sampling in the glass. That is correct.
Speaking of the glass, that's a good segue. You found that piece of broken drinking glass that you brought in and showed the jurors yesterday, correct?
That's correct.
Did you search the house at all to determine whether or not there was any matching glass in the home?
No, I did not.
You testified yesterday that you looked around, that when you were in the house, this is the second time you're at the location. So you went back with Sergeant Lake. I want to orient you to that time. That's when you actually entered the home for the first time of Brian Albert. Is that right?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
And you indicated that you did look around the family room, the kitchen, and you didn't see any signs of a struggle or anything like that.
No, sir.
I asked you that exact question about a year ago at another proceeding. Do you recall that colloquy between the two of us?
Yes.
And at that time, I asked you, did you look around the house for any sign of a struggle or a fight? And your answer was no. Do you remember that?
Yes, I think that's out of context. I understood that question was, did I wander the house to look for any sign of a struggle? I believe you asked me if asked me about a bulkhead and things of that nature.
Okay.
As I stood there, I have observations I can see.
Right.
So I think it's just a miscommunication on what type of search.
Fair
or
enough.
What type of
Was
observation.
it though?
Fair enough. Let's clear that up right now then, Ms. Gallagher. With regard to your the time that you were inside the residence, you did not seek to or ask permission to look around any place other than where you happen to be standing, which is right inside that front door of the family room, sort of adjacent to the kitchen area, correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
You didn't walk into any adjacent rooms?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. You didn't walk into any, you didn't search the kitchen area?
I did not. No, sir.
You didn't look through the cabinets or anything like that?
Absolutely not. No.
You didn't look at the glassware?
Absolutely not. No.
You didn't go down to the basement? We talked about that
Absolutely
previously.
not.
Correct. No, absolutely not.
Okay. You didn't go out to the garage?
No, sir.
You
No.
didn't look around the garage?
No.
Other than walking in and basically where you just described, standing while Sergeant Lank was engaged with Ms. McCabe, you didn't do anything to search the interior of that house for anything?
No, I wasn't there to search at all.
Okay. You also didn't, subsequent to that, you didn't seek or receive a search warrant?
No, I did not.
Okay. You didn't believe that it was necessary, in your mind, it was necessary to seek a search warrant to search the interior of that house?
That's absolutely correct.
You were aware at the time that you did go into the house that Sergeant Lank had earlier reported at least the possibility that John O'Keefe may have gotten into a fight, correct?
I don't recall that. We went over options on how he could have come to where he was, and an altercation certainly was one of them.
Okay, so that's fair enough.
Right.
So an altercation meaning was one of them. When you say altercation, that means a physical fight, correct?
Sure.
So that was a possibility in your mind.
Everything was a possibility at that time.
And at that time, you had the information that you found, or Mr. O'Keefe's body was found on the lawn of a residence where there was
Really, everything's a possibility except that he was hit by a car, for being honest.
alcohol, drinking, a party of some sort, or a gathering of some sort, just hours early, correct?
That's correct, but the house had nothing to do with the incident.
At least to your mind.
That's correct, based on the evidence, yes, at that time.
And the evidence at that time was simply your communications with some, but not all, the occupants of the house, including Jennifer McCabe, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
You didn't separate any of the witnesses that were, or any of the occupants that you saw inside the house, or you came across inside the house, for instance, by taking them to the station, putting them in separate rooms so that they couldn't coordinate testimony, things of that nature?
At that time,
He looks so confused. Like, what is this what is this thing you talk about? Separating witnesses. What is this? Or it's like he's speaking another language. He's like, what? Look at his face, you guys. This is crazy. Look.
Occupants that you
You
saw
would think that Jackson's talking about using red Solo cups or something crazy like that.
inside the house, or you came across inside the house, for instance, by taking them to the station, putting them in separate rooms so that they couldn't coordinate testimony, things of that nature?
at that time.
At that time.
So Detective Sergeant Lank was there to speak with
There's
Jennifer
Heather,
McCabe.
right on cue.
Okay. But there were others in the house.
There were others in the house, yes.
I'm just trying to figure out whether or not you took the added step of separating those witnesses, asking those witnesses potentially to join you down at the station, putting them in separate rooms, separating those witnesses. You did not do that.
Not at that time, no.
Okay. At any time, did you?
No, we shortly thereafter, we were removed from the investigation. We removed ourselves from the investigation.
And before you were removed from the investigation, you just left the house after the conversation that Sergeant Lank had with Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Yes, after he took Jennifer McCabe's statement, we left the house, yes.
Is the reason that you didn't seek a search warrant or separate the witnesses or ask any of the potential witnesses to join you down at the station, did that have anything to do with your knowledge the homeowner was a police officer?
Absolutely none. I've actually executed warrants on police officers' houses in the past, including police officers I personally worked with and had to charge some of their children. So that absolutely would not factor into a reason.
And it didn't factor in this case?
Absolutely, absolutely not.
That's my question. It did factor into your decision-making that Brian Albert was a police officer?
Absolutely not.
He didn't get any special treatment because of that?
Not by me, absolutely not.
Okay, not by you?
No.
Okay.
I can only speak to my personal knowledge.
Which is not.
You were aware that, and you indicated yesterday, that the reason that Canton PD was removed from the investigation, or at least the interview section of the investigation, was because of a relationship of one of your detectives. You indicated your best detective, Kevin Albert, correct?
That's correct.
Or you gave Mr. Albert, or Detective Albert, very high praise.
He's a very good detective, yes.
And you were his direct supervisor.
I was at one point, yes.
Okay. You're aware that Kevin Albert was disciplined by the Canton Police Department for an incident occurring in July 2022, correct?
I am, yes.
Do you stand by your testimony knowing that Kevin Albert is your best detective, or was your best detective?
He's an excellent detective, yes.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy.
You indicated that
Right.
you
So-
contacted your Deputy Chief Gallagher, and ultimately secured some solo cups from.
Hang on, let me back this up. The Kevin Albert, hold on. Wow.
Of one of your detectives. You indicated your best detective, Kevin Albert, correct?
That's correct.
Or you gave Mr. Albert, or Detective Albert, very high praise.
He's a very good detective, yes.
And you were his direct supervisor.
Wow.
I was at one point, yes.
Okay. You're aware that Kevin Albert was disciplined by the Canton Police Department for an incident occurring in July 2022, correct?
I am, yes.
Do you stand by your testimony knowing that Kevin Albert is your best detective, or was your best detective?
He's an excellent detective, yes.
What? I don't know. I just don't know. It's like this dude is not real human. Wow.
You indicated that you contacted your Deputy Chief Gallagher, and ultimately secured some solo cups from Deputy Chief Gallagher across the street, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
You were aware at the time that Deputy Chief Gallagher's house was adorned with a Ring video camera just over the front door, facing out toward the street and facing across the street, which would be facing 34 Fairview, correct?
That is incorrect. He does not have a Ring camera. I know that his system is an ARLO camera, and I have personal knowledge of that because we've discussed cameras because we bought them approximately the same time.
My mistake. ARLO camera, ARLO.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, that's still, although it's a different brand, it's still a home personal surveillance camera, correct?
Yes, but
And you're aware that those are motion-activated cameras designed for security to capture images of things that may be going on outside the home.
that is correct, yes, sir.
May I approach, Your Honor,
Yes.
briefly? And did you?
Yes.
What's it marked for ID?
At 5,
Could it be an S?
it could be.
Thank you, Mr. Gallagher. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I recognize the camera in the door.
Okay. Is that a shot of
I've never heard of this.
Deputy Chief Gallagher's front porch?
It appears to be.
Okay. Does that front porch face 34 Fairview?
We need a time frame.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
We need a time frame.
Sure. Did you see that ARLO camera so situated when you went over there on January 29th, 2022?
I knew it was there, yes.
Okay. January of 2022.
Yes.
Interesting, Heather.
Did you see
I've
the
never heard
footage?
of this.
From the
No, I
camera?
didn't. I know what that camera captures.
Okay. Your Honor, with the court's permission, let me publish, actually, I'd like to mark this
How does he
for,
know?
as
How
evidence,
does he know?
next in order.
Okay.
How does he know?
I may approach.
What?
Yes.
Oh boy. Now this did not come in last trial, I don't believe.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Gallagher, do you recognize this as being the photograph that you just saw, Exhibit 53?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention. And by the way, there's one amendment to this photograph. There's a redaction of the address. You see that?
Flowers.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, geez.
I'd like to draw your attention to that area right there, which
Yes.
I'm highlighting. What is that?
That
Arlo.
is the ARLO camera.
Can you orient the jurors for us, please, to what we're looking at in this photograph?
You're looking at a camera that's angled downward.
And is it the front porch of that residence directly across the street from 34 Fairview?
It is not directly across from 34. It's actually more directly across from 32, so that would be incorrect.
Okay. Is it across the street
Wow.
from
Talk about really fighting on wanting to answer these basic questions about the camera. Interesting.
34 generally?
It is, if Lieutenant Gallagher's house is here, 34 is over here across the street.
Okay. Is there a view from
Yeah,
that
no,
front
it didn't.
porch?
It did not. Yeah, it didn't come in. But yeah, I'd never heard of an ARLO camera. Is it ARLO?
Just generally, as you're standing there, if you were to turn 180 degrees and put your back to the door, is there a view of 34 Fairview as well as 32 Fairview?
Oh, sure, absolutely.
Okay. Did you seek and we can take this down. Did you seek to secure any footage from that ARLO camera
I did not.
from Deputy Chief Gallagher?
I did not.
Did you talk to Deputy Chief Gallagher about that footage?
I don't remember specifically.
Did you ask him whether or not he'd reviewed the footage for a determination whether or not it caught any of the incident that may have occurred at or around 34 Fairview on January 29th, the early morning hours of January 29th?
I don't know if I did. I know it would not have,
How do you know it would not have?
because I know what that camera captures.
How do you know what that camera captures?
Because I've picked up packages for Deputy Chief Gallagher in the past. I know it captures his doorstep and a portion of the front lawn.
Wait,
So you've
how?
reviewed the ARLO footage from his.
Wait, what?
At or around 34 Fairview on January 29th, the early morning hours of January 29th.
I don't know if I did. I know it would not have,
How do you know it would not have?
because I know what that camera captures.
How do you know what that camera captures?
Because I've picked up packages for Deputy Chief Gallagher in the past. I know it
How does that?
captures his doorstep and a portion of the front lawn.
So you've
That makes no sense. Okay, first of all, that makes no sense. How would that mean that you know what it captures? The only way that I can understand that is, for example, if Deputy Gallagher or whatever, you pick up packages for him. Well, okay, ostensibly you pick up packages for him like while he's out of town or something. So is he like, I saw you picking up my package, thank you, which that would be weird. But even if that's the case, that wouldn't mean that it doesn't capture more than just you picking up the package. I don't understand this at all. That makes literally no sense. Oh boy.
reviewed the ARLO footage from his
No.
iPhone?
He's just sent me a picture. Can I pick up when he's been on vacation, can I pick up a package on the front step?
Okay, so,
Yes, I've seen it.
so you've seen screenshots that
Sure.
Deputy Chief
Okay.
Gallagher sent you, correct?
I believe so, yes.
But you've never looked at the actual application to see what it might encapsulate or what it might capture generally.
We've compared what we have our cameras set up as. We had communicated about security at our houses multiple times. I know it captured the front door and a portion of the front lawn.
Do you believe that it would have been best practices to go ahead and secure that footage so we don't have to take anybody's word for it? We could actually look at the footage ourselves.
I didn't do that.
Do you think that would have been best practices to do that, just to have belt and suspenders? So there's no question about whether or not that camera that's facing, at least it's facing directly across the street, might have captured something of interest on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
To me, there was no expectation that it had captured anything, so I didn't think it was practical.
So because
It just doesn't, it's just like with everything else, it doesn't bother. Just like I didn't search the house because I knew there was nothing to find. Just like with Jen, I didn't go inside because I knew that the person on the front lawn had nothing to do with the house. I mean, it's just is everybody in this case that's either law enforcement or Gallagher, are they all just like fortune tellers? Are they all Meg P?
of your expectation, you didn't seek the footage and you didn't secure the footage.
Because of my knowledge and expectation, yes.
And you now know that that footage is gone. So,
I would assume so. I'm not familiar with how long ARLO keeps footage.
so you are familiar enough that you decided that it wasn't important to capture the footage, but you're not familiar enough to know whether or not the footage is actually saved onto the ARLO system?
I don't know anything about it. I don't have ARLO cameras. So I don't know anything about
So
the
you
system, but
Okay.
I have blame.
That would be reason though to not be a dumbass about it. We can add to that list, right? Like what about with the DNA? Like I commented on this earlier when he when he first mentions the blood, he's like, I knew it was going to be John O'Keefe's blood. It's like it was so interesting. It's like prefacing saying, so if it's contaminated, if it's collected in solo cups of contaminated, who cares? It's like, but then of course he contradicts that by being like, the solo cups were the best and it was 100% awesome and it was the best thing anyone could have done. But it's just, welcome, Kane.
So we've compared our systems. So I'm not really sure what you're asking.
So you don't have an ARLO system.
I have blame, correct.
You're not familiar with how ARLO works, correct?
Correct.
You're not familiar with the total array of where the cameras might capture versus what might be captured on your phone app, or that you can say, like, push a button that says packages or people, and it narrows the focus of the camera. You're not aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay. But you would have been aware of that if you had captured the footage and simply said to Deputy Chief Gallagher, I'd like that ring footage for that 24-hour period.
Okay, it's not Ring. and-
I'm sorry, that Arlo footage for a 24-hour.
I also don't find it plausible that there's not other cameras. I mean, you guys have seen the street with these houses. Apparently it's like mostly cops, but these are bigger houses in this area. I just feel like everybody's probably got cameras on that street. If not everybody, most people. And it just, again, strains credulity that, you know.
Or period.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Well, let me ask you this. Did Deputy Chief Gallagher get any special treatment from you because he's a police officer?
No.
Did Deputy Chief Gallagher get any special treatment?
Face. He looks like that cartoon character. Oh my god. Okay, that's who it is. You guys, Muppets. The cartoon character, the owl dude, the good duty. Okay, he's blue. What's his name? Literally, he has y'all identical. What is his name? Let me see if I can find a picture. Muppets characters. Sam Eagle. Literally. Hold on. You guys will thank me. That's who he is. His face. It's his face. Let me find a good picture here. Oh my god. Wow. You guys know who I'm talking about here? That is so funny. It's a spitting image. Here, let me pull this up. This guy. That guy. That's him. That's who he is. There he is. These are him. This is him through the years, but yeah, I mean, it's him. That's who he is. Wow. Right there. See? I know. Literally, it's so funny, right? It's the nose, the eyebrow, the mouth, the whole deal, the whole shebang. I don't remember what he did in the show, in the Muppets, but just yeah. Wow. I love the Muppets, though. I do love the Muppets. And I mean, it is just to need some Z's point. It is tough, right? Because we know what case they had last year and what happened. You know, I've been thinking about this with Lolly, you guys. I've been thinking about this with Lolly. And given the fact that Lolly didn't use any of these clips, considering how the jury could view them, right? And we know how powerful a defendant's own words are. And given how Lolly, like, I've actually been thinking about Lolly and like, was Lolly actually like trying to not do a good job? It's just thoughts, because you know, there's things like going on and on about the apron and the snow and just everything about it, right? It was just terrible. But you could just say that's just his style. But I'll tell you what, the thing that you can't figure out, I can't figure out, is not choosing to use her own words. Because that's an easy one. That's an easy one, right? If you're the Commonwealth, using her in these interview clips, that's an easy one. And to not use them is interesting to me. And it's honestly to the extent that it's like, was he just trying to just try the case and just hope, like, not, was he not trying? You know what I mean? Like, do you guys see what I'm saying? So The worst of them came out recently. You mean played in court? Today, you mean? I also do love Animal. Yeah, I've just been thinking about it because like seeing what didn't come in last time that came in this time from the Commonwealth that could have come in, and like that right there, right? Because you could say that maybe Lolly's style is what it is every time. Maybe he's always like that, right? But in terms of choosing not to present certain evidence, that is interesting. There's really not a good way to explain that one away, you know, for that. So I don't know. They weren't released in the first trial. Some of them were, though. Some of them were available, I believe. Maybe not all of them, but I believe some of them were. The ID, right? Well, but there's also, but you know, the Commonwealth this time around has been using clips from other things too, like the Gretchen Voss interviews, right? And I think there's another source. I can't remember them all, but yeah. They weren't recorded until after. I feel like there were interviews from before the first trial. But if there were any interviews, then I take it back. Maybe Lolly, maybe I'm giving Lolly too much credit because the choosing not to present the interview was what was making me think that Lolly was maybe just not really trying that hard and was just trying to get the case over with. So yeah, I mean, and of course, every attorney is going to choose not to present certain evidence in every case, right? What I mean is evidence that most juries could probably view as damning for the defendant, or like, you know, put them in the guilty camp for the defendant, right? In terms of that type of evidence, like, is there any evidence that Greenan is not presenting that would make Karen look especially guilty? Let me know if you guys think of anything. If you guys can think of any evidence that would make Karen look especially guilty that Breenan's not presenting. That's what I would like to know. Yeah, Gretchen Voss. I mean, I know that the body in the snow, I know the thing we read was from before the first trial. That was a Gretchen Voss article. I mean, we heard too from, like, you know, the feedback from the jury last year, right? Was like that Karen saying I hit him, even though they didn't hear her say it, right? They believed the I hit him thing, and they said that her saying I hit him was like one of the most powerful things for them. Like when they heard that, they were guilty. And so thinking of it that way, right? That's without even having heard her say those things or having heard her talk about it, right? In other words, they had to use their imagination. The power of those clips is like, whether, you know, ever in clips where she's talking about that, whether she's saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Or whatever, you're hearing her say words about hitting him. And now it's like you're hearing it from her own mouth. And I think that it can make it even more realistic for a juror if that's where they want to go. You know what I mean? Obviously that's not my opinion, but thinking about a jury, you know, and that's what makes me think about it. Knowing that the jurors, that was so significant for the jurors last year, that it was like her words, even though they didn't hear her words. That's why I'm like, you know. Yeah. apparently there was one video where she did say, this came up on a recent live stream. Was it last night? Apparently there was a clip where she said, I hit him. Oh God, what was it? Somebody help me out. She did say it apparently where there was one of these clips where she does say, I know I said I hit him, but did I say it 3 times? Something like that. Do you guys remember what I'm talking about? But then the other clips, it's like, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Again, you're hearing her at least say the words, hit him. You know what I mean? It's instead of in other words, the difference between this trial and last trial, the jury doesn't have to try to imagine what her voice sounds like. In the last trial, I guess the jury heard her voice on the voicemails, but that's not as clear, you know, as what you hear in the interviews. It's just, it's for some people that are like oral learners, right? Where sounds are like really important to them. Then hearing somebody say something in their own words and being able to imagine it in their own voice would be a powerful thing. You know what I mean? I mean, of course, right? Of course. I mean, I agree. And of course they're edited and incomplete. I was agreeing with what Needs Some Z said earlier about how being worried for Karen. What I'm saying is I am more worried, given what we know from last time with the jury and what the jury did. I'm more worried for Karen this time than last time. Last time it was like, how could it not be an acquittal, right? And I still think that, but for we know what happened last time, right? And the Commonwealth is doing a better job this time than last time, right? And so that's the problem. Yeah, I mean, 100% agree with that. 100% agree with that, Twiz. I mean, it seems like Jen was definitely running the show. It's way too early to tell what? I mean, even if you just look at like the opening statements from that alone of the Commonwealth, right? Brennan is a better lawyer than Lolly, right? I mean, it's just, you can just start with that, right? You know what I mean? So, I mean, I'm curious, like, where is it? So, okay, here we go. So I'm curious, Need Some Z's. So what was it? So Need Some Z's was said earlier. What today was so frustrating for to watch. I'm so worried for Karen. It's so disgusting. So what makes you worried for Karen? I'm curious because I was just expressing what makes me worried for Karen, right? More worried than last time. So what were you referencing, Need Some Z's, when you said you felt worried for Karen, or anyone who feels worried for Karen for that matter? Kane is offering up his last meatball. Does anyone want it? Okay. In the meantime, back to
From you because he was your boss.
No, absolutely not.
Okay. You know Brian Higgins.
I do.
How do you know him?
Brian Higgins is a special agent with the ATF.
How long have you known him?
I first became aware of Brian Higgins probably around 2016, 2017, when I was with the DEA and we were working a Title III investigation, which was a wiretap investigation into gang activity, drug distribution in the Boston, Brockton area. I never had any personal contact with him at that time. He was just an agent in the group I was working for.
Ultimately, did that professional relationship seep into more of a personal relationship as well?
It did. So I think it was 2018 or 2019, the ATF had a satellite office at Canton PD, and he was one of the special agents that was assigned, yes.
So he actually officed in the brick and mortar location of Canton PD?
Yes, he did.
And did he maintain that office all the way through January of 2022?
He did, yes.
And during the course of your interaction with Mr. Higgins, did you become friendly with Mr. Higgins?
I've become friendly with Mr. Higgins, yes. Most of my coworkers I'm friendly with.
Is it safe to say that you socialized at times with Mr. Higgins?
I have, yes.
Okay. You've shared cocktails with Mr. Higgins?
Yes.
Shared meals with Mr. Higgins?
Yes.
Okay. So it is safe to say that you have both a professional and a personal relationship with Mr. Higgins,
Yes, I do.
and you consider him a good friend.
Yes, I do.
You were aware, Mr. Gallagher, that he was at 34 Fairview on January 29th, those early morning hours, during the course of the time when John O'Keefe went to 34 Fairview.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that
Sure.
question?
You're aware that Mr. Higgins was at 34 Fairview in the home at the time that John O'Keefe went to 34 Fairview on January 29th, 2022.
By the time I became aware of it was afterwards, yes.
Okay. That's what I mean.
Yes,
I know
yes.
you weren't aware of it at the moment, but
Right, okay.
you became aware of it.
Later on, yes.
Okay. When did you become aware of it?
I'm not sure. It was after we were, I'm not really sure.
It was during the time that you were dispatched over to Brian Albert's house to ultimately either begin the investigation or go into the home with Sergeant Lank and interview with people there, correct?
No, that wasn't the time, no.
Didn't you say in a report to Lieutenant Tully that when you went over to Brian Albert's house, that Brian Higgins was not there?
I don't recall Brian Higgins being there.
Right. So what I'm trying to register is whether or not you knew at the time that you went to Brian Albert's house, at least that second time, that you might or might not have expected to see Brian Higgins there because you knew he was at home when John O'Keefe was arrived the night before.
Can you rephrase that question? I'm not following you.
Sure. When you went back to, in other words, during the time that you were investigating and joining Sergeant Lank
Yes.
back over at Brian Albert's house, you knew that Brian Higgins had been somehow in that home the night before.
I don't believe I did at that time.
When do you think you learned that?
Sometime afterwards, probably when I saw the list and reviewed the narratives of the officers.
Would that have been days or weeks later?
No, it probably would have been, within 24 hours or so.
Okay, within 24 hours of your involvement.
Correct.
Okay,
yes.
that's what I was trying to get to.
Okay,
Thank
I
you for that.
apologize.
My bad. Bad questioning on my part. So within 24 hours of your involvement, which would have been, your involvement was the early morning hours of January 29th.
That's correct.
Correct? Within 24 hours of that, you knew Brian Higgins was somehow tangentially involved or collaterally involved as a potential witness, if nothing else.
I'm not sure he was a witness to anything. I was aware that he attended their house at 34 Fairview after they left the bar.
Right. And you said, well, I'm not sure he was a witness to anything. The one way to figure out whether or not someone is a witness to anything is to actually formally interview them, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Which you did not do.
We were removed from the investigation before I found out Brian Higgins was involved.
Okay, so you were
So
removed.
I wouldn't be interviewing him.
You were removed, and then it was within a few hours of that you realized that Brian Higgins was somehow involved.
Not a few hours. No, I said it was within 24 hours probably.
Okay. You're aware that Mr. Higgins not only had a office at Canton PD, he also had a key card for Canton PD.
Yes, he did.
Explain for the jurors what a key card or an access card at Canton PD
good.
means. What is that? What is a key card for Canton PD?
So it's a secure building. I think we've all seen it. You have square boxes with the red light. The key card allows you access into the building. And depending upon your rank, you have different rights. Each individual has different rights to enter different areas.
You had, for instance, being a top-level Canton lieutenant, you had a key card that was probably the functional equivalent of a master key card. You could get in pretty much any place you wanted.
Absolutely not.
Okay, where could you go?
It's easier if I say where I can't go.
That probably is easier.
Would that be work?
Explain that.
So I can't go to the armory, which is where weapons are kept and ammunition is kept, and I can't go into permanent evidence.
Okay. You're aware that Brian Higgins had a key card.
Yes, I am.
And that access card gave him access to pretty much, with the exception of the armory, possibly the evidence room, and what was the other location?
I think that's what I said, the evidence room
Okay.
and the armory.
With the exception of those, you're aware that Brian Higgins' key card gave him access basically to the entirety of the Canton Police Department?
Well, so I want to specify, I don't specifically know what Brian Higgins had had rights to. But there are also parts of our department that are secured by key locks that he wouldn't have access to, and I don't have access to as well, offices and things of that nature.
I want to focus your attention on the Sallyport, if I
Okay.
could. You can enter the Sallyport, which is a fancy name for a garage, correct?
It certainly is, yes.
Okay. You can enter that from the outside, meaning out in the elements. You come from a parking lot adjacent to or that services the Sallyport. You can enter from there, correct?
Yes, there's one pedestrian door on the main entrance side, and it's for location purposes. It's right beside the garage door that's marked number 4.
And the garage door is one of those big roll-up, industrial-style roll-up doors that comes up and down.
That is correct.
And then you can also enter the Sallyport from inside Canton PD, correct?
There are 2 locations you can enter the Sallyport from inside, yes.
And Brian Higgins' key card gave him access to both of those locations. The pedestrian portal going into the Sallyport from outside, as well as the pedestrian portal from inside Canton PD.
That would be correct.
Okay.
There you go.
Speaking of the Sallyport, you were, if not the person, one of the people who let Massachusetts State Police into the Sallyport on February 1st, 2022 to process the black SUV, correct? The Lexus.
I'm not sure if I was the one that gave them access, but like I said, I've testified to. I certainly would have.
Okay. That SUV had actually arrived on January 29th, 2022, 3 days earlier. Is that right?
I believe so, sometime after 5 or 6. I'm
So
not
it
sure at
was
the time.
in the Sallyport from January 29th all the way to February 1st, at least to your knowledge, for 3 full days in the Sallyport, correct?
2.5 to 3, yes.
Okay. From the time it arrived at Canton PD until it was processed out and moved out of the Sallyport, how many people would have had physical access to that SUV?
Everybody that possessed the key card.
And that's basically everybody at Canton PD that is a sworn officer, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Maybe even some civilians, correct?
I'm not sure of civilians. What civilian?
But do y'all have non-sworn civilians?
Great.
We don't.
Oh,
No, we do
crazy.
not. Well, we do, but I'm not sure whether they would have access, what their access is.
So at least the entirety of the police department, sworn police department, correct?
The uniform.
He is that Muppet, you
Oh,
guys.
please, yes.
As well as Brian Higgins, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. By the way, can I go back to something?
Sure.
When you were at 34 Fairview, when you walked in with Sergeant Lank, you walked in through the side door or the main door?
Side door.
Side door into the family room, correct?
I believe it's a family room, yes.
Walked into the kitchen, correct?
I was by the kitchen.
Adjacent to the
Yep.
kitchen. Did you see a dog?
I did not.
Oh, that reminds me. I remember you were here. We were talking about this. I meant to go back and watch the redirects of Nicole and Brian. Okay, I need to remember to do this because we were trying to remember if there was something about Chloe, and there was another incident after John O'Keefe's death. Anyway, we were talking about the timing of which Chloe was possibly rehomed and whatnot, or whatever happened to Chloe. Anyway, anyone that was there probably remembers what I'm referencing, but I also have like this ongoing list of like, oh, I need to remember to go back and listen for this and find this out. And I've done all of the things, but I forgot to go back and listen for the thing about Chloe. Speaking of where's Chloe? So anyway, now I'm just remembering that. Good night, random girl.
Speaking of the Sallyport, I want to move back to the Sallyport. I apologize about bouncing around a little bit.
Perfectly fine.
Moving back to the Sallyport, you indicated that basically all the uniformed officers, every single uniformed officer at Canton PD would have had access to that Sallyport, as well as Brian Higgins. They also would have had access to everything inside the Sallyport, whatever was left there.
Yes.
The SUV and other stuff, for lack of a better technical phrase, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you photograph or did you cause to be photographed the SUV when it arrived on January 29th in your Sallyport?
We had been recused at that point, and I wasn't working when the vehicle arrived. So
I thought you said
Confirming. Okay, so I think it was Fender who had said something about there being another attack, and I was like, yeah, I do recall that. So Mary is weighing in. She did attack someone else after John's death, and they were home to somewhere. Oh, right. Okay, and the thing we were trying to remember is the thing about attacking someone after John's death, because I remember. So Need Some Z's had said something about how she thought it could have been that they got rid of Chloe that same day. I hope Need Some Z's is still here to weigh in on this, that they could have gotten rid of Chloe that same day, like immediately after what happened to John. And then Fender had said, but I thought there was an attack that happened after. And I was like, yeah, I do recall something about that. And then we were talking about this. So thank you so much for weighing in and confirming that. Our powers combined, right? Our memories combined. Yeah, the part about Vermont, that's come in at trial and in the hearings and whatnot. But the attack after John's death my recollection is like that had come, that came in like either redirect of Nicole or Brian Albert, but I meant to go back and check anyway. But thank you so much for weighing in on that.
Said you were recused only from doing interviews.
From doing investigative interviews, but I wasn't present I wasn't working when the vehicle came in.
Okay. So you could have taken photographs of the vehicle had you wanted to, or caused someone to do that had you wanted to.
I had no idea that vehicle was coming to Canton PD, sir.
Okay. Once you got to, as the lieutenant in charge at the scene, was it important to you to know that a seminal piece of evidence had been moved into the custody and control of Canton PD?
It wasn't important to me. It's the state police investigation. Again,
No, it was on your property, in your Sallyport, with access through your key cards.
that's up to my chief. That's not up to me.
I see. To your knowledge, let me just ask it this way. To your knowledge, did anybody seek to photograph the vehicle when it arrived at Canton PD on January 29th, 2022, to your knowledge?
I have no personal knowledge of that.
Have you ever seen a photograph of that vehicle that was taken by someone in law enforcement on January 29th? I'm going to give you 3 days. January 29th, January 30th, January 31st, sorry, 30th or February 1st.
Yeah, and that's
I have seen photographs. I'm not sure what days they were taken. The photos were taken.
You have not seen a photograph that was taken on January 29th,
That's what made me think
however,
of
have
it.
you?
I've never seen anything dated January 29th.
You've never seen a photo, and I'm going to go through this a little bit more. You've never seen a photograph that was taken on January 30th, have you?
Yeah, I have never seen any photographs with any dates on them.
Okay.
I believe.
Do you think that would have been you were at the time the head of detectives, correct?
No, that's not correct.
You were not. You had already moved from that spot in January of 2022. I may be wrong. I thought
You are wrong.
as the lieutenant, you were also the head of detectives.
No, that was Lieutenant Gallagher at the time. I know you keep, it's a mix up. So we've had promotions since January 29th, and I think that's where the mix up might be.
So he was
when you
lieutenant
refer to Deputy Chief Gallagher, he was actually Lieutenant Gallagher, and he was in charge of detectives at that time.
At some point, had you been in charge of detectives?
I became in charge of detectives in June of 2022.
June of 2022.
Yeah, approximately 6 months later.
Understood. You had been a detective previously, however.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
As a detective, do you believe that it would have been important to photograph, had you had your druthers to do it, it would have been important to photograph that vehicle when it came in so that it could be memorialized and documented the exact condition that vehicle came in on January 29th, 2022.
So this is important to know that unfortunately John O'Keefe was deceased at this time. Once John O'Keefe becomes deceased, it becomes the state police's investigation, the Norfolk County District Attorney CPAC investigation. That's why it is not our investigation. It's up to the investigating agency to make those decisions.
Even something as uninvasive as taking photographs.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't remember that last year. That seems like new testimony.
You would agree, as a former detective and former head of detectives, that there are protocols for securing evidence of all types, correct?
Correct.
Those protocols dictate that not only is evidence properly secured, once it's seized, it needs to be properly secured, and it needs to be separated from other evidence to avoid something known as cross-contamination, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that that is paramount in evidence handling in any investigation, correct?
Yes.
And that's because once evidence is cross-contaminated, its integrity basically collapses, right?
That's correct.
It's especially true of biological material, is that right?
Yes.
Because biological material, unlike a shovel, the biological material on the shovel becomes hypersensitive. It's hyper important. It can be cross-contaminated with other items.
Sure.
It can tell an incorrect story, correct?
Yes.
It could tell, if there's cross-contamination, it could tell a false story.
It's been done. Yes.
The false one.
And DNA, obviously, we're talking about biological material. The most sensitive of all the biological material is DNA evidence, right?
What do you mean sensitive?
So
He's like, yeah,
it might take,
this dude who called DNA Hardy the day before as an HARDY, Hardy. DNA is Hardy. It was like, stop it.
some effort to move saliva from one item to another. It takes almost no effort to move DNA from one item to another.
Face. Look at his
To
face.
detect
Stop
it.
it.
You understand what I'm saying? The sensitivity of the detection.
No, I don't understand what you're saying.
Wow.
You understand that
Wow.
I could touch this podium and you might not get my fingerprint off of it.
Correct.
Might not, correct?
Might not.
Wow. You guys, this is incredible. Really. He's just like, I'm confused. Wow.
So
Amazing. Really special.
it might take some effort to move saliva from one item to another. It takes almost no effort to move DNA from one item to another and to detect it. You understand what I'm saying? The sensitivity of the detection.
No, I don't understand what you're saying.
You understand that I could touch this podium and you might not get my fingerprint off, but
Correct.
might not, correct?
Might not.
What do you think about getting my DNA off that podium
Yes.
and just touch? You absolutely got to get it, right?
Yes.
That's what I mean by sensitivity.
Okay.
You would agree that DNA is hypersensitive.
I would agree that DNA is better than fingerprints. Yes.
I'd like you to take a look at a series of photographs if we could. Can I approach John?
Yes.
Okay. There are 4 photographs, Gallagher, I'd like you to look at briefly and familiarize yourself with if you can. Mr. Kelly, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I do.
How do you recognize what's depicted in each one of those? There's 4 of them in front of you. Just generally, how do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Generally, I know this is the exchange of custody from the Canton Police to Massachusetts State Police.
Are those taken inside the Sallyport, to your knowledge?
They are, yes.
Some of those photographs include the SUV,
One SUV picture, yes.
and some of those photographs include the blood evidence that you've earlier described, the solo cups, the stop and shop bag.
That is correct, yes, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to have these marked as next in order.
Any objections to Brad?
No objection. Thank you.
Okay, guys, get your red solo cups ready.
I'd like to start with what's been marked as 54. It shows a license plate. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, based on the location of the vehicle, the broken taillight, I believe that's Ms. Reed's vehicle.
And do you know when this photograph was taken?
I do not.
Do you believe it was taken between January 29th and February 1st?
Yes.
But you don't know when it was taken?
No, I don't have personal knowledge, no.
I just want to draw your attention very briefly, just to orient us, to this area on the bottom right-hand corner. Do you see that, what looks like a white rag on the ground?
Yes, based on the pictures, I think it might be a paper towel, but yes.
Okay. If we could look at the next photograph, which is 55, looks like a paper bag. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes,
What is that?
that's the stop and shop bag that contained the 6 samples.
Do you see the rag in that photograph as well?
Yeah, we could call it agree to call it a rag or
You
paper
think it's a
towel.
paper towel?
I'm not sure. It looks like a paper towel on the picture in the pictures, but it's a white object. Yes.
For all I care, the white thing, that's
Yes.
fine. All right. And you see that that's next to a tire just at the top of the picture, just for
Yeah,
orientation purposes?
Yeah, it appears to be 18 to 2 feet, 18 inches to 24 inches behind the tire. Yes.
Okay. And that, of course, is the tire of the SUV.
Yes, I would think
So
so.
that would be the right rear of the SUV, just a few inches from this bag, correct?
It would be a couple of feet from the bag. Yes.
Okay. If we can take a look at the next photograph. This is Exhibit 56 for the record. What's depicted inside the bag?
The red solo cups.
And you still see the rag in the photograph.
I sure do. Yes.
So the SUV would be right here.
Here they
correct?
are.
At the top of the left.
Well, I can't see the top of it. It would be it's nearby. Yes.
Okay. And it's not just nearby, it's the right rear of the SUV that's nearby, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And one final photograph.
There solo cups go.
This is Exhibit 57 for the record. What is inside that? What's depicted inside that bag?
The red solo cups with coagulated blood.
And these are the only, we can have the lights, please. And so if you take that down.
Turn the lights off.
These are the only photographs
Wait,
that we have or that you've ever seen.
wait, you don't remember seeing that? Those were in the first trial. Did you miss that? Hold on, let's back up because Candace didn't see this. There it is. Na 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 na.
If you take that down. These are the only photographs that we have or that you've ever seen of those red solo cups, that stop and shop bag, and the biological material in those red solo cups.
Wow.
The only ones I have
That's
seen. Yes.
amazing.
And those photographs that you see are within 2.5 feet from the right rear of that SUV, correct?
Approximately, yes.
And the right rear of that SUV houses the taillight material, correct?
The taillight area, yes.
The cups were not sealed, correct?
The cups were not sealed.
The bag was not sealed, was it?
As far as I know, what do you mean by sealed?
Yesterday, you brought a box in. Remember that?
Yes,
That box had tape on it.
that's correct.
What color was the tape?
Red.
Why is the tape red?
It can be red, it can be blue. I mean, evidence tape is different colors.
Normally in your
Oh, for fuck's sake. What is this dude's problem? For real. Look
cups
at
were-
his face, though.
not sealed, correct?
The cups were not sealed.
The bag was not sealed, was it?
As far as I know, what do you mean by sealed?
Yesterday, you brought a box in. Remember that?
Yes,
That box had tape on it.
that's correct.
What color was the tape?
Red.
Why is the tape red?
No.
It can be red, it can be blue. I mean, evidence tape is different colors.
Normally in your
No, that's not the point, dude.
experience, red evidence tape is used to formally seal evidence
Yeah,
bags
there
or
you go,
evidence
Heather.
containers, correct?
Yes.
Not the
That's
cup.
because it highlights to the eye a visual cue. Hey, that's important. It's been sealed. It's got bright red tape on it, correct?
Correct.
Oftentimes that tape has additional information on it as well, correct?
You could have initials on it of who put the tape on, yes.
Right. In other words, it might say evidence, correct? Might be pre-printed.
Literally, they always have initials on it. I mean, in other trials, guys, in all the other trials, right? You all see them with the evidence, the unboxings. I mean, great example, Casey Anthony, right? There's been a lot of unboxings in that trial, but just lots of evidence. Just name a trial. I'm just thinking of one where the chain of custody is made very clear in that trial, and it's like the evidence tape, and it's like those are my initials on that layer of tape, and then the next person's like those are my initials on that. And it's they initial the tape. They initial the tape. That's what they do.
Pre-printed, yes, correct.
And it may have a place for initials.
Correct.
And
Yep.
one of the reasons that you initial it is because of that. If someone takes a razor
And then
blade
when they
cuts
open
through
it,
or a knife cuts
and
through
then
that
they have
sheet,
to
those
reseal it,
initials are cut
and then
through.
they
It
initial
has to be retaped and reinitialed, correct?
That is correct.
That is a basic protocol for chain of custody, is it not?
Yes,
And that's to maintain the care, custody, and control and the integrity over the items and the items inside the evidence container, whatever they may be,
that's correct.
whether they are biological material, physical items of evidence, a document, whatever.
Correct.
None of that was done with what we just saw, correct?
Correct.
We've agreed already that the blood was stored in non-sterile solo cups, correct?
Correct.
We've agreed that those cups were not sealed. The cups themselves were not sealed. There was no cap. There was no plastic, plasticine, saran wrap, nothing put over the cups, correct?
That is correct.
So they were open.
Yes,
They were not in an evidence bag. They were in a grocery bag, correct?
they were, yes.
Yesterday on direct examination, it may have been on cross-examination, Mr. Gallagher, I don't remember. You said, I have no idea where Sergeant Lang got that grocery bag, correct?
I don't know where the bag came from, though.
Could have come out of the back of his car seat, correct?
I'm assuming,
Why did I think he was going to say come out of his butt? Because he like paused there. Listen, guys.
Cross-examination, Mr. Gallagher, I don't remember. You said, I have no idea where Sergeant Lang got that grocery bag, correct?
I don't know where the bag came from, though.
Could have come out of the back of his car seat, correct?
I'm assuming it came out of one of the cars, yes.
No idea what had been in that bag previous to those cups with blood being in the bag,
I
correct?
have no personal knowledge of that.
And obviously that bag, it goes without saying, is not a forensically sterile item either, correct?
Most bags are not sterilized.
And
Except for evidence bags. Stop it.
not only the cups were not sealed, the bag that the cups were in was not sealed.
They were only closed, correct.
Well, it's open. But anyway. Wow.
You will agree that having unsealed and unsecured biological material, specifically blood material, situated right next to the right rear quarter panel of that SUV would not be within normal protocols for securing evidence, correct?
This was in the hands of a criminalist. It was an exchange of custody. I don't have any issue with it.
You have no personal knowledge of where that bag had been or where the cups had been previous to that photograph being taken.
Correct.
You will agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood right next to the right rear of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination, wouldn't you?
Not in the hands of a trained criminalist, I wouldn't know.
Well, generally speaking, there were other people there that weren't the trained criminalists, right?
There was a photographer who took the pictures,
Who's not a trained criminalist.
correct. But the cups weren't in his hands. It was in the criminalist's hands. Those are the criminalist's hands you see gloved in that photo.
That's not my question. My question is, there was unsealed blood and in an unsealed bag for how much time, you don't know, sitting right there by the right
Days.
rear of that
Days.
SUV, correct?
No, I do know.
In the Yeah, dude, in the LALLYPORT.
How do you know?
Because I'm the one that brought the bag with the criminalist to that area. They photographed it, documented it, and then they transferred it to their plastic containers.
And before you grabbed that bag, you don't know where that bag had been for 3 days hence, 3 days before.
Yeah,
I know it had been in the temporary evidence room in a refrigerator.
You actually never saw.
Black sheet. Have you any wall? Yes. What is it? Something. What made me think of that? Is the word hence in that thing? Baba Black Sheep. Is the word hence in there? Anyway, I don't know what made me think of. I just feel like anyway, whatever.
Saw it in the temporary evidence room in the refrigerator until February 1st, did you?
I don't recall.
So you don't know where that bag had been. You don't know who had handled those cups before you pulled them out of that temporary evidence locker, correct?
I have no personal knowledge. If anybody else, I have no personal knowledge. I took them out of the refrigerator. That's all I could testify to.
Do you remember us talking about this about a year ago?
Yes.
And I asked you, would you agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood next to the right rear portion of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination? I asked you that question.
Yeah,
You did.
I remember.
And you said, if I can speak to this incident alone? And I asked, that's a yes or no question.
That is
Do
correct.
you remember that?
Yes.
And you said, well, it's not a yes or no, but for your purposes, I would say yes.
Correct.
Okay, a couple things. A couple of gats, couple of gats, couple of knives, couple of rats, couple of wives. You did a good ass job. Just eye me, spy me. Thank you, Heather, for that. I was literally thinking that. So thank you for that. Also, did what come back to Karen Reed? I'm going to back this up. I just had to do a couple things. Did what come back to Karen Reed? Yeah, they didn't transfer it to plastic containers. Agreed. And then again, I saw the word bag from here and my brain went to roll out, as did Heather's brain. So yeah, there we go. All's good. Still don't know about the Baba. Oh my God. The Black Sheep song thing. I don't know where is hence in that. Anyway.
And I asked you, would you agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood next to the right rear portion of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination? I asked you that question.
You did.
And you said, if I can speak to this incident alone? And I asked, that's a yes or no question.
That is
Do
correct.
you remember that?
Yes.
And you said, well, it's not a yes or no, but for your purposes, I would say yes.
Correct.
So it is, at least in your mind, a recipe for potential cross-contamination, correct?
Not in this particular situation, which was clarified later on.
Although you did say yes in answer
Hypothetically,
to my question.
hypothetically, anything is possible, yes.
Anything is possible.
Right?
Sorry. Hang on. Yes.
No question.
Hypothetically, anything is possible, yes.
Anything is possible. Yeah. Never thought I'd be on that boat.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have.
Right? Brennan?
Mary's still with us. Love it. Look at me. Oh. Never thought I'd see the day. The big boat come my way.
May I?
Right ahead, yes.
Leave me when I say
Lieutenant Gallagher, you mentioned that one of your colleagues who lived on Fairview Road had an OWL camera.
Oh.
Had an ARLO camera, yes.
That
Thank you.
day or that morning when you went to Fairview and looked around where where you were directed Mr. O'Keefe's body was, were you aware that that gentleman had a camera?
Yes.
You shared with us that you had familiarity with the angle of that camera. Do you have any information whatsoever that he or anybody on his behalf used the phone to change the camera angle?
No, I don't.
Do you know if that camera could even reach the street if you wanted to?
I'm not sure.
Do you have any information that there are applications or different things you can do to the camera to move it remotely? Is there any evidence or information you have?
No.
When you decided not to ask him about the camera, was that based on anything other than your already familiarity and knowledge of the angle that camera was set?
No.
At any time he's ever shown you, you've ever seen clips from that camera, were they consistently showing the same area or did it change over time?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
They were the same.
In your mind, why didn't you go seek footage from that camera?
In my mind,
Yes.
because I knew it wouldn't have captured anything. Activated cameras and
That's the court feed, I think, there, guys. This dude's face.
You go seek footage from that camera.
in my mind,
Yes.
I
Because
think
I knew it would-
dude's stupidity broke the court camera for a sec.
wouldn't have captured anything. Activated cameras, and he didn't have them on the street because it's a busy street and the batteries would die, and who knows, very quickly if they captured the street.
You said that's a
What?
very busy street. Are you familiar with Fairview?
Wait. What? Hold on. What?
Change over time.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
They were the same.
In your mind, why didn't you go seek footage from that camera?
In my mind,
Yes.
because I knew it wouldn't have captured anything,
New one.
activated cameras, and
Motion.
he didn't have them on the street because it's a busy street and the batteries would die, and who knows, very quickly if they captured.
What? The batteries would die. What is he talking about? First of all, he's basically just speculating to high heaven, to wherever, to the moon, to the moon. He's speculating as to why somebody else would or would not have certain like things on their cameras or settings or the batteries lasting. Like, what the fuck? Wow, it's a
The
lot.
street.
You said that's a very busy street. Are you familiar with Fairview Road?
Yes,
Is that a road? Is that a public road?
it's a public way in the town of Canton, yes.
As a public way in the town of Canton, do you know who operates and cleans and monitors that road? Who's responsible for that?
Yes, the Department of Public Works for the town of Canton.
You were asked about a claim of a fight. Did any witness ever suggest to you that Mr. O'Keefe had been in a fight?
No.
When you first learned about Mr. O'Keefe, did you get a chance to actually look at his body?
No, I did not.
Did you get a chance to look at his
Funny
wounds?
how
No, I did not.
Did you get a chance to examine his
Right.
clothing and whether there was any trace evidence left behind?
I'll allow it.
I know for a fact, dude, this is so wild. I know you can change, dude. This is so dumb. Well, hold on. Let's just back up. As per this dude's logic, there's no point in having your cameras on if you live on a busy road because they're motion activated and the batteries would die all the time. So that rules out the like hold on. So like how many roads in America then? And what counts as busy? Like are we comparing Fairview Road to like, I don't know, the streets of Manhattan? I just don't understand. Or is this a nod to the LALLYPORT cameras being motion activated, quote unquote, and all their failures? Is he listening to what he's saying? Is he listening at all to what he's saying? Because it makes no sense at all. Oh,
Road, is that a public road?
It's a public way in the town of Canton, yes.
As a public way in the town of Canton, do you know who operates and cleans and monitors that road? Who's responsible for that?
Yes, the Department of Public Works for the town of Canton.
I mean, the thing is that everybody knows you can adjust the settings for how sensitive it is to motion, right? But even if that wasn't the case, what he's saying doesn't make any sense in so many ways.
You were asked about a claim of a fight. Did any witness ever suggest to you that Mr. O'Keefe had been in a fight?
No.
When you first learned about Mr. O'Keefe, did you get a chance to actually look at his body?
No, I did not.
Did you get a chance to look at his wounds?
No, I did not.
Did you get a chance to examine
Well, then how can you answer the previous question? Did
witness ever suggest to you that Mr. O'Keefe had been in a fight?
No.
When you first learned about Mr. O'Keefe, did you get a chance to actually look at his body?
No, I did not.
Did you get a chance to look at his wounds?
No, I did not.
Did you get a chance to examine his clothing and whether there was any trace evidence left behind?
I'll allow it.
No, I did not.
Early in an investigation, when investigators have no information, is it common to speculate?
Yes.
Sustained.
What is the natural process for an investigator when you start upon a situation and no
guys? He was said yes, though.
information? Is it common to speculate?
Yes.
Sustained.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
What is the natural process for an investigator when you start upon a situation and know nothing about what happened?
In this particular case, we came up with scenarios that possibly could have brought John to that spot. And we were focused on trying to find out and hopefully getting to the hospital. Hopefully the can't fight department in the hospital would save his life and he could tell us how he got to where he was.
Was that anything beyond the surmise or speculation of detectives, or did that information come from a witness?
No, that was us. I guess you would call it spitballing on possibilities.
Did you ever come across a witness that said that this was, or Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were the result of a fight?
No, we did not.
I mean, the problem is though, if they want to know, okay, if they want to know why, how can he? Objection, speculation. How can he testify as to why? What's his face? Lieutenant Gallagher sets his camera a certain way. Like, bring Lieutenant Gallagher in and have him testify to it. You know what I mean? Like, this is craziness. no matter what.
If we could play Exhibit 51, please. I want to ask you some questions about the area you searched where you were directed Mr. O'Keefe was.
I mean, great point. Oh, not.
Stop it there, please, Ms. Gilman.
Oh, Lord. Here we go.
You did not see exactly where John O'Keefe was when he was found?
No, I did not.
Who directed you to this area?
I was directed twice, first by Sergeant Good and then by Sergeant Lang, Detective Sergeant Lang.
You shared with us yesterday you were looking in that area where you thought John O'Keefe was found.
Correct.
You were asked questions about a berm. Is that the separation between the street and the yard?
Yes, it is.
Did you clear off a piece of that berm?
We did.
And the reason was?
We wanted to see what was there. We didn't know what was there.
Did you do a search from the flagpole all the way to the street?
No.
The window to the wall.
Did you do a search of that flagpole across the front yard?
No.
Did you do a search from that flagpole all across the berm, all the way down the line?
No, it was approximately 15 to 18 inches.
And why such a limited search?
Tell me why.
Because we had no other reason than it was a medical call at this time.
Did you see snow in other parts of the yard?
Yes, the entire yard was covered.
And other than Officer Lang's footprints across the
A
front?
medical call? Wait, I thought, hang on. Hold on.
Front yard?
No.
Did you do a search from that flagpole all across the berm, all the way down the line?
No, it was approximately 15 to 18 inches.
And why such a limited search?
Because we had no other reason than it was a medical call at this time.
Wait, I thought he said it was an unattended death. Mary, they've not mentioned the backup camera yet. No.
Did you see snow in other parts of the yard?
Yes, the entire yard was covered.
And other than Officer Lang's footprints across the front of the yard, no other footprints?
There were no other footprints.
Any other visible signs that anything was moved or dragged across that side or front lawn?
No, not at all.
Any doggy prints in the snow?
No, not at all.
You were asked whether you sought a search warrant. Is there a difference between a witness and an eyewitness?
Yes.
You were asked questions about people in the home and they were characterized as witnesses. Did you have any information that anybody inside that home was a witness to what happened to Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Did you have any information when you made these decisions about search warrants? Did you have any information from anybody, anywhere, that Mr. O'Keefe ever stepped 1 foot inside that home?
Checking the cameras just goes without saying. It just goes without saying. You don't know unless you check. It makes no point to assume that the camera is useless. It just doesn't. That's not how you're supposed to do this job, and everyone knows that. I would imagine that the jury knows that. This is BS. You can't just assume you can't just assume things are useless. I mean, again, the whole thing about the checking of the camera, it's the same type of thing as like, oh, there's no point in searching the house. You don't know unless you look, and they didn't look.
Can we turn the lights on, Mr. Brennan?
Yeah,
Oh.
please. Take that down.
So, okay, as far as the backup camera, right, I see what you're saying, if it has a sound. So I've not heard anything come up about that, but what I will say is that, there's been questions, I know we've all been wondering, about does the backup camera record? And I did look into that, and backup cameras, at least at this juncture, apparently for vehicles, they don't actually record what they see because they're only made for real-time usage. So in other words, there would be no recorded video of what the camera saw. But I think you're referencing, Mary, the sound that it makes. My car does not make a sound if you're going to hit something, but my car is from 2014. So my mom has just got a new Prius, and her Prius does auto braking when you're going to hit something. She says it scares the crap out of her every time. She's not used to it yet. That's the point, guys.
May I?
Yes.
As a lifelong law enforcement officer, have you obtained search warrants before?
Yes.
Have you obtained search warrants for homes?
Yes, many times.
Is there a certain requirement before you obtain a search warrant for a home?
Yes, critical legal standards, yes.
And what is that?
Probable cause.
And for us, what does that mean, probable cause?
So probable cause is a reasonable
Here we go.
belief that a crime has been committed or evidence of a crime can be found in a specific location.
Can you obtain a search warrant if you do not have a reasonable belief that evidence exists somewhere?
No, you cannot.
Is there a process in getting a search warrant? Can you just walk in home and say, I have a search warrant, or do you have to do something?
You have to write an affidavit in good faith, swearing before the court that all your information is accurate and truthful, and present the facts, circumstances, witness statements that would make you believe that there was a reason to violate your Fourth Amendment constitutional right.
When you walked into Fairview that morning with Sergeant Lang, did you have a search warrant?
No, I did not.
Did you have any reason to get a search warrant?
No reason at all.
When you walked in, were you invited?
Yes.
Did anybody prevent you from coming in?
No, not
Did
at all.
anybody ever ask you to leave?
No, not at all.
When you spoke to Mr. Albert, did he ever discontinue or end the conversation?
No.
Were you doing any favors for anybody that morning?
No, of course not.
If you had probable cause to search anywhere that morning, would you have?
Absolutely.
Turn the lights on.
You were asked questions about memorializing your efforts when you were in the area of Mr. O'Keefe's body. And you were asked about written reports. Are there other ways to memorialize efforts other than writing a report?
Yes,
You videotaped, or you had Sergeant Good videotape your search?
that is correct.
Who told him to do that?
I did,
Why did you tell him to do that?
because I want, in case it ever became an issue, I wasn't familiar with it being used before. I wanted people to understand how effective it was.
Do you know whether or not the police cars have dash cams?
They do, yes.
Do you know if any of the police cars had dash cams that day?
3 of them did, yes.
You mentioned that at some point you learned that Mr. O'Keefe had passed.
I'm not sure when we found that out, but yes.
Is there a statute or a rule when there is a death, whether a local county keeps the case or it needs to be transferred?
It's transferred, yes.
Is there a rule or is that a policy of the Canton Police Department?
It's a rule.
It's already covered.
You were asked about Alexis and the Sallyport.
Correct.
Do you know exactly what time that Alexis was brought to the Sallyport?
I don't have any personal knowledge of that.
You asked about a broken taillight. Have or had you reviewed any of the dash cams from the Canton Police Department that day?
Not that day, no.
You were asked about cross-contamination with the cups. When you brought the cups to a criminalist, where did you give them to him or her?
I carried them down to, we walked together, I carried them down to the Sally Port.
Did you see anybody using a white rag or a paper towel to dip it in any
No.
of the cups?
No.
Did you see anybody shaking the cups or splashing?
No, they were handled very carefully.
That's interesting.
Did you see anything that would cause you concern?
The paper towel being dipped in the cups. That's interesting. That suggestion was not offered by the defense. And that never even crossed my mind, but the Commonwealth just put that in. Like, if I was a juror, I would be like, oh, wow, I wasn't even thinking of that. But like, now I am.
Concern that there was some type of purposeful or inadvertent contamination or transfer?
Absolutely not.
And you've been trained.
Yes.
Did you see anything during that time that caused you any concern about potential corruption of evidence?
No, I had complete faith in the criminalist.
Yeah, but like, how much, dude? How much weight is the jury going to give, though, to his opinion? Hopefully not.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
There's a box for identification that has a glass in it. I'd like to put that into evidence. I'll do it later then. Thanks.
Is there any objections, Mr. Jackson? Any objection to? All right, so we can put it in at any time then? And then when Mr. McDermott comes back
Thank
with it?
The glass that you showed the jury yesterday, when you showed it to us yesterday, did it look any differently than when you recovered it from the ground where you were looking that morning?
No.
Did you have any information that that glass came from inside Fairview Road?
No.
Do you know where that glass came from?
I have no personal knowledge where that glass came from.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Very briefly, Your Honor, you indicated that you were spitballing, to use your word, correct?
Correct.
Trying to figure out what happened.
Correct.
That's the job of an investigator, correct?
That is correct.
You
Yes,
don't
sir.
just take witnesses' words for things, do you?
That is correct.
You have to corroborate things.
Yes.
You have to look deeper,
Yes.
ask more questions,
Absolutely.
actually investigate.
That's why we're here today.
Oh, boy.
There would be 40 more.
Sorry.
Pieces.
Didn't mean to click on that. Hold on.
Nothing is ruled out.
That's
Correct?
correct.
You
Yes.
follow where the evidence leads you.
Oh, wow. I did a good job of clicking like pretty much exactly. Let's just see here. Yeah, that was almost exactly where we were. That is wild. Okay, they put it into evidence. All right, here's where we were. Wow. All right. Recross.
No objection, thank you.
All right, so we can put it in at any time then? And then when Mr. McDermott comes back
Thank
with it?
The glass that you showed the jury yesterday, when you showed it to us yesterday, did it look any differently than when you recovered it from the ground where you were looking that morning?
No.
Did you have any information that that glass came from inside Fairview Road?
No.
Do you know where that glass came from?
I have no personal knowledge where that glass came from.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Very briefly, Your Honor, you indicated.
I got one for you, James. I got one for you. Da, 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 da. Go for it.
You indicated that you were spitballing, to use your word, correct?
Correct.
Trying to figure out what happened.
Correct.
That's the job of an investigator, correct?
That is correct.
You
Yes,
don't
sir.
just take witnesses' words for things, do you?
That is correct.
You have to corroborate things.
Yes.
You have to look deeper,
Yes.
ask more questions,
Absolutely.
actually investigate.
That's why we're here today.
You don't rule out anything or anyone
We
right
didn't-
off the bat, correct?
Correct. and we
No
did not.
one is ruled out. Nothing is ruled out,
That's
correct?
correct.
You
Yes.
follow where the evidence leads you, period, amen.
Absolutely.
You didn't seek, you didn't seek to separate the occupants at 34 Fairview, correct?
No.
You didn't interview Brian Albert formally, did you?
I did not know.
You were asked by Mr. Brennan, did he ever end the conversation precipitously? Did he end it earlier? Anything like that? He didn't end any interview because he wasn't interviewed, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't interview Brian Higgins.
That is correct.
You wouldn't interview Brian Higgins because he's your personal friend, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't have anybody else interview him either, did you?
Again, we're talking, I think we've gone over this and maybe you didn't understand. I didn't know Brian Higgins was at the house at that time.
Because you didn't ask anybody else who was at the house at that time.
I wasn't talking to anybody at that house, correct?
Might have been a good idea, wouldn't it?
Not at that time. We were there for one specific reason. We wanted to get to the hospital. So no.
Might have been a
I
good
disagree.
idea to sit Mr. Albert down and say, "Hey, you're shaking your head again. I'm not done with my question." Might have been a good idea, Mr. Gallagher, since you happen to be there, no sweat off your brow, to sit Mr. Albert down and say, "By the way, I got a pen and a paper. Who was here last night, just before John O'Keefe was found dead on your lawn? Who was here?" Might have been a good idea, correct?
So that was already done by Detective Sergeant Lang, and it was documented in his report of everybody of what Mr. Jackson is asking.
Then how did you two not know that Brian Higgins was there?
I don't know where.
At
I mean,
34th.
I'm confused. At what time?
Right.
At what time?
Exactly.
At what time?
When John O'Keefe arrived.
Okay.
At 34 Fairview, after midnight on January 29th, 2022.
So when I discovered Brian Higgins was there, wasn't until I read the report.
If you were standing in the house, Sergeant Blank, who you just told these jurors, knew that Brian Higgins and everybody else was there.
He had obtained the names. He hadn't written the report yet.
And hadn't told his boss,
I don't recall.
even though you two went together to interview yet another witness?
That's correct. There was a very fast-moving scene and pace. That is correct.
While you were spitballing, you also didn't secure the camera footage that we've talked about, the ARLO footage.
Yes, that's correct.
You also didn't formally search the house, correct?
Absolutely
We
correct.
just talked about that. You didn't seek consent by Brian, pardon me, by Brian Albert to search the house, correct?
That's correct.
You also didn't seek a search warrant. You talked about that, correct?
Correct.
You don't get punished or in trouble if you seek a search warrant and a judge who has to sign the search warrant. Normal citizens can't do that. It requires a judge's signature. You don't get in trouble or get spanked or get slapped or get fined if you seek a
Oh
search
my
warrant.
God,
and you sign it,
Heather.
correct?
They don't get front and back hand spanked.
In this particular situation, I would need to articulate facts, certain circumstances, and witness statements. What I had was nobody could put John O'Keefe in the house, including Miss Reed, and that we had a glass where they were coming from a bar, and I had 3 separate police officers, including myself, that had been in that house on 3 separate occasions and saw nothing amiss. I have a good faith obligation to present the truth to a judge, and if I don't, I can be found, end up on a Brady list or a Giglio list, as you know. And my credibility to testify in my career is basically over. So yes, you can get in trouble.
Ironic you should say that.
You're talking about lying in an affidavit, sir.
I'm talking about misleading.
Correct.
I would have to twist circumstances to have the right to search Brian Albert's house. We had no reason, and there's been no reason since.
How about this? There's a dead guy on the lawn that looked like he potentially could have been in a physical altercation. How about that? Might that be of some concern to go inside the house and see if there was a struggle that started in the house? Yes or no?
There's still no evidence to go into the house.
You're the guy that's out on the lawn with no coat on. You think the coat might be inside the house? That might be a reasonable assumption? Yes or no?
No.
You got a guy outside with no shoe on. You think the shoe might be inside the house? That might be a reasonable assumption?
I never saw Mr. O'Keefe. I wasn't aware that he
Because you didn't
have the
seek
shoes.
to find out the details Other people knew every single fact that I just suggested at the time you walked in the house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
The fact is you didn't seek a search warrant.
I wouldn't. Correct.
The fact is you never searched the house.
That's correct.
The fact is you never searched the basement.
That's correct.
The fact is you never searched the garage.
That's correct.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Have you ever learned one fact that would have justified searching that house?
Not to this day.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is deformed, and you can put the glass in right now, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Move that into evidence, please.
Oh, they got a new Kleenex box. Remember they had
All right, Lieutenant, you're all set, sir.
Thank you.
like parrots on it or whatever?
Your next witness, Mr. Brennan?
Like to play clip 18, please.
Okay, so before he plays clip 18, here's James had said he would get a song in 7 notes, and so I picked a song, name a tune, right? I picked one that I could give 7 notes of, where it would give the first phrase, so it's exactly 7 notes. Okay, so here it is again. And I believe that's actually the right key.
Thank you.
Your Honor, name it, Your Honor.
Are they approaching?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Is this the what? What now, Heather? Name that tune. It's what literally that's what James said. That's what James said. Name that tune. He literally said tune. Which is funny. I remember that specifically because in the world of music, when you're a classical musician, song has a different connotation. Like for classical music, it's not a song, we call it a piece. But a tune, like a tune to me could be anything from any genre, and it could have lyrics or not have lyrics. So that's why that stuck out in my head. Okay. Oh, it was a game show? Was it really? Wow, I would have.
You
been good at
See the court is session.
I think. Oh, you're a skill. Can't go wrong with that. That's for sure.
Yes, Your Honor. George is on the way.
I don't know how I'll do it. I don't think I've been to somebody, first of all. Although having said that, sometimes people like sometimes I fit in because I think I wouldn't fit in.
Do you need another one, Chris?
Okay, things are happening. Maybe.
Mr. Brennan?
Thank you.
Clip 18.
The Commonwealth moves into evidence and asks to play clip 18.
Okay.
So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
You will
The Common,
that.
thank you.
Brennan. So, okay, that's to show that it couldn't have been classroom else. They still should have checked. They still should have checked. I mean, you know, we saw him leave with a bus, right? Bar.
All right, your next witness.
One more, please, Your Honor. The Commonwealth
circle.
moves into evidence and seeks to play clip number 17, please.
Side black sheep. Okay, clip 17, guys.
I gave an interview with ABC with Matt Gutman. I think this was whom I gave the interview to, and I said, he asked, why was I saying, could I hit him? Did I hit him? And I said, yeah, my first thought was I'd been out late, I'd been drinking, and he's in the general vicinity of where I last saw him. I mean, they talk about the left side of the property and the right as if it's, you know, Hammersmith Farms. It's a postage stamp. It's 50 feet.
What the fuck's here?
So he's in the front yard to the left of the front door, and no one's coming out of the house. Jen's telling me nobody's seen him. So I'm thinking, Jesus, was I starting to pull away and I ran over his foot? Like, he's roughly where I left him. So yeah, when I found him, I was thinking, did I like clip him somehow?
So It's interesting because I talked a lot about when we watched the opening statements for the Commonwealth about how I thought it was so interesting how Breen and all says she clipped him. He doesn't ever say that she hit him. He says, that she clipped him. Again, he doesn't really give a mechanism for the injury or the cause of death, barring hitting his head on the ground. There's no talk of hypothermia. There's just suggestion of it because of the battery getting cold, but Breen never says hypothermia. And he never says that John O'Keefe died because of injuries from the car. The closest he gets is he says that she clipped him. And I thought that was such strange languaging. I still think that, but now I feel like I understand why he said that on purpose, because it's such a specific choice of words, and she says clipped. But there was something else. I want to hear that one again. There was something else I was thinking of. I don't know what the Hammer fucking Farms thing is. Okay, let's listen to this again.
I gave an interview with ABC with Matt Gutman. I think this was whom I gave the interview to, and I said, he asked, why was I saying, could I hit him? Did I hit him? And I said, yeah, my first thought was I'd been out late, I'd been drinking, and he's in the general vicinity of where I last saw him. I mean, they talk about the left side of the property and the right as if it's, Hammersmith Farms. It's a postage stamp. It's 50 feet. So he's in the front yard to the left of the front door, and no one's coming out of the house. Jen's telling me nobody's seen him. So I'm thinking, Jesus, was I starting to pull away and I ran over his foot? Like, he's roughly where I left him. So yeah, when I found him, I was thinking, did I clip him somehow?
The other thing is this. I don't know. I can't read Brienne's mind as to why he, there could be any number of reasons why he played this clip and thinks that this is going to help for their case. But also, I wonder if part of it is because previously in other clips, we had heard her, correct me if I'm wrong, because maybe this is clips that we've seen outside the presence of the jury, but they haven't played them yet in trial. I don't know. But the part, like she said that she saw him go inside the house, right? Like she saw him open the door and go inside the house. And in this clip, she's saying that the place she last saw him was the yard. You see what I'm saying, guys? Here, let me back it up.
It's 50 feet. So he's in the front yard to the left of the front door, and no one's coming out of
the left of the front door. So she doesn't. So in this clip, it sounds like she's saying the last place she saw him was in the yard. You guys see what I'm saying?
house. Jen's telling me.
I don't know if that's just. I mean, if you're on the jury, that might matter to you, or it might not.
Seen him, so I'm thinking, Jesus, was I starting to pull away and I ran over his foot? Like, he's roughly where I left him. So yeah, when I found him, I was thinking, did I clip him somehow?
Same jump track as clips.
Okay.
Thank you.
So in order, it has 18 and then
You guys see
17,
what I'm
or are they
saying
in the
now?
reverse order on the clip?
Do you guys see what I'm saying about the thing about the yard versus seeing him go inside? I think that
Can I see
matters.
If I can see the exhibit.
I mean, if I were the Commonwealth, though, I would play those clips back to back, right? If they've got a clip where she's saying she last saw him go in the house, and then another one where she's saying she last saw him in the yard, I would play those back to back just to make that really clear.
This one exhibit contains clip 12, clip 12A, clip 16, clip 17, and clip 18, all of which were previously introduced.
Okay. And it's exhibit number what? Thank you. All right, thank you. Your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. Commonwealth call Mr. Robert Gilman to the stand.
Okay.
Here we go. And it's Wally. So now we have the harder drop, dude. 3 times. This is definitely going to be a 1.5er, I do believe. Yeah, I don't know what you're referencing, James. Video post. I don't even know what that is. Here he comes.
Thomas ready, I'm going to give the court and jury. He's going to go through the whole jury, nothing but the all done. Yes, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, super.
It's another guitar. I have no idea. I have no idea what you're talking about, James. A post that I made on YouTube. I mean, there's plenty of other things that are like a guitar. Are you talking about an instrument that I'm playing? I don't know. I don't know what you're referencing.
Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, stating your last name, spelling your last name for the court?
Good morning. My name is Robert Gilman, Gilman.
And what is your occupation, Mr. Gilman?
Meteorologist,
And where did you go to school?
Northeastern University and the Pennsylvania State University, Penn State.
And what degrees did you receive from those institutions?
I received a Bachelor of Science in Earth Science and in Meteorology.
Now, following your education, where did you first go to work?
I worked at the U.S. Geological Survey while I was finishing my education. I also worked at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission in Washington. I worked at AccuWeather at Penn State. And then I started my own business when I came back to the Boston area, working both in media, writing a column for the Patriot Ledger, radio, 95.9 WATD, and also providing information to municipalities about snow and ice and consulting.
Now, starting first with the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission, what did you do there?
I worked in the Division of Site Safety and Earthquake Analysis. That was primarily involving siting nuclear power plants.
And as far as AccuWeather Inc., what was it that you did there?
Meteorology. I worked starting out drawing maps. We drew our own maps back in those days, providing observations to meteorologists and helping develop forecasts.
We drew our own maps back in those days, back in my day.
Now, you had worked, you had mentioned earlier in your testimony, you worked as a meteorologist in New York for the radio, for the Patriot Ledger, and New England Weather Service. Is that correct?
New England Weather Science, that's correct.
And how long a period of time span are we talking about as far as your work as a meteorologist?
Over 45 years.
Now, if you could explain to the jury just in general terms, what is meteorology?
Well, the term is actually a shortened term of hydrometeorology, one who studies falling water things. And it's a study of the atmosphere.
Falling water.
Now, in your work as a meteorologist, what are the different types of data that you study and examine?
Like a wait. Sorry. Falling water things, you guys. I would be remiss. Like a tiny waterfall.
Mostly measured data such as temperature, humidity, wind, precipitation, but also sensing data with satellites that orbit the Earth and with radar that shoots electronic beams out and comes back and forms images that we can analyze.
Now, beyond the satellites and the radar, where does that other data come from?
Well, the observing stations generally are at airports, for instance, but they're also at utilities, and there are private networks. And these, either automated or amateur weather observers, take down data such as I just mentioned, temperature, precipitation, visibility at these different locations.
And what is your current occupation?
Meteorologist.
And where is it that you currently work?
I work for Precision Weather Forecasting Incorporated, and I also do work to assist requests for past weather data, both for clients of ours at Precision Weather Forecasting and other requests for weather data.
And is that a company that you started yourself in conjunction with other people?
Yes, thank you. It's a company that we founded, my partner and I. I've been working with meteorologist Bill Guile for 30 years. We're both local, and we found that we had a lot of interest together. I don't stay up 24/7. He stays up overnight a lot of times, and we work much better, on that shift kind of work during the day, answering questions of clients about snow and ice especially. So we formed our own corporation, a Massachusetts corporation, in 2016.
And how long, even prior to the incorporation in 2016, how long have you been working in that capacity for building that company?
Oh, I would say over 45 years, going back to 1979, 1980.
And what type of service does your company provide to your clients?
Precise snow and ice information. I own the website snowandice.com, and our clients depend on very...
What?
What service does your company provide to your clients?
Precise snow and ice information. I own the website snowandice.com.
Snowandice.com.
And our clients depend on very local, precise snow and ice guidance. It's for safety. It's for efficiency, environmental concerns of not putting down a lot of chemicals when snow is going to change to rain, that kind of thing. So we're giving...
I'm sure you guys know what we're doing now. I guarantee you this website has seen an uptick in its traffic. Here we go. Snowandice.com. Anyone else thinking about the song Cold, Rain, and Snow? I am. About us. How it began. There we go, Rob Gilman. In the beginning, Whoa. Is that a snow? Is that some fancy ass snowplow? What the fuck is that thing? Whoa. There's a road. That's a snow globe. Wow, it's a lot of moving things. I would just say, not that they're asking for my opinion. I think maybe less moving things could be helpful. It's a bit much. Okay, let's see here. Our team. Past weather. There you go. Bangor, Maine looks like they're, oh wow. See, if you click on it, then you, okay. Or not even click on it, hover over it. Why is that dude's head bigger than everyone else? Oh my God, so many moving things. Past weather. Aha! Forensic meteorology. Look at this. Slip and falls, insurance claims, and court testimony. Can we click on it and make it do something? No, it doesn't do it. It just bangs the gavel, guys. That's it. I'm like, wait, I wanted to click on this because this is what's relevant. Interesting. And it even says in murder investigations. Look at that. Our highly efficient computerized system allows for speedy acquisition of data and fast turnaround. No more waiting for months for inferior data. Now you can have needed plain language, easy to use information at your fingertips. How much you want to bet that this is going to maybe come up in this testimony, this Red Sox player dude? Move on. See video below. Solving crimes through weather. What our clients say. Rob Gilman's weather reports are one of the most popular features on our radio station. Wow. Okay, there you go. We help you weather your bottom line. Ha ha ha. Okay, back to the testimony. Let me pull that back up. Okay.
Very local, precise weather information to help anyone that has snow and ice management concerns.
And if you could expound upon that just a little, sir, as far as what types of data or information is it that your company provides?
Mainly precipitation timing, when snowfall might begin in a particular place, the intensity of the snow, whether it might be expected to change to ice or rain or go back to snow or ice to help with those kinds of operations.
And where does that data or information come from?
As meteorologists, we develop it ourselves. It's all in-house. We take a variety of different data from numerical modeling, guidance products, and observational information and develop the forecast specifically for the client.
And as far as your clientele is concerned, to whom are you providing this data or information?
We work for most of the towns and the city in Norfolk County. We work for the largest cities in Massachusetts, some of the largest colleges and universities and other facilities, hospitals.
And what is the purpose of you providing that information to the clientele to whom you give it to?
Again, safety,
So we can have
efficiency, environmental concerns, to give them the best information to do the job they need to do. And it's a difficult job, as you can imagine.
Now, at some point, sir, were you asked to look at some data related to the Canton, Massachusetts area in the time frame leading up to and including January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And what were you asked to do?
I was asked to provide a simple report of the days preceding January 29th, 2022, and a more detailed report of the early morning hours of January 29th about estimating snowfall during that time period.
And in total, as far as that total time frame, do you recall what dates you were looking at?
I believe it was January 26th to the 29th.
And during that time frame, was there a significant storm forecast for that time period?
Oh, yes.
And what was the forecast for?
Well, the forecast for the first couple of days was dry and very cold to bitterly cold. As we got closer to the 28th and 29th, we were looking at a storm coming in from the west and strengthening along the mid-Atlantic coastline. And we issued warnings, again, 2 to 3 days ahead of time to let our clients know that this was going to be a significant winter storm.
And specifically with the storm, what was the timing associated with that forecast as far as when would the storm
A
begin?
nor'easter. shall we
We
say.
expected the storm, the snowfall, and the increase in wind to begin very late Friday evening, the 28th, with light to very light snow, and then to increase in intensity, especially later in the morning and through the late morning and midday of the 29th.
Now, from a scientific perspective, what is a blizzard?
A blizzard technically requires a great reduction in visibility. It doesn't even have to be snowing, either falling or blowing snow, visibility a quarter mile or less, with winds of 35 miles an hour, either sustained or frequent gusts for 3 hours or more.
I'll just say, I've always wondered what the actual definition of a blizzard is, and here we go.
From a scientific perspective, what is a blizzard?
A blizzard technically requires a great reduction in visibility. It doesn't even have to be snowing, either falling or blowing snow, visibility a quarter mile or less, with winds of 35 miles an hour, either sustained or frequent gusts for 3 hours or more.
Now, did this
Here's
particular
what I will say so far. This dude seems highly credible. He clearly knows what he's talking about as a meteorologist. That's my opinion so far. So here's what I shall say. To the extent, we don't know yet where this is going to go, right? But as far as what we've heard prior to today, right, and what they talked about outside of, before trial started, to the extent that the Commonwealth tries to elicit an opinion from him that seems ridiculous, such as like the ground being hard as a rock. There's experts that will get out over their skis. Take, for example, Mike Sutton in the Murdoch trial with the two 5'2", 11-year-old assassins, right? Take, for example, Mr. Palmbach, again, in the Murdoch trial, take those assassins and put them in the ceiling, give them some goggles, that type of thing, where they just like go out way over their skis and they opine way beyond what they should be doing, right? Or they just doing, anyway. So we've seen this in different trials, right? Where it's like an expert and they're just like clearly just trying to they're either biased for whoever hired them, or they're just really trying to be right because they don't like being cross-examined. And we see that oftentimes as well, where someone's like questioning their opinion and so then they just double down and whatever. So, does this dude seem like a quack? It'll be interesting when they get to like Dr. Crosby, for example, right? But anyway, this dude seems like he's not dumb. He seems like he's smart. He seems like he knows what he's doing. And clearly he's a meteorologist. So the question's really going to be like the whole thing about the hardness of ground. That doesn't seem like that's really the purview of a meteorologist, right? Like wrong profession. Anyway, we'll see what happens.
Storm meet that criteria?
The storm did, absolutely. For Boston and much of the greater Boston area, including in Canton at the Blue Hill Observatory. However, not every spot had all of those criteria during the entire time period that the snow was falling.
Now, how significant a storm actually occurred, not taking away from your forecast, but actually occurred during that time frame?
This was the biggest January storm in history, with 27 inches of snowfall. And it snowed heavily for several hours, visibility under a quarter of a mile.
In history? Wait, what? Wait, hold on.
All of those criteria during the entire time period that the snow was falling.
Now, how significant a storm actually occurred, not taking away from your forecast, but actually occurred during that time frame?
This was the biggest January storm in history, with...
I feel like we need a location. Like, is this in the world, in the universe, in Canton, in Massachusetts? I mean, I have
27 inches of snowfall, and it snowed heavily for several hours, visibility under a quarter of a mile. And the temperature was dropping during that time, and the winds were gusting.
Period of time. I feel like in Boone, we had snowstorms worse than that on the regular.
Frequently to 40 and 50 miles an hour in this area.
Now, that data that...
Even in Greensboro, like what, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, we had more snow than that in like a 24-hour time period.
You looked at from that time frame of January 26th through the 29th of 2022. What types of data specifically did you look, or actually, we'll get to specifics in a moment. What data in general terms did you look at in your analysis?
3 locations, the Blue Hill Observatory, which is the oldest continuously operating weather observatory in North America, close by, Boston, which is a first order weather station at Logan Airport, and Norwood Airport, which is a mile away. And those were the 3 locations. I was considering the surface observations from those locations, also considered other types of observational data. I mentioned the radar data, so the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration maintains a NEXRAD NOAA database. And third was the National Operational Hydrologic Remote Sensing Center, which categorizes snowfall and snow depth.
I just feel like
So those 3 different types of data at those 3 different locations.
Now, when you talk about the Blue Hills Observatory being the oldest in the country, how old is it?
It was established by Abbott Roch, who left his family home at 5 Commonwealth Avenue in Boston and built this really strange little structure at the top of Great Blue Hill on February 1st of 1885.
And do you know how far away from 34 Fairview Road that Blue Hills Observatory is?
Yes, I do. If you don't mind me consulting my note for a moment.
So what are you reading, Mr. Gilman?
I'm reading notes I took on measurements from Blue Hill to Fairview, and that's, may I answer the question?
Yes, yes, you
I'm okay with your honor, I just wanted the record.
Yes, that's why I asked him what he's reading.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That would be 7 miles.
And the Norwood Airport, how far again is that, or how far away again is that between Norwood Airport and 34 Fairview Road?
1 mile.
Now, these measurements that you use in your analysis, are you familiar with how those measurements are taken or how they're done at each of those 3 locations?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how those measurements are done or how those calculations or the data is collected?
Sure. Boston, again, is a first order station. It's equipped with automated equipment. It's called ASOS, Automated Surface Observing System. And it takes measurements of temperature, visibility, wind, humidity at very frequent intervals throughout the 24-hour day. It also collects precipitation, which isn't easy if you think of Logan Airport being out in the harbor and trying to collect every raindrop in that environment. But they have a very sophisticated rain gauge system that actually does a fairly good job of collecting precipitation. Moving on to Norwood Airport, very similar. It's not as high a caliber a station as Boston is in terms of the frequency of observations or the complete set of data. Blue Hill Observatory is a special case indeed. It had been manned for most of the day for many years. The former observer is still alive and well in Hingham, Bob Skilling. For the last several years, 10, 15 years or so, it was an ASOS system that I just mentioned, but in recent years that was cut back. So there are observers that are there and they take observations when they're there and they take automated observations otherwise and take a record of that. But it's not on the, for instance, the FAA network, Federal Aviation Administration. Weather data, of course, is extremely critical to aviation, and they have a network of weather data. The Blue Hill Observatory currently is not on that network.
Now, how the data is collected or calculated at each of those respective facilities, is that how it's standardly collected within the industry?
Yes.
And is it a routine, both in your practice and in your meteorological industry as a whole, relying on that type of data and the way it's collected?
Yes, there are standards established. I'm a member of the American Meteorological Society, the Professional Society of Meteorologists, and there are standards that are established on taking weather measurements.
Now, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Gilman, Your Honor, may I remain here just a
Sure.
moment? Mr. Gilman, I'm handing you a series of about 6-page documents. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Back a little bit more so the jurors can see the witness, please.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that?
This is a local climatological data sheet for January 2022 for each day. And I believe there's, as I look through it, hourly reports of weather observations, especially for January 29th at Norwood Airport. And this is published by the U.S. Department of Commerce, NOAA, the National Environmental Satellite Data and Information Service.
And at least in part, is that the data that you were testifying about before, as far as the data that you relied upon in your study?
It's one element, that's right. And again, I put a lot of strength to this data because it is in such proximity to Canton, to the location we're concerned about.
Your Honor, Commonwealth seeks to introduce them as the next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 60.
Your Honor, with course permission, may I return what's now been marked as exhibit 60 to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Gilman, starting with snow accumulation, during the period that you were looking at, what is it that you found?
The snow began to accumulate during this winter storm. And by the way, I think I can use the term nor'easter, blizzard, bombogenesis, bomb cyclone, winter storm, all referring to the storm event of the 28th, mostly the 29th. The first snowfall began late in the evening on the 28th and continued into the 29th.
Just starting with that snapshot of the evening of the 28th, how much snow accumulated on the 28th before turning the page to the 29th?
Very little, enough to track a cat, 0.2 of an inch.
Now, with reference to the 29th, were you able to determine from that data sort of the hourly snowfall as it came down?
Right.
Yes, as the hourly precipitation.
Page of the 29th.
Very little, enough to track a cat, 0.2.
What kind of cat? What kind of cat are we talking about here, guys?
You also told them that you thought you heard a wildcat, but maybe it was a person or something like that as well?
No, that's not what I said.
What did you say then?
I said when I went outside that there's a house cat that's gone wild, and he hangs around. He goes from hanging around the shop, goes from hanging around the house, different times. You might, and there'll be times you don't see him. And he had been around the house. And when I went outside, I believe that cat was over there.
It's one of my favorite things on the planet right there.
Tenths of an inch.
Now, with reference to the 29th, were you able to determine from that data sort of the hourly snowfall as it came down?
Yes, as the hourly precipitation data, temperature, and other information was reported, I was able to analyze it each step of the way as the storm progressed.
And from your analysis, sir, could you describe to the jury, sort of going bit by bit, what was that hourly snowfall for the 29th?
As I said in the report, it's estimated that as it began, it was on the order of 3/10.
I don't know that this is really all that important. What we need is, I mean, the amount of snow, right? I mean, we've heard so much testimony about it. And I'm not blaming this dude. Lolly's doing what Lolly does. And I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit. And the reason they're calling him is for hard as a rock, right? So let's just not, I mean, for fuck's sake, dude, the visibility, great. We got it. We've only heard a bazillion hours of testimony about this. Okay. Something about midnight.
Detailed 6-hour time block series. And of course, that begins at 6 p.m. to midnight since this was issued at 8 p.m. And we talk about the weather conditions and how much, if any, snowfall.
I don't mean to interject, but just you recognize what's on that, and that is a forecast that you sent out, correct?
Yes. Well, our company sent out. My partner, Bill Guile, actually sent it.
And the last two sheets that you have before you, what are those?
These are images taken from one of those 3 sets I talked about. The
Okay. Oh, great.
The data set.
Riveting.
This time is 1 a.m. and the second time is 7 a.m. And it's a map of Greater Boston down to the South Shore into northwestern Rhode Island.
Can I go now?
Yes.
Almost introduce the minutes of next week.
No objection, Your Honor.
Great, thank you.
James, so I see what you sent me. I don't know what that is. I've never seen that before. You're saying I had a post of it? I have no idea. Are you saying someone tagged? I have no idea what that is. I've literally never, ever seen that. That is a crazy looking instrument. And I don't know what you meant when you said that it was a video of mine. I have no idea. I've never seen that before, but that's crazy looking.
$63.
And again, Your Honor, may I return those to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Gilman,
As defined, a forecast is your best estimate based on science and data available of how the future is going to play out in terms of weather, the amount of snowfall, the temperature, the observed data. And I often make the distinction between soup and sandwich. Weather and forecast always seem to go together, but there actually is weather, and that's separate from what the forecast is. And there's always some small distinction. Lately, we've been getting pretty good at getting accurate weather forecasting done, but it is the actual weather that's measured. How much snow is on the ground, how much snow fell, what the wind speed was during any given period, temperature, those kind of elements that actually occurred.
I'm so glad that he said science and data, because that reminds me. I meant to say this before because, I've talked about how I've been going back and listening to the opening statements again because it's interesting in hindsight. One of the things I wanted to mention is, so if you guys recall, in the Commonwealth's opening statement, Brennan said the words science and data a bazillion times, right? This case is going to come down to the science and the data. This case is going to come down to the science and data. This case is going to come down to the science and the data. He said it over and over again, right? And you know what's so interesting about that? Is that if the jury really takes that to heart, you know what that means? You know what that means? Damn it. I'm so pissed I didn't think of this earlier, especially when we were talking about Karen's interviews. If the jury takes that to heart, this case is going to come down to the science and the data. That's what matters, right? Then what does that mean about Karen's own words, or the I hit him, or the interviews, or the voicemails, right? It's interesting because that's a whole separate thing. That's not the science and data. You know, it's like you could either make a decision for a case on a case based on science and data, or you could, you know, by you, I mean a jury, right? Or they could make it based on the defendant's own words. And in the words of Hank Breenan, this case comes down to the science and the data. And if the jury takes that to heart, it's really like Karen's statements aren't the important thing. So I wanted to note that. And I'll probably mention it again because I feel like that was an important thought that I forgot to bring up when it really was more relevant, but I'm just thought of it now.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish to the jury on the screen a copy of the forecasting document?
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Thank you. And Mr. Gilman, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as the forecasting document that's now been marked as an exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could, directing the jury's attention from left to right as far as the columns go, if you could walk the jury through sort of what we're looking at in this particular area.
Sure. So below the heading, I think I
Okay,
defined
it says road temperature. Are they going to go with the berm did it? Is that what they're going with? The berm did it? Is that what it is?
heading just before. We have these 6-hour time periods.
But
So
the curve is a curve. That's not going to.
columns are the day, in this case, today being Friday in this
Not a-
forecast,
but
the weather,
It can, I don't know.
the amount in
Yeah.
inches, that would be of snowfall,
I guess.
the temperature, that's the air temperature, and air temperature is taken 5 feet above the ground in a natural surrounding. The road temperature, also in Fahrenheit, and that is the surface ground temperature, which is very important to our clients. And then we have wind, both sustained and gusts. Now below that, we have special notes to amplify our message. A lot of times people don't read everything, so we try to highlight what's important or add something that wouldn't be in one of those columns.
And as far as the air temperature is concerned, as far as it being recorded, does that incorporate wind chill into that temperature, or is that something else?
A wind chill is a
I
calculated
do appreciate that he's like, our clients don't always read everything, so we try to just give them the cliff notes.
amount or figure of heat transfer based on how human beings react to temperature. So this is the actual temperature that would be measured on a thermometer.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. And again, on the bottom portion of this aid, again, if you could walk the jury through what we're looking for, and what we're looking at, and specifically, if you could draw their attention to the snow accumulation that's forecast in this.
Certainly. The same applies to the columns. Now we're into the tomorrow. So since this was issued at 8 p.m. on Friday, tomorrow is Saturday. And we're going through each 6-hour period and how much snowfall could be expected. You see it starts with 3 or 4 inches and then ramps up as we get later in the morning to as much as 6 to 10 inches of snow. And you can calculate what that hourly rate might be based on the 6-hour period. We give that type of range because it's scientifically accurate. People really want to know every minute, every hour, and that's just not something that modern science can do. So we give this period to be as accurate as possible while still being extremely precise. 7 to 9 inches during the afternoon period, and then it winds down to 2 to 3 inches toward midnight.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Mr. Gilman, the snow accumulation, how is that measured as far as the measurements that you get from each of these 3 sites? How is that measured at those sites?
At Blue Hill Observatory, there's often an observer, a trained observer, making measurements. The standard is to use what we call a snowboard. And if any of the members of the jury do weather observing or no weather observers, you might be familiar. It's just like a piece of plywood, something that doesn't radiate like pavement would or a house would. Just something that would allow the snowfall to accumulate in a natural way. And then that's cleaned off every 3 hours. And those amounts are added throughout the duration of the snowfall event. So that's the way the observers at the Blue Hill Observatory literally been doing that since 1885. When you come to Logan Airport, you don't have an observer right there. There was back in before the 70s, 80s, around that time period, before ASOS came into play.
Okay, yeah, old school. I don't have a problem with it, but here's the thing. If you've got a lot of wind, though, how do you, maybe they'll ask that question. If you've got a lot of wind, this is just from a practical standpoint, right? I mean, if you're watching snow accumulate on a surface, but you've got like huge gusts of wind that are blowing it everywhere, I mean, how do you factor that in? Because some places, if you put a piece of cardboard in one area, right, you might have 6 feet because it's all blowing there. And then if you put a piece of cardboard in another area, you might have 1/4 of an inch, right? So I don't know. Welcome on in, buddy. Happy to see you again. Yeah, there was a falling, what was it? Falling icy thing, falling wet things. I forget. Falling water things. That's what it was.
There were people that were in the weather office that would go out and make those measurements. Now they contract with an observer. And I'm not sure of the location right now or during this event in 2022. I believe it may be in Winthrop, but it's very nearby to Logan Airport. And this is a contracted observer that makes these measurements. At Norwood, there is no snowfall measurement made right at that location.
Now, you've used a term a couple times as far as heavy snow. What is scientifically, what do you mean by heavy snow?
Heavy snow, again, can be defined in two ways, either by the reduction in visibility or by the accumulation rate. So it's an intensity of snowfall. And in terms of visibility, it would be less than a quarter of a mile. So something like 3/8 of a mile. That's when you get into the heavy snowfall range. Intensity, in terms of the way it accumulates, might be more familiar to most of us since we don't know what that visibility might or might not be, but it's 1.5 inches an hour or more. It's not something that you want to be driving in, or very hazardous and big impact on a lot of our activity.
Now, what is the scientific definition of whiteout conditions?
I don't know if there's a scientific explanation, but it's a good term that is used quite a bit, and it would be heavy snowfall. Again, snowfall can reduce visibility to near zero, even below 3/8 of a mile. You may be getting 2 inches of accumulation, 3 inches per hour. When you have a very convective, energetic storm, like a thunder snow event, a lot of upward motion in the atmosphere, you could get 4, even 5 inches of snowfall per hour. And that certainly would be termed whiteout. I think it has a lot to do with the fact that we drive a lot these days, that people are familiar with limitations to being able to drive a car. And, if you're driving along, the windshields are going, wipers are going at maximum speed, and you just can't make out anything on the horizon or the car in front of you, you say it's whiteout conditions. That's the way it's reported.
And did each of those, as far as heavy snow and whiteout conditions, occur in this storm?
Heavy snow definitely occurred in the storm. I've heard it referred to as whiteout conditions, and it's somewhat in the...
This is interesting because of Jen McCabe's testimony, right? We know she said whiteout conditions. That came up a lot.
Eye of the beholder, but I would say yes, whiteout conditions did occur.
I find that interesting that it's in the eye of the beholder.
Now, turning your attention, Mr. Gilman, now to the topic of visibility. Can you describe to the jury what your understanding of that term is as it applies to what you do?
Well, visibility is just a reduction of how far you can see based on some weather element, as long as we're talking about weather. So haze can reduce visibility, fog, different types of precipitation, smoke can reduce visibility in the atmosphere. But in terms of snowfall, the heavier the intensity of the snowfall, the lower the visibility.
And so from a meteorological standpoint, how is that measured?
Well, it's measured in miles, or quarters of a mile, which is the standard here in the United States. And you sometimes see it in 1/8 of a mile, but generally with these automated systems, it would be 3/4 of a mile or half a mile. Or as the snow intensity lightened up quite a bit, it may go up to 7 miles. I've seen snow falling at 10 or even 11-mile visibility, which you'd hardly notice if you were out. That's not much of a reduction in visibility, but it can come all the way down to near zero.
And what was the lowest, if you know, the lowest recorded measurement as far as visibility as it pertained to this storm?
I would base that on the Norwood Airport because it was, especially in this immediate area, and they do a good job of measuring visibility, and that came down to 1/4 of a mile at the airport. It certainly may have been lower than that at times, but was on the order of 1/4 to perhaps as low as 3/8 of a mile or 1/8 of a mile between observations.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to the topic of temperature. How is temperature measured in your analysis as far as the data that you have?
Temperature is measured with a thermometer, and there are different types.
Just having flashbacks to corner armpits. He's like, thermometers are useless. They don't know anything.
Depend heavily on electronic thermometers now. Measure the amount of heat in the air, and we get a reading, and we generally use that reading as the air temperature.
Now, what is the difference between air temperature and road temperature?
Again, air temperature, the standard is the temperature of the atmosphere 5 feet above the ground in a well-ventilated natural surroundings. Road temperature or ground temperature is actually at the surface. So it's out beyond the atmosphere, right at the surface of the ground.
And what kind of tools are used or utilized to measure road temperature?
There are basically two ways. One way would be to put some kind of sensing device, a probe, in the surface, just below the surface. And the other way would be to use infrared radiation. So you'd mount a sensor on a pole, and that infrared wavelength measurement would give you a road temperature or surface temperature.
Now, you mentioned earlier in your testimony that road temperature in particular is important to your clients.
Even the infrared came up with corner armpits.
And I've heard this so many times from our clients. You can forecast or expect 1 inch of snowfall or 3 inches of snowfall. If it's going to melt because the road temperature is 34 degrees or 35 degrees Fahrenheit, they don't really want to do anything. They don't want to put a lot of chemical down. They don't want to hire private contractors with plows. Whereas if it's going to accumulate, especially on the road surface, they need to be prepared. And there's so much demand now on having black pavement during winter storm events. There's so many automobiles on the roadways in this area that each of these municipalities is constantly under demand to make sure they do the best job they can. And in order to do that, they need to know what the road temperature is going to be or the ground temperature is going to be in order to best have snow and ice operations to meet those demands.
Now, is there a difference, or what is the difference in the changes to air temperature?
Are you saying there's so much demand to have paved roads versus like gravel roads? Like what century? Wait, what? Hold on.
They need to be prepared. And there's so much demand now on having black pavement during winter storm events. There's so many automobiles.
Having black pavement? What? As opposed to like horse and buggy days? I don't understand.
On the roadways in this area, that each of these municipalities is constantly under demand to make sure they do the best job they can. And in order to do that, they need to know what the road temperature is going to be or the ground temperature is going to be in order to best have snow and ice operations to meet those demands.
Now, is there a difference, or what is the difference in the changes to air temperature as opposed to the change in road temperature?
They're different substances, so they have a different pattern of temperature change. Air temperature changes much more quickly. And of course, when we're talking about temperature, we're talking about energy, the way the molecules in the atmosphere are moving. The faster they're moving, the higher the temperature, the more energy. So depending on what is causing that change in temperature, the atmosphere is going to react more slowly. The ground will react more slowly to the change. The atmosphere will react pretty quickly and much faster.
Now, in your analysis here, what time frame again were you using, or were you measuring the temperature across? Let me ask you this way. You started on January 26th through the 29th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And why is it specifically with temperature that you started on the 26th as opposed to anything else?
I was asked to start on the 26th, and I said that's a good way to go because it establishes a period of seasonal freezing ground. It typically happens in this climate in the midwinter that our ground freezes. So if you look a few days before, you get a good sense if that was the case. I mean, there have been winters, there have been months of January in recent years that we've reached 60, even 70 degrees, and nothing is going to be frozen during that time. This was not the case in late January of 2022. It was an unusually cold period, and it was important to record that.
Now, can you describe to the jury or lay out for the jury the temperature readings throughout that period of time that you analyzed?
Yes. I'll start with the 26th and just go without going through more than just the day high and low. A high of 28, a low of 12. On the 27th, the high temperature reached 36 and the low was 22. And then on Saturday, the 29th, the high temperature was 29 and the low was down to 15.
Now, sir, if I could ask you specifically within that time period, a specific time period of approximately 1:30 a.m. on the 29th through 5 a.m. on the 29th, what does the data demonstrate with respect to the air temperature during that period?
From 1:30 to 5:30?
Yes, please.
On the 29th. All right, I'll consult this data from Nobody Airport if that's the way we should look at this. I would suggest to do that. And at 1:30, the temperature was 31. By 5:53 in the morning, it was down to 24 degrees.
During that time period, before that, is the temperature relatively stagnant during that time period of 1:30 to 5 a.m.?
Before that time?
During that time.
Oh, during the early part of the time. And again, this is right at Norwood Airport. It might have been a little bit colder. In Canton, it certainly was colder at the Blue Hill Observatory, but I don't have a lot of that, so I'm using this.
Sure.
So based on this, it was pretty steady through around 2 in the morning. And then because of the nature of this type of storm, it's deepening rapidly. It's low pressure offshore. So the wind tends to back from the northeast to the north-northeast to the north. And that backing wind starts to draw air rather than from the Gulf of Maine, the Atlantic Ocean, the harbor, more from northern New England and Quebec. So that's a tendency of all of these winter storms to tend to get colder as the storm intensifies. And that's what we see starting to happen as you get toward 2:30 in the morning, and especially 4:30, it's down to 28, 26, and then down to 24 degrees just before 6 in the morning.
And that temperature sort of fluctuation or lack thereof, is that consistent with what you would expect in this type of storm?
It's exactly what I would expect. And this is a classic winter nor'easter, and that temperature drop is part of that. Mm-hmm.
What song
and lastly, sir,
like,
I'll just take you back to the road temperature you were talking about before.
Stop until 6.
How would you describe the
What is that from?
temperature readings generally from 26th through the 29th as far as what type of temperatures were recorded during that time frame that you just testified?
They ain't leaving.
As I said, it's the coldest time of the year anyway in late January here in the Boston area around Canton, midwinter. And this particular year, 2022, it was colder than normal. So road temperatures were dropping much of the time. They may have come up a little bit during the course of the day, thanks to sunshine during the 26th and 27th, a little moderation in the temperature on the 28th. But for the most part, there was a frost in the ground, the soil was frozen, and the temperature was unusually cold in the middle of winter.
And what impact would that have on the hardness of the ground over that time period?
Here we go, guys. This is what we've been waiting for.
There was a frost in the ground, the soil was frozen, and the temperature was unusually cold in the middle of winter.
And what impact would that have on hardness of the ground over that time period?
Well, again, the ground was frozen, the soil was frozen, and the surface of the ground was frozen. And it would have made the ground impenetrable, that hard, as hard as too difficult. You wouldn't be able to dig in the ground.
Thank you very much, sir.
Is that supposed to be,
All right.
is that to say that the penetrometer would be useless? Because I disagree.
Yes.
Here he comes, Mr. Penetrometer. Save the day.
Show Mr. Lally, please.
With regard to Mr. Lally and myself, we have agreed I'd like to address the court with a stipulation, and with regard to the document we stipulated into evidence, declaration measures.
Yes, Your Honor, may we approach this very briefly?
Okay.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gilman, and congratulations on your career up to this point.
Thank you. Good afternoon, almost.
Pardon me?
Good afternoon, almost.
I have some questions for you, if I could, please. You covered a bunch of topics on your direct examination, and I wanted to confirm some of them. As a meteorologist, you indicated that you look at a variety of areas under the larger umbrella of weather, correct?
Gin and
Correct.
juice.
And one of those
That's
areas is snow accumulation.
Correct.
Another area is visibility, correct?
Correct.
Do you have a general understanding about what this case is about? Let me ask it this way. As regards
Great-
weather conditions,
great
are you
question.
familiar with an address of 34 Fairview Road in Canton, New York?
Yes.
And have you ever been to 34 Fairview, Canton, New York?
Not New York. This is
I'm
we're in
sorry,
Massachusetts.
I'm sorry, Massachusetts, sir.
Yes. I've been in many parts of Canton. I don't believe I've ever been to 34 Fairview.
Are you generally familiar with that area?
Yes.
And you've mentioned the Norwood Airport on your direct testimony, correct?
Yes.
And is the general area of Fairview, is that in close proximity to the Norwood Airport?
I mentioned it's a mile away.
Right, so it's fairly close, right?
A mile.
Right, so you would expect that the readings you talked about on your direct examination would have a direct bearing and relevance to the 34 Fairview Road in Canton, is that correct?
Yes. Relevance. Yes.
Yes. So what I would like to do is to draw your attention to the exhibit that was just marked, if you're under. We have that. Yeah, approach, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Gilman, this is exhibit 64. If I could hand that to you, please.
Thank you.
And you can keep that in front of you. If you could publish, Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Thank you. If you can enlarge, just, no, not the whole thing,
That's
just
what
the
she
chart up
said.
above and make that as large as you could for the jury, please. That's very good. Thank you. You see where we are. Mr. Gilman, you can either look on the screen or look on the document, whichever is best for you.
Thank you.
James.
You're welcome. So let's start with
Mignonette.
the top, which is estimated hourly snowfall ending at. This is for January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And what does not appear on this chart, but I want to make sure I can get this as accurate as possible, would it be appropriate to, before 1 a.m., to add a 0.2 for what you mentioned on direct for midnight? You mentioned there was a little bit starting, and there was a 0.2. Is that correct? Did I hear that correct?
If you want to get the total for the snowfall event, yes.
Okay, so we'll just have, if you will, an imaginary 0.2 up at the top. And what I'm going to do, sir, is I'm going to go through the hourly snowfall, because there are times that you have on your chart that are relevant in this matter. So let's start with and just do it chronologically by time. And what I'm going to ask you to do is to do a little bit of math as we go through. If you need a calculator, I think this could be fairly straightforward math for someone with your skills,
Oh,
but
boy.
take your time when we get through it. So we start at midnight, and you mentioned the concept of visibility on your direct examination, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you said on your direct examination that at midnight, there was, quote, very little snow precipitation. Is that correct?
I believe I said there was very little snow on the ground.
Very little snow on the ground. And I think you used the phrase track a cat.
Enough to track a cat, exactly.
Right. And so enough to track a cat, but a fairly small amount, correct?
I don't know how to define it any better than enough to track a cat.
Very good, sir. I'll go with track a
Yeah,
cat.
that's the smallest amount as you can get. Again, that would be on a natural surface, not necessarily on pavement.
Right. And what would the variation be, if at all, on pavement?
Oh, a lot of factors would come into play. Most importantly, since this was a forecasted storm event, the town may have pre-treated the road. That lowers the freezing point of the precipitation. So it would, even if it was 25 degrees, it might be melting on the road.
So in terms of the factor you just talked about, for example, pre-treatment, that could cause the accumulation, the numbers here to be lower than what we're seeing on the chart, correct?
Definitely, correct.
But there's not a scenario where it could be higher, is it, at this point?
Well, there are places, especially with this kind of wind and dry, fluffy snow, that you'd have drifting.
Right, but with just 0.2 inches on the ground, would
I
you
thought
expect
it was
friction?
icy snow.
No, absolutely not.
Right.
Unless I was a very small animal.
I was going to say, tracking a cat wouldn't seem to work very well if you've only got a
What about a
drifting-
I thought you were asking about the larger numbers.
No, sir, good point. What I'd like to do is to just concentrate on the beginning here and midnight and 1 a.m. and then we'll progress down through, okay? I want to snapshot it, if you will, starting at the very beginning. So we then move to 1 a.m., which is 0.3 inches, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you add, and it seems like to be most accurate, to each number here, we would add a 0.2 to get the total, correct?
Correct.
So if we go to 1 a.m. on January 29, 2022, we've only got 0.5 inches of snow per this chart, correct?
Total so far, yes.
And that could, on the road, that could be less because of municipal pre-treatment. If they pre-treated for the storm, they could have put some chemicals down that would have caused a melt and therefore less. That's a possibility.
That's one factor. Another factor would just be the road may be warmer for a number of reasons.
So that could be another reason why it might be less, another factor.
Absolutely.
Okay, so now let's go to, I want to go between 1 and 2 a.m. Let's assume a time of 1:45 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Is it correct that the accumulation would be less than 0.8 inches at that point, according to your chart?
By 2 a.m., it would be less than 0.8, yes.
Therefore, correct.
Therefore, by 1:45, it would be less than 0.8, yes.
Right, so-
Or equal to, yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Less than or equal to.
Right, so you used 2 a.m., right, which would mean that it was 0.8, correct?
Correct.
And then if you work back 15 minutes at 1:45 a.m., it would be less than 0.8, correct?
If it was still snowing in those 15 minutes.
Right. So, but I just want to focus on the number. At 1:45 a.m., it's less than 0.8 inches, correct?
It's less than 0.8 inches.
Yes, right. Alrighty. So, and that is, to state it another way, is it correct to say it's just 0.8 of an inch? Is that correct?
0.8 is 0.8 of an inch.
Right. Another way to say it. So, in terms of the time now, and this may get a little more complicated, sir, but if you take just the time between 1 a.m. and 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. So you've got 0.8. You would have under at 1:45, is it correct you would have only 0.35 inches accumulated of the 0.8? You follow my math, sir?
I'm not sure what I follow in that sentence. Did you ask me how much snow fell between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
That's another way of asking the
Okay,
question.
between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., 0.3 of an inch is the estimated snowfall.
Right, very well. And so what I'd like to do now is to move down the chart to 3 a.m. How much snow has fallen or accumulated between 12 a.m. and 3 a.m.?
It would be 1 inch.
Right, and is an inch, and you're in the measurement business, about the size of a thumbnail?
Yeah, I actually use the knuckle on my thumb to the end of my thumb as an inch.
Right, so from the knuckle of one's thumb to the end of the thumb is 1 inch, right? And under your terminology on direct, you had used the term very little. Would you consider from the knuckle to the top of the thumb very little snow?
It definitely would require a comparison. 1 inch of snow has caused tremendous problems for people.
Right.
So I would not call it, just by the fact of 1 inch of snowfall, I would never say it's very little.
No, so I'm sorry, maybe my question wasn't clear. I'm not talking about effects of 1 inch. I'm just talking a measurement of 1 inch on a measurement scale. Would you still consider that your phrase, track a cat, or would you be out of the track a cat?
We'd be out of the track a cat stage.
Got it.
Wow.
So, but again, the 1 inch being from the knuckle to the top of the thumb.
Yes.
Let's now go all the way down to
So
about another time is
well done here for Mr. Lussi, right? Because we've got tracking a cat and the length of a knuckle to try to understand the science and the data, to quote Breenan, and we're in knuckle and tracking a cat territory.
track a cat, or would you be out of the track a cat?
We'd be out of the track a cat stage.
Got it.
Yes.
So, but again,
Saying-
the 1 inch being from the knuckle to the top of the thumb.
Yes.
Let's now go all the way down to about another time is 3:30 a.m., which we're going to focus on now. 3:30 a.m. How much snow had accumulated by 3:30 a.m.?
Well, we're going to have that inch we just talked about at length, and we're going to add the 2/10 from the previous day, the last few hours of the 28th, so we have 1.2. Now we're going to add another half an inch by 4 a.m., so somewhere less than 1.7 inches, less than or equal to.
Wouldn't the number at 3:30 be 0.85 inches?
You're including the snowfall from the previous day, the 2/10 of an inch?
Yes.
No.
What would it be?
As I said, there's 1.2 inches up to 3 a.m., and then we're adding some amount before 4 a.m. Unknown how that was distributed within that hour, but something like 1.7 equal or less than total.
How about the accumulation between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m.? How much accumulation for that time period?
Between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. So we have 3/10 of an inch up to 2 and another 4/10 of an inch, so a total of 0.7.
So between 1 and 3 a.m., there's only an accumulation of 0.7, correct?
Correct.
Inches.
Correct.
There's a house cat that's gone wild.
You had spoken a lot on your direct testimony about the magnitude of the storm, a variety of other measurements. But what I wanted to draw really a line at 6 a.m., which you said was an accumulation of 3.9. What I want to do is to now move on to from 7 a.m. on January 29th until noontime. And you can check my math, sir, but I get 12.5 inches total as of noon on January 29th.
12.5 inches. Now we're
I can
talking.
do the arithmetic if it sounds about right. 8.6 inches fell up until noon, starting at 6 in that time period, which is about the amount we forecast. And did you ask about the total going back to the night before?
Yeah, the total starting at midnight.
Starting at midnight.
Right, going until noon, so it's a 12-hour period of the same day, January 29th.
My quick calculation is 12.3 inches.
Right, and then you'd add the 0.2 from midnight?
Previous to midnight, yes.
Right, so 12.3 is what shows with all those numbers, but then you have to add the 0.2 from midnight, which would get you to 12.5, correct?
Exactly. Yep.
Good. So just to summarize the first column there, all the way down from 1 a.m. to 12 p.m., at 6 a.m., we've got 3.9 inches, and then moving down to 12 p.m., we're at 12.5 inches, correct?
I believe so.
So tell me when you're
Yes, yes.
So we're in alignment with those two numbers, 3.9 inches as of 6 a.m., 12.5 inches as of 12 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry if I wasn't sure if you wanted me to do all the arithmetic again, but I did do that, and yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. I appreciate you doing that. You talked about the concept of visibility on your direct examination. In terms of visibility, did I hear you correctly that there's a correlation between the amount of snow coming down and visibility?
The intensity of the snowfall, so the amount over time in visibility, right?
Right. So the intensity or amount over time. How would you describe visibility from 12 midnight or 12 a.m. on January 29th until 1 a.m., that 1 hour period? How would you describe visibility?
I really don't know exactly. I can look at the report from Norwood Airport. They measure the visibility.
Could you do that, sir? Would that be easy enough for you to do?
Do you need a light, Mr. Gilman? Do you need lights on?
If we're going to do more than one, I would, but let's see if I can. Thank you.
Just get Matt McCabe and get his.
You were asked about 1 a.m.?
Yes, visibility at 1 a.m.
Okay. Visibility reported at 1 a.m. was 1.2 miles in light snow.
And what does that mean, a visibility of 1.2 miles? 1.25
miles, 1.25 miles. It means that anything that was more than 1.25 miles away from the observer would be hidden by the snowfall. You wouldn't be able to see it.
And what does it mean if the visibility was less than 1.25 miles?
And as the visibility lowers, your ability to see objects in the distance is reduced.
So assume, sir, that somebody is 30 feet away from an object they want to see, and the visibility is 1.25 miles. Would they be able to see that object based upon your experience with visibility and your career in that area?
All other things being equal, yes.
Right. So would it be fair to say visibility would be good from 30 feet if it's a 1.25 mile and beyond?
Can you answer that, Mr. Gilman?
Can I further explain to the jury about visibility? Thank you. a term like good for visibility would generally apply more toward 8 miles, 10 miles is good visibility. So it's hard to say that anything under 3 miles. For instance, we go from calling visibility reduction in haze to fog. Once it's really the same atmospheric phenomenon, but once you get below 3 miles, we call it fog or dense fog. So anything below that, when you reduce visibility by fog, haze, snow below 3 miles, it's hard to call it good visibility.
But if something is at 1.25 miles, there's visibility, correct?
Of 1.25 miles.
Yes, there is.
And again, if I could explain for the jury, a lot of this is developed for aviation.
Right.
And if you're a pilot or you think about what a pilot needs to go through, that's where these terms come from.
I understand, sir, but you are in the weather forecasting business, correct?
I sure am, yes.
And you, and weathercasters, we all here on TV talk about visibility on their forecast, correct?
Correct.
And they're not talking just to pilots, right? They're talking to people who are going to drive, people who are going to walk. Is that correct?
Point.
And it is a challenge to communicate that, yes.
But sir, my question is, when someone, a weathercaster, weather person is talking about visibility, the main target audience are for people who are going to be driving or walking, correct?
Yeah.
There's not pilots that they're giving.
I don't know, but I would never expect, and I do broadcast meteorology, a broadcast meteorologist to say visibility was good if it was less than 1.5 miles.
Yeah, sir, I appreciate that, but my question is not, I've left whether it's good or not. I'm talking about the purpose of weathercasters speaking about visibility.
Yes.
You had indicated in your earlier answer, you had tethered it to pilots, but there's also an application of the visibility concept for the rest of us in the world who drive and walk, right?
Yes,
Isn't it useful for that?
Absolutely. I'm trying to answer your question about whether the visibility was good.
Right, but I'm not asking that question anymore. My question is just,
I only know what you asked me.
All right, I'll try it a different way. Visibility is a concept that is used by weathercasters to assist people who are going to be walking or driving. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. So now let's go on to the concept of temperature. You mentioned the concept of wind chill on your direct examination. Do you recall that, sir?
I was asked about it, yes.
Yes. Does wind chill have a relationship to temperature, and if so, what is it?
It does have a relationship to temperature. It's
You know, the
a
other thing
complex
about
function
it,
that was developed by the U.S. Air Force in the
the whole thing about the visibility for the people who are walking or driving, aka the people who would have been around that night of John O'Keefe's death, doesn't just go to like disputing Jen saying it was whiteout conditions, but also it goes to the fact that Karen seeing the body in the snow, like that was the whole thing, right? It's like it was whiteout conditions. So how did Karen know the body was there, right? And so this is going to the fact that the visibility wasn't that bad, and that seeing a body in the snow, I guess, as it pertains to Karen, but also potentially the witnesses at the house, right? It's like, although the visibility wasn't really in dispute then, but anyway, as it pertains to Karen, at least, right? That her seeing a body in the snow wasn't some crazy phenomenon, you know, because the visibility wasn't as bad. And also Jen McCabe was potentially portraying that visibility to be a lot worse than it actually was. Interesting.
50s to help produce cold weather gear. And it was determined that wind had a major impact on our military in terms of what type of gear they needed, in addition to how low the temperature was. So it's a measurement of temperature to begin with, and then there's a complex function applied based on the wind speed to come up with how that air temperature, how that air is going to impact the human body.
So is it fair to say that if you have a temperature, and what I wanted to do is to go to the temperatures that you gave on your direct examination, is it accurate to state that, for example, on January 29th, I believe I heard you say there was a high of 29 and a low of 15. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, that was my report based on all those 3 locations, yes.
And you had also testified about wind speed and wind gusts as well. And can you state, if you have it in your notes?
I do, yes. It was in the report, yeah.
And what was the wind speed? Average and then high gusts?
Sure. 23 miles an hour with frequent gusts of 47 miles an hour.
So what does your number 23, how does that affect temperatures of 29 and 15?
It makes that air feel much colder. So that air, that 20-degree air, did you say 20 and
29, sir, and 15 were the numbers you had given?
That range for that day, sure.
Yeah.
So it makes that air temperature feel colder, and it allows that air to take heat out of your body more efficiently and more rapidly. So it feels much colder, and we can calculate roughly how it would feel if there was no wind at all.
And sir, thank you. You've gotten right to my next point, and I only have a few more questions left for you. So if you have the highest temperature on the 29th of 29, January 29, 2022, do you know what the wind chill factor would do in terms of a calculation number to bring that 29 number down? Do you know what that number would result in applying the most conservative wind speed of 23?
I wasn't asked to calculate that, no.
Would it be less than 0? Just an estimate,
Based on the 29 temperature?
based on the 29?
No,
Would it
I
be
don't
in-
believe so.
Would it be in the teens?
Yes.
So the 29 would be in the teens. And then for the low of 15, approximately what number might that get down to?
Again, depending on the wind, if you looked at 5 miles an hour, it wasn't that wind all day, and that 15 degree might not have been corresponding to any wind at
Just
all.
using your average that you used on direct of 23.
The average wind, again, made it feel much colder, bitterly cold, extremely cold when you were out in the highest wind at the lowest temperature. So it may have felt like 0 to even 10 below 0 at the lowest temperature and the highest wind gusts.
So if I got that correct, so 15 was the lowest temperature you gave in direct on January 29, and you stated it would be, with the wind chill using about an average of 23, would be 0 or maybe minus 10. Is that the number correct?
Again, I'm just guessing. I didn't do the calculation. I wasn't asked to do the
Fair enough.
calculation. But based on my experience of reporting in this area for 45 years, I basically get the idea of what it's like when the temperature is that low and the wind is that high. Yeah.
Right. And if we could please have the chart published back up, please. You can keep the lights on. You just make it larger. I want to make sure Mr. Gilman has some facile with his notes. Okay. So is it correct to say that if the total accumulation for the storm was 23.8 inches, that the vast majority of that accumulation came well after 6 a.m.?
Yes.
And as of 6 a.m., we've only got 3.9 inches compared to what the storm ended up at about 23.8. And then importantly, from midnight on January 29th until 3 a.m., we've got just 1.2 inches, correct?
Exactly.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Please bear with me a moment, Mr. Gilman.
Mr. Lally? Okay.
Redirect.
Mr. Gilman, you were asked about snowfall between 12 a.m. and 1 a.m. How much snow again was there during that time frame?
During that time frame, about 3/10 of an inch.
Okay. And during that time frame was probably the least amount of snow that was on the ground during the course of the storm, correct?
During like that hour or two previous. Yeah, there was really, in fact, I have this chart I showed, the graph, the map. It just showed a trace of 0. There was less than an inch on the ground. And we measure snow on the ground in whole numbers, so it would either be 1 inch or 0.
And so that would be during what you characterize as the track a cat stage, correct?
Yes.
And so it's during that track a cat stage that there's the least amount of snow between the frozen ground and anything that may come down on top of it, correct?
Never expected
Yes.
to track a cat
Now,
so many times in the
quickly as it applies to visibility.
Wow.
When you were asked about visibility in 30 feet, you said all other things being equal. What are some of the things that would make it unequal?
A car in front of you, a building in front of you, a person, anything other than weather. And there are other types of weather that can lower the visibility besides snowfall, including fog.
So darkness, as far as nightfall versus daytime, that would have a negative impact on your visibility?
Sustained.
What about lighting? How would lighting impact the visibility of an object?
I really can't say. Lighting, obviously, you need some light to see anything. That's really all I could say.
And lastly, sir, as far as wind chill is concerned, again, could you explain to the jury
so
exactly
silly.
what is wind chill? What is it measured?
Point of that was like, oh, well, it was dark. So that's to make up for the fact that the visibility wasn't that bad with the snow. However, the testimony from Jen, and I guess also Carrie, wasn't that, oh, they didn't know how she saw John because it was dark. It was because they were like, we don't know how she saw John because of the snow. So.
Again, it was developed for the military in the 50s to help design. It was actually done here at the Natick Labs here in Massachusetts to help design cold weather gear. Because prior to that time, during World War II, the Korean War, unfortunately, especially Air Force aviators were suffering. They had clothing that might have been adequate for the temperature, but because of the wind, they suffered frostbite and other ill effects. And so research was done, and the result of that was a wind chill temperature, the way it would feel to the human body based on the wind on a certain temperature.
And so the wind chill is measuring the impact of how a person experiences the air temperature, correct?
Exactly.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Anything, Mr. Leslie?
No further questions, Your
All
Honor.
right, Mr. Gilman, you were all set, so thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
The CC said Mr. Lassie.
Do you
Okay.
have any, that
Oops.
non-exhibits?
Your Honor, I'll inform this will be the last recall for Mr. Guarino.
Thank you.
Okay, the last appearance for Mr. Guarino. Here we go.
So I'm sure you have to give the court jury the same truth, the whole truth, and nothing but truth, so help you God.
Definitely. And if we need to stand in.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. May I proceed?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Last time you appeared, there were a number of extraction reports that we introduced into evidence. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And just remind us briefly what an extraction report is.
I just want
It's the information.
to remind everybody, we have yet to get, the jury has yet to hear about the Wi-Fi timestamp. So let's see if, I mean, it has to come in today with him, if it's the last time they're calling him.
From the cell phones that I pull up via cell.
All right, so I'm just going to ask that this witness identify himself.
Okay,
Nicholas
we
Guarino,
know,
GUA,
Report is.
nation, whatever is specified.
we
I want
know
to
what that
introduce a
is.
few more extraction reports that create an extraction report that
Okay.
included all of his calls from the 28th and the 29th of January 2022.
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
From everyone from the 29th to the 28th. Right.
I move this into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. 65.
Did you create an extraction report that included a text message between the defendant and Jennifer McCabe?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And your document, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, it's the text chain from the defendant to Jen McCabe.
I move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
66.
One moment. With the court permission, could Mr. Guarino read this to the jury?
Okay.
Could you kindly read that and explain it to the jury?
With all the information on it.
Yes.
This is from the defendant to Jen McCabe, 7:26:52 a.m. on the 29th. It says, can you send me Carrie's number?
Thank you. Did you further create an extraction?
Yes.
Can you review that again?
Yes.
And do you see who that's from? And who it's to?
I'm sorry, Miss. It's from Jen McCabe to the defendant.
And what does it say?
Can you send me Carrie's number?
What time and date?
That is 7:26:52 a.m. on April 29th, 2022.
Thank you.
Oh, so you initially said it backwards. Interesting.
Did you do a further extraction report from John O'Keefe's phone with text messages between him and a person named Kaylee?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
You recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the text chain between John O'Keefe and Kaylee.
The date?
It goes, sorry, it's kind of faded. January 28th, 2022 to January 29th, 2022.
Thank you. I move this into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
67.
Hi, Annie.
Mr.
Welcome
Guarino, we're
back.
done with extraction reports. Did you have an opportunity to obtain phone messages, phone calls, and text messages between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe?
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Guarino, did you have an opportunity to obtain phone calls, voice messages, and text messages from the defendant to Mr. O'Keefe's phone on the evening of January 29th, 2022?
Yes, I was.
Where did you get the phone call records from?
From John O'Keefe's phone.
Where did you get the voicemails from?
Also from John O'Keefe's phone.
Where did you get the text messages from?
From John O'Keefe's phone.
Did you have an opportunity to take those phone calls, the voice messages, and the text messages and put them in a chronological order?
Yes, I did.
Did you include all of the phone calls, all the text messages, and all of the voicemails?
Between John O'Keefe and the defendant, yes.
Did you create a PowerPoint to put them in a chronological order?
Yes.
May I approach you?
Yes. Show Mr. Leslie.
Sorry. Showing you a binder, sir. You open it up. Tell us what this is.
Yes, this is the phone calls and text messages between the defendant and John O'Keefe, as well as the voicemails. Well,
Is there a package in the front of that binder?
yes, there is.
And what is that package?
It says defendant's voicemails and on 1/29/2022. The USB thumb drive that should have those files on.
Your Honor, I move this binder as the next exhibit to include both the PowerPoint presentation as well as the flip of the phone calls.
No objection, Your Honor.
Should, yes. Do you need the thumb drives?
I don't.
Okay.
Mark this, please.
68. Thank you.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, I would ask that Trooper Guarino take us through the PowerPoint presentation.
Yes.
Thank you.
Is it okay to begin? Okay.
Please.
So this is the phone calls on the 29th. So at 12:35 a.m., the defendant calls John. That phone call is not answered. 12:34:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:34:38 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:35:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 12:35:35, the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:36:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered.
Trooper Guarino, let me stop you there for a second.
Mhm.
Did you look into any internet connection
Oh,
between the
we
defendant's
go.
phone and the router,
Here it
the
is.
internet connection at Meadows Ave, John O'Keefe's home that night?
Yes, at 12:36:39 a.m., the defendant's phone auto connects to the Wi-Fi Hatsfam 123.
There it is.
Are you familiar with the router at Mr. O'Keefe's home?
I have not done a look at it in person, but that's the no network that's listed under it. There's two, Hatsfam 123 and O'Keefe 74.
Did you learn the range that a
Oh my
connection must be in order to connect to his router?
Oh my
Yes, so
God.
depending on the router, it's either a 2.4 gigahertz or 5 gigahertz radio band or signal band, I should say. Depending on which one it's connecting to, which band, it's either 150-foot indoor range or up to 300 feet outdoor. So again, when you pull into your home, sometimes you can still be connected to your home Wi-Fi in the driveway.
And again,
You guys, y'all that were here earlier, literally, I talked about this. I forgot to do the experiment myself. I literally talked about this. Remember what I said, guys? Do you guys recall if you were here? I said, is the Commonwealth going to grasp at straws to try to make it seem like she could have connected as far away from the house as possible? Because the whole problem being that they have that triggering event at 12:32, and it's not just 12:32 on the dot. It's like 12:32 in some amount of seconds. That's the triggering event with the car, as in the tire spinning and the going backwards and all that. And then 12:36 connecting to Wi-Fi, and it takes more than 4 minutes to get back to the house. And remember what I said? I was like, if they're really grasping at straws, they might try to make it seem like she could have connected when she was in the driveway. Although, what's that going to shave off? Like 10 seconds, 20 seconds? Is that really going to explain how she could have gotten back in time? And here it is. Sure enough, there it is, guys. Wow.
can you give us the time of the connection
That's
between the
crazy.
defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's router at Meadows Ave that night?
Yes, 12:36:39 a.m.
Please continue.
Wow.
At 12:36:40 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 12:37:08 a.m., the defendant calls John, and voicemail number 1 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman, would you kindly play the voicemail for 12:37:08?
Okay. Before they play this voicemail, I just want to remember or remind everybody who missed it that I was going back through the opening statements in the Commonwealth Hank Breenan said only a bazillion times, this case comes down to the science and the data, the science and the data, the science and the data, the science and the facts and the data. So when you if the jury takes that to heart, then Karen's own words aren't what this case comes down to, right?
At 12:38:26 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:39:03 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:39:37 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:43 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 12:41:35 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 2 is left. Some beeping noises, appears to be a butt dial or accidental call.
Ms. Gilman, can you play
A butt
the
dial.
voice message at 12:41:35?
Okay, so it's a butt dial, but it leaves a voicemail. And in all these other butt dials from all the other people, one of the things that was brought up from Cross is no voicemails were ever left, and that doesn't make any sense. Interesting. I mean, 100% Heather. I agree more. Here's Twist. So an actual butt dial, and guess what? It leaves a voicemail. Yeah, I know. Absolutely, Heather. Absolutely. Couldn't agree more.
The defendant then texts John O'Keefe at 12:55:31 a.m. on the 29th. I'm going home. The defendant texts John O'Keefe, see you later at 12:55:50 a.m. on the 29th. At 12:58:19 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:58:47 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:59:24 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 3 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman.
John, I'm here with your fucking kids. Nobody knows what the fuck you want, you fucking pervert.
At 1 a.m. and 26 seconds, the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 1 a.m. 49 seconds, the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 4 is left. It's 1 second call, no sound.
Ms. Gilman.
That was it. The defendant texts John O'Keefe, your kids are cucking alone at 1:02 a.m. on the 29th. Defendant texts John O'Keefe, I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone. 1:04:14 a.m. on the 29th.
That text is really important to me. Here's why.
At 1:10.
Let me go back to that. Because we know she was not back in Mansfield. This is something you say when you're trying to get someone to come home, right? Like this right here is like, and when we went through all their text messages, there was a lot of this type of communication, if you will, from Karen, of like saying things to get somebody to do something, right? So that's what this is. It's trying to get, this text is trying to get him to come home from wherever he is because she thinks apparently she thinks he's cheating on her, right? And that if nothing will get him to come home, worrying about the kids will get him to come home, which can, and that makes sense as to why she panics when he doesn't come home. But this text right here, when we know she's not in Mansfield, like this is a text that you send when you are, you're like, this will get them to come home. I mean, this is just so, this to me is so obvious that she thinks he's alive and cheating on her, right?
10 a.m. on the 29th. At 1:10:17 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 5 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman.
Yeah, it's 1 in the morning. I'm with your fucking niece and nephew. You fucking pervert. You're a fucking pervert.
At 1:10:44 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 1:12:18 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:12:46 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:13:13 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered.
I would sort of be mad that we typed the same thing at the same time. Heather, we do that all the time.
1:14:11 a.m. The defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:14:44 a.m. The defendant calls John. Not answered.
Couldn't agree more.
1:16:10 a.m. The defendant calls John. Not answered. 1:16:38 a.m. The defendant calls John. Not answered. At 1:17:37 a.m. The defendant calls John. So when voicemail 6 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman.
John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit your niece. I need to go home. You are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. She's sleeping next to me. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself.
It's just not what you would do. This is so
At
obvious.
1:18:38 a.m. The defendant calls John. Not answered. At 4:38:14 a.m. The defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:38:49 a.m. The defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:39:39 a.m. The defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:40:05 a.m. The defendant calls John. Not answered.
Let me look it up.
4:42:05 a.m. The defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:42:54 a.m. The defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:45:10 a.m. The defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:04:27 a.m. The defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:21:28 a.m. The defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:21:58 a.m. The defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:23:26 a.m. The defendant calls John. Voicemail number 7 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman.
Angel, I can do that when they get to a good stopping point if y'all want.
At 5:24:27 a.m. The defendant calls John.
Yeah.
Not answered. 5:25:28 a.m. The defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:26:14 a.m. The defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:28:16 a.m. The defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:28:43 a.m. The defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:29:21 a.m. The defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:29:46 a.m. The defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:30:15 a.m. The defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:30:52 a.m. The defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:31:21 a.m. The defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:36:29 a.m. The defendant calls John. Not answered. 6:03:02 a.m. The defendant calls John, and voicemail number 8 is left with some voice and noise and background.
Ms. Gilman, could you play that, please?
Another butt dial message. Yeah, another butt dial message. I mean, this is really hammering the point home. Not that this is the point the Commonwealth wants to make, but this is really hammering the point home that if you do make all these accidental butt dials, you know, or whatever inadvertent calls, then it will go to voicemail and it will leave, you know, unless the voicemail's full, I suppose, but it'll leave a message.
Yes, I need someone to very cool, beautiful, Vietnam, living
What are you saying here, Nietzsche? Who was it, 34?
Where's the luggage?
What are you saying?
I will be
Bunny, I think you're referencing the one from the 911 call. Like when Karen's in the back of the car, that's later. Oh, it is. Okay, just kidding. Just kidding. Sorry. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Never mind. I take it back. Thanks, guys. Oh, there's the timestamp. I'm an idiot. There's the timestamp. I wasn't looking at the timestamp. I was also reading the chat. And sorry, I take it back for anyone who's listening. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Right. It was now it all makes sense. Yes. This is at 34 Fairview. This is at 6:03 a.m. I didn't see the timestamp. That's my fault. Sorry, guys. Okay, now it makes sense. My fault. falsified the BBC. Yikes. Okay, hang on. I'm going to back it up a second because there's lots of things. So, because Meg says, someone says you can hear a dog. I'm going to back it up. And also, I'm going to put, I think I'm on 1.25. I'm going to put it on normal speed. But let me just say a couple things real quick. James, I have no idea what song that is. And Annie has a question here. It seems like everybody involved in this whole group are pro drinkers, essentially. Like they drink. I mean, from what we can tell, right? From what we know for a fact, they were all drinking heavily and like nobody seemed impaired. And that's another thing on these voicemails, for example, right? There's another good thing to point out on these voicemails from Karen. While she's upset, she's not slurring her speech at all. Not to me anyway. She's not slurring her words. She doesn't sound drunk. And of course, everybody testified she didn't act drunk, right? But everybody was drinking heavily. So I think it's just, they have a high tolerance. And as far as the second part of this question, is there record of John O'Keefe's BAC after not being dead until 3:30 a.m.? Well, the Commonwealth thinks he was dead. What, 12:30-ish? Thereabouts, 12:32, I guess, if you go with the triggering event. So I'm not quite sure how to answer that question. Needsman Z says that she thinks they falsified the BAC. But yeah, at the very least, it's unreliable, 100%, given the fact that they don't know when the last drink was. Yeah, and the other thing is, I'm not sure if Annie was asking about John O'Keefe's BAC or Karen's BAC. But regardless, one thing that I found especially interesting with the retrograde analysis extrapolation thing was that the time that they chose for Karen's last drink was 12:45, which is interesting because that 12:45, that's the time that Jen said she saw the SUV for the last time. And of course, she walked that back, as we all know. But I thought that was very interesting that that was the time they used of all the things. Now, Meg, we did see, I mean, what about though at the video footage at the Waterfall Bar, or sorry, CF McCarthy's rather? Okay, let me back this up and put this at normal speed. Boop, 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 boop. And don't worry, Angel, I saw your request for Toxic. If you guys want me to sing that for some reason, I can, but I'll wait until we get through these calls here, voicemails. Okay. Guys, I'm gonna see if I can pull up this clip.
If we have the lights on, please.
Okay, that's actually a good place for you to do this. I'm gonna try to pull up the clip where Karen explains the drinks. Because I found it interesting for a number of reasons. It might have been on date. Let me look for it real quick. Let me see here. Let's do, okay, hang on. Day 1, day 2, maybe. Let me see real quick. I feel like it might have been on day 2. Let me just see. If I need to, I can go to my own coverage because I do those really specific timestamps, which is always helpful. So I'm just looking here. Let me see which one this is. Okay, sorry, I'm just looking real quick. 2020. I feel like it's on this day. Maybe it's day 3. Hold on just a sec, guys. Yeah, it's got to be day 3 because here's the people from the water. Okay, hang on. Here we go. It's got to be on this day because the waterfall people and the CF McCarthy's people. Sidebar. I think it's this one. Hang on. I think it's this one. Let's see.
Clip 9, please.
Yeah, this has got to be it. This is it. Here we go.
The final count of my alcohol intakes, probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest vodka tonic. It tasted just like all soda water with lime. Not that I need it to be a martini, but it might have had a splash of vodka in it. So I said, John, this drink tastes like it has no vodka in it. He said, just get a shot and mix it yourself. So each drink was being counted as a double. So I would get a vodka tonic and then I would pour a shot into it. So that would count as 2. But frankly, it just felt like a regular cocktail. It was just a really weak pour. So I asked for a shot. So for my taste, it just tasted like that's the normal strength of what a drink should be. So I had maybe 2 or 3 that are being counted as 4 and 6. And I don't know. I felt fine. I felt like I was buzzed. And then there was one drink, the last one that was given to me, which I would have counted as 3, but they're counting as my 6th cocktail. The guys that we were with brought around the shots, and they gave me one that I didn't drink, but I poured it in my drink. So that's now my 5th and 6th drinks, with the 7th, which is a shot that all the men did, and I poured it. So that one glass that I'm holding, that I go into the waterfall with, has 3 drinks in it, a vodka tonic and 2 shots. And which is why John said to me, you're not leaving that drink here, like you haven't touched it and just poured a bunch of vodka. He's like, just take it with you, which was something he always did. So then I go into
Crazy.
Waterfall and I put that drink down and I socialize most of the time. So that would have been my fifth, sixth, and seventh drinks. Then John orders me a drink at the Waterfall that I don't drink, that he takes with him. And then there was a round of shots that Chris Howard bought that I did take. So that would have been the night. But I did not consume 9 vodka martinis or take 9 shots, depending on how you count it. And the last 2 drinks, I didn't touch.
Clip 10.
Oh, wait.
10, please.
Get the next one.
I mean, I'm not as clear as I would be if I hadn't been drinking. I mean, I had drank, so, and that led me to question, like, could I have hit him? Did I run over his foot or hit him in the knee? Did I incapacitate him? I mean, I always drive with my music blasting ever since I was 16. And I know when John got out of the car to go into Fairview, I know my car was blasting because when I got in it the next morning to go look for him, I had to immediately turn it down. And I don't know, it's stormy. I have had a few cocktails. I didn't black out, but I wasn't as lucid as I would have been if I had gone to bed at 9 and drank a tea.
Lucid.
But so I was fuzzier than I would have been if I had had no alcohol.
Now, the thing is, though, right? So the thing that is important here, though, is that in these voicemails, she's upset, but she's not slurring her speech, right? She's not, and all of the testimony, again, even from the McAlberts and everybody, and we had more testimony even in the first trial than in this trial, but all the testimony, everyone who was around her, right, is like, she didn't act drunk. She seems normal, right? And so, and that's going to be one of the considerations for the jury, right? In terms of count 2 is they have the option of going off of the BAC versus how she was acting, or they can go off of both. And we need to talk more about that at some point as well, because there's verdict slips in the jury instructions. But as far as that voicemail, what I'm going to do is I'm going to see if I can find that from the last trial. I mean, I'm sure I can. It'll just take a second. But in the meantime, does anybody still want me to sing Toxic? That was especially Angel, I think, was asking. Not that, I mean, yeah. Anyway, not for count 2. Not for count 2. Count 2, the jury could interpret that myriad ways. The jury could interpret that myriad ways. For count 2. And I think that's part of why they were hung up on count 2. It's really subjective. Count 2 is confusing and it's subjective. So okay, so in the meantime, I'm gonna play this while I look for that other.
I have no further questions.
All right. Mr. Alessi, does this seem like a good time to take the luncheon recess?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so folks, we will take a 45-minute luncheon recess.
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks and follow me.
Goodbye.
Okay, well, so they're going to lunch. Okay. Now we have some more intercepts.
I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him? Could I have tapped him in the knee and incapacitated him? He didn't look mortally wounded as far as I could see, but could I have done something that knocked him out and in drunkenness and in the cold didn't come to again?
In this particular moment, you was dropping them all at the party.
Yeah, would have had to.
Your Honor, I have keeper of record certificates I'd like to mark for identification. May I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
There's a series of them, Your Honor.
So in the first trial, I didn't even get to watch that clip because I was looking for the. Okay, so in the first trial, that voicemail that we were just hearing from 6 a.m. was not played consecutive to the other voicemails the way it was in this trial. So again, to find it would probably take some more digging. I don't remember exactly when it was played. Okay, so I wanted to watch this.
Yes.
So
I'd like to introduce clip 1 and play it for the jury.
I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him? Could I tapped him in the knee and incapacitated him? He didn't look mortally wounded as far as I could see, but could I have done something that knocked him out and in drunkenness and in the cold didn't come to again?
In this particular moment, you would rub them all at the party.
Yeah, would have had to.
Your Honor, I have keeper of record certificates I'd like to mark for identification. May I approach?
Yes. If you guys want to take a look at count 2, jury instructions.
There's a series of them, Your Honor. Sure.
Kimberly, welcome. A new girlfriend. So this was filmed. What did it say? It was June of 2024. It wasn't released before the first trial. Let me go back. When did the first trial end? Let me just back it up and see, because they give the date. Oh, air date October 2020, October 18th, 2024. That's funny. On the other ones, they give the date it was filmed, I thought. And there's because there's many of them that say June. Anyway, air date. It's interesting that that's listed by air date. That's different than the other ones. Huh. End of June 2024. So I think that was just after the first trial. Okay.
Your Honor, I have.
So there's Dateline, there's the investigation discovery, and then there's also the Gretchen Voss. The Gretchen Voss was before the first trial. I don't remember the investigation discovery, but the Gretchen Voss was definitely before the first trial, and they didn't use it.
Is that I met with Mrs. McKay during her testimony.
Okay.
We got this moment.
So they're not crossing it? They didn't cross. Yeah, they didn't cross.
Your Honor, may I call the Commonwealth's next witness? Commonwealth calls Charles Ray.
Charles Ray. So, okay, that's just now dawning on me. So they did not cross Trooper Guarino. Huh. I will say that the way that they brought him in and broke it up like that would have made it a lot harder, I think. Charles Ray. I don't think he came in the first trial, or dude testified in the first trial. Sidebar.
All right, Mr. Brennan, the next witness for your patient.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Charles Ray. I'm a lieutenant with the Canton Police, last name R-A-E.
I don't remember him.
How long have you worked for the Canton Police Department?
Approximately 25 years.
And when were you assigned lieutenant?
Approximately 10 years ago.
I want to go back to January 29th, 2022. Do you remember that morning?
Yes.
Were you working that morning?
Yes, I came in for the day shift.
When you first came in for the day shift, did you have any particular duties or responsibilities?
I would have been a patrol shift commander for the 7:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m. Incoming shift.
Had you learned about an event that occurred at 34 Fairview Road?
I had.
Were you part of that response or group of officers that went to 34 Fairview Road?
No, I was not.
Your role that morning was unrelated to 34 Fairview Road?
Correct.
At some point, did you learn the name of the person who was at 34 Fairview Road that needed medical attention?
I did.
And what was that person's name?
What, Twiz?
Mr. John O'Keefe.
Did you learn that Mr. O'Keefe was brought to the hospital?
I did.
At some point, were you advised of his status?
At some point later in the day, yes.
While you're at the station, after learning about Mr. O'Keefe, you are muted. Did you make a decision to do something?
I did.
Was it an order from somebody, or did you make?
What a mess. This day in court was crazy with all the shit going on. I did hear about that motion. I have checked. I haven't seen that yet appear to where I can. Twiz, I'm sorry. I'm looking for a bunch of different things that people have asked me to find while trying to pay attention to the trial testimony I haven't heard while reading the chat, and I'm just catching up and I didn't see that. I'm sorry. I'm guessing what now though. So what was I saying? Oh yes, I haven't seen yet the motion. But having said that, he was given a heavy cross-examination in the first trial, and none of that had anything to do with Sandra Birchmore. But yeah, I don't remember this dude from the first trial.
You advised of his status?
At some point later in the day, yes.
While you're at the station, after learning about Mr. O'Keefe, you are muted. Did you make a decision to do something?
I did.
Was it an order from somebody, or did you make a decision on your own?
I can't recall whether it was an order from somebody. I don't think it was an order, but it probably might have been at the suggestion of the former chief of police. Either that or it just developed organically. But one way or the other, we decided that the right thing to do would be to do a well-being check of the home at 1 Meadows Ave, which is the decedent's residence.
Why were you doing a well-being check at Meadows Ave?
At that time, we were under the impression that there may be 2 unattended young children at the home.
Oh, okay.
When you decided to go to Meadows Ave, did you use a police vehicle?
Yes.
Do you remember which vehicle it was?
It was Canton 682, which is the supervisor's.
So this did come in the first trial. I remember this testimony. I don't remember if it was him, but I do remember this. I'm sure you guys remember it. This did come up at some point. Welcome on in, Kat Randall.
When you decided to go to Meadows for a well-being check, did you ask anybody to come with you?
Charles.
Yes, myself and Sergeant Lehan.
Do you remember the weather that morning?
Yes.
Could you describe it for us?
There was a well-forecasted snowstorm that had already began, and it was starting to pick up intensity at that point.
I don't know what to tell you.
At this point, I had moved to admit the dash cam video from Cruiser 682.
Okay.
No objection.
Thank you.
Did you travel from the police station to Meadows?
Yes.
Do you remember about how long that took you?
A few minutes.
Who was driving?
Sergeant Lehan was driving.
And where were you seated?
I was in the passenger seat.
Do you remember arriving at Meadows?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I would show a portion of Cruiser 682.
Okay. Oh, it's sepia again. Oh, guys, I might have the document, by the way. Sick. I got the document, I believe, here, guys. Y'all want to see that? I found the document, the Sandra Birchmore thing. Let me know if you guys want to see that. Found it.
Could you stop, please, Ms. Gilman? I note that the time is 8:23:10. Do you remember the time when you got there?
I didn't make note of it mentally at that time, but I've since learned that, yes.
Is this video that you have just watched consistent with your memory that morning?
Yes.
The cruiser cam is showing two vehicles in the driveway. When you arrived that morning, did you know whose vehicles they were?
At that time, no.
At that time, did you pay any particular attention to either of those vehicles?
No.
Okay. You know, I'm wondering if you did touch light, because I remember.
If I could show exhibit 10, please.
This is going to the tail light. That's what it is.
So does that appear to be a still photo from the video we just watched?
Yes.
And could I have exhibit 11, please? When you arrived for the
So there it is.
wellness check that morning, were you working as an investigator in any way?
No, I was not.
Did you happen to pay any particular attention to the right side of the back of that car that morning?
No, I did not.
And is that photograph a close-up of the previous picture?
Yes.
Does it appear to be a still photo taken from the video on the cruiser that you were driving that morning or that you were in that morning?
Yes.
Okay, you can take that down, please. Thank you. After you arrived at Meadows, did you do anything?
When we arrived at Meadows, we walked up to one of the front doors and rang the doorbell, knocked on the door. Anywhere we could see through plain view, we were just trying to see if we could raise anybody, see if the children were at the house.
Did you find anybody?
We did not.
I'm going to ask to show 159. It's a portion of an exhibit that's already been introduced.
Okay. Danny, I don't. It didn't look like it. I don't know. It used to be at 8 a.m. I don't remember. This is cutting his hair. Excellent. You fly gal, get your hair did. Wait, get your nails done. Get a pedicure, get your hair did. Sorry, you fly quiz.
Thank you. At this time, I've moved to introduce former 19.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Wait, is that the video that we're supposed to be able to see the tail light? Hold on. I don't understand what we're supposed to be looking for here. What is, okay.
Thank you. At this time, I've moved to introduce former 19.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 72.
Oh, and yeah, I mean, maybe act it like it's like that. Okay. I'm right near y'all in NC. I think last time it might have been that other. It might have been this dude. See how there's there's two dudes. I think it was the other dude maybe last time that brought this, that they got us in with.
Thank you. The first video the second to last video you just saw, is that you and your partner arriving?
Correct.
In the last video, who's in the doorway?
I was on the right side of the frame and Sergeant Lehan was on the left side of the frame.
How long did you spend at the residence for the wellness check?
A few minutes. I don't think more than 5 minutes.
Thank you. I have no further questions for the witness.
All right, any questions, Mr. United?
We have no questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, so you are all set. Thank you.
Follow key from the gallery? I have no idea.
So your next witness, Mr. Brennan.
I don't even
Or my next witness would be Kevin O'Hara.
Okay. So again, guys, if anyone wants me to pull up the motion with regarding Sandra Birchmore and or jury instructions for count 2, let me know. Here comes.
Thomas, we have the evidence to give the court and jury in case they don't hear the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So
Miss, how many calories are you at now?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spell your last name for the record?
My name is Kevin O'Hara, O-H-A-R-A.
Where do you work?
I'm a lieutenant with the Massachusetts State Police.
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Police?
23 years.
When you began your career, what was your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
I was assigned as a trooper, a patrol trooper, working out of several barracks across the state.
Did you have to have any special education or training before you became an official Massachusetts State Police trooper?
Yes, I did. We went to a 6-month academy in New Braintree.
How long were you on patrol for?
I was on patrol for 17 years until I became a sergeant in 2018. So 16 years, became a sergeant, then a lieutenant.
In those 16 years, did you have any additional training after basic academy?
Yes, continued training throughout the years, additional training. Eventually, I wound up joining a search and rescue team, went to search and rescue training.
Tell us a little bit about search and rescue, what you did and what you do.
I'm the team commander for the State Police Special Emergency Response Team, which is known as CERT. I'm also the search and rescue coordinator for the state of Massachusetts. As a team, we conduct monthly trainings at least twice a month where our team will come together and train. We've been to trainings all across the country to hit national training standards.
Do you have any particular roles when you look for certain types of things?
So for CERT, we have 3 main mission types. We will do lost and missing person searches, we will do evidence searches, and then we also do crowd control or security at large-scale events, such as the Boston Marathon, the July 4th celebration. We get assigned to Gillette Stadium for all the events down there as well.
You mentioned that you work, part of your work is looking for missing persons.
Yes, sir.
Did you receive any specialized training, have any special experience looking for missing persons as far as training technique?
Yes, we get certifications through NASAR, which is a national search and rescue organization, NUSAR, which is a New England-based search and rescue group. We will train several different types of trainings to improve our search techniques, including man tracking, probability of detection,
What about tracking a cat, though? What about tracking a cat?
vertical separation, which is how we'll line up as we're searching certain areas. We've also gone, as I stated before, to national trainings where we've now really used a lot of statistical-based searching in our searches. We'll use live tracking maps now, so we've really advanced the way we search for missing persons.
When you're searching,
Was this guy cool trial 1? What do you mean by that, Bunny? Do you mean was he one of the least shady ones? I would say yes, if that's what you mean. I mean, Heather, coming in clutch. Thank you for that. That's why you're my twin flame. I don't know. All I can think of is this, and Heather knows where this is headed.
You also told him that you thought you heard a wildcat, but maybe it was a person or something like that as well?
No, that's not what I said.
What did you say then?
I said when I went outside that there's a house cat that's gone wild, and he hangs around. He goes from hanging around the shop, goes from hanging around the house different times. You might, and there'll be times you don't see him. And he had been around the house. And when I went outside, I believe that cat was over there.
The way he goes, and when I went outside, dude, and the way Creighton goes, dude, I freaking adore. So yeah, so was this guy cool trial 1? Yeah, based my recollection, and actually I'm glad you asked this question because I was going to bring this up anyway. My recollection of him from trial number 1 was that he actually was a great witness for the defense, because my recollection is that he detailed this search at the time. And this is, remember, before they found all the other taillight, right? And it was shoulder to shoulder. They did the grid. In other words, this is exactly how a crime scene investigation should be conducted. Like, it was very thorough. He seemed to not have any connections to the other people. You know, my interpretation of him was he seemed cool. And I don't think that there's been anything coming out that he was involved in any of the shady business stuff. But that him and the people he brought in were not connected to Proctor or anybody else. And they did this shoulder to shoulder grid search.
And the point being that it was very thorough, and what they didn't find, right, that showed up later on. So that was my recollection from trial number 1. Let me know what you guys remember.
For a missing person, is there a routine or does it depend case by case?
We'll start off with a set normal way we'll deploy. More than likely, we'll start with a canine, searching high probability of areas, trying to get people out as quick as possible.
Yes, Heather.
And then eventually it may turn into a line search or a grid search.
You said that you lead the CERT team?
That's correct, sir.
How many CERT teams are there with the Massachusetts State Police?
Just one.
How
Well,
do
they
you
didn't write anything down.
decide what different cases or situations to get involved in? Is that your request?
It's not at our request. We'll receive requests either internally through other members of our department or externally from outside agencies.
So can you take us through very basically how would a typical request come to you?
Most of the time I'll receive what I call a courtesy notification. I'll get a call from someone that I know in the department or a local police department asking, give me the particulars of the case and if we'd be available and what I think about our response. If we are available, if we're not already on another mission, we'll then start the approval request process, which I have to send up through my chain of command. I have to send that up through a captain, which will then go to a major.
So first of all, Meg, do you know what that case is called? What state is that case in? First question. Second thing, not a question, but more of a FYI. That's what this emoji is for. That's why I have this emoji, because I'm planning on covering that trial after I finish with Casey Anthony, whenever that is. Oh, there's Thanos. Welcome back. Long time no see. I didn't sing Toxic. Nobody was requesting it after when I said, here's a good stopping point. Is anyone requesting Toxic? Actually, I think somebody said no. So, so Meg, do you know what state that's from? But yeah, anyway, the owl emoji is from I have that ready for that case because of the deadly bird theory. That's what that's from. Death by talons. It's not just ladies in the chat, I shall say. We do have some dudes. But anyway, it's North Carolina v. Peterson. So, and nobody's covered it, gavel to gavel. So we will be doing that eventually. And I'm super excited being a North Carolinian to cover a North Carolina case. So there you go.
Who's in charge of the special operations. And then he may have the final say and may even go hire him to Lieutenant Colonel of Field Services. If the request is internal through another member of our department, it also has to go up their specific chain of command as well. Sometimes getting an external request sometimes goes faster because there's not that second chain of command, to go through.
In 2022, how many full-time members were on the CERT team?
At that time, we had 55 members, we had one full-time member, 55 total members on the team.
So the members on the CERT team, did they engage in other roles with the state police at the same time they're a member of the CERT team?
Yes, it's an additional duty. They have a primary assignment either at a barracks or some other assignment throughout the state.
If you decided on accepting a mission or you were assigned a mission, who determines how many people from the CERT team would attend?
That would be determined by myself and the captain from Special Operations.
You mentioned back in 2022, there was one full-time member and 55 part-time members of the CERT team?
Yes, 55 total, correct, sir.
As we stand today, how many full-time members of the CERT team?
Currently, we're 69. We did have 71. We've had a few members leave the team recently.
Are those full-time?
Oh, interesting. So by the way, y'all who were saying they didn't take any notes, I had forgotten that. If that came out in the first trial, I forgot that. And I haven't watched this testimony yet because when this testimony was happening today, I was live streaming yesterday's testimony. So I haven't seen this yet. But also, what was I going to say? I just wanted to say this. I tried to type death by talons in the chat and YouTube blocked it. Just wanted to let you guys know that.
Time or part-time members?
I'm sorry, that's full total members. We have currently 5 full-time members. So we increased on both ends.
Are members of the CERT team who work for the Massachusetts State Police drawn from different geographical locations around the state?
That's correct. We try to split east-west the best we can geographically, just so we have as quick a response time as possible. We'll break it down further into the northeast part of the state, the southeast, central, west, but main breakdown for us is east-west, basically using 495 as our boundary.
If the CERT team's assigned a mission and there are members that have chosen to participate, how often would you go to that scene or involve yourself in that particular event?
When I was the only full-time member, probably 99% of the missions I would go to. Now we have a few other supervisors on the team. I have a full-time executive officer who's also a lieutenant, but my role hasn't changed too much. Still 90 to 95% of the missions.
I want you to take us back to January 29, 2022. Were you contacted or was a request made for you to consider and accept the mission?
Yes, I received a call from Lieutenant Tully.
After receiving the call, what was your process?
Again, that was what I would classify as a courtesy notification to see if we were available, if he thought we could get a response on that date. I told him we would be able to respond. I asked him if he had started the request for approval up his chain of command, which he hadn't at that time. He stated he would start on that, and then I contacted my captain after getting off the phone with him to start the approval process through my chain of command.
Do you remember generally about what time this process began?
He called me at 2:32 p.m.
At some point, was the task or the mission assigned?
So I told Lieutenant Tully that, we had received a snow that day. I told him most of the members, including myself, may not have shoveled out their driveway. I told him at best case scenario would be an hour plus response time, depending on how long, it would take people to shovel out their driveway. So at 2:53, I contacted one of the West team members, a sergeant from the West team, to have him send out an alert to our full team just to build an availability list.
No,
to see
having
who's
said that, they could have, if the shovels aren't cutting it, I have a suggestion. Couldn't they have just used wait for it, a leaf blower? Huh? Right? Just get a leaf blower.
available. So at 2:53, that's got sent out to the entire team.
At some point, were you able to acquire or compile a team?
Yes, Sergeant Simpson was able to put that list together.
And what time did you start to begin your way towards Fairview Road?
At 3:48, we sent out an alert for the activation of our team, including notifying the team which members would actually be responding. I had just finished shoveling my driveway. By the time I changed into my uniform, got all my equipment together, I left my house at 4:13 p.m.
When you left your house, were you in an assigned cruiser or a personal vehicle?
Assigned cruiser, sir.
Is there tracking of assigned cruisers?
Yes, there is.
Could you share with us how that works?
So each cruiser has a automated vehicle locator or GPS system. It tracks everywhere you go, marking every time you stop.
And did the vehicle you were driving have that system?
Yes, it did, sir.
Before you left to head towards Fairview at 4:13 p.m., had you already defined what the mission was going to be?
Yes, I knew we'd be conducting an evidence search.
Did you have any idea of how you were going to do that?
Yes, I spoke to Lieutenant Tully just to get an idea of the area we'd be searching. I determined how many members we would need to respond to that search, which at that time I figured we would need 8 members to respond. Normally, as the team leader, I'll function more of an incident command role behind the team, documenting some of our efforts. So we dispatched 8 members to the scene. Unfortunately, due to the snow, one of my members was not able to respond. So we only had 7 members officially arrive on scene, including myself, which changed the dynamics a little bit of our search, but nothing major.
How did it change the dynamics of your search?
Well, like I stated, normally I would stay behind the line of searchers, documenting what they would do, more of as a command role. But because we were one member.
That was bold from Twiz here. Leslie, did you have something to say? Welcome Too Fast. We don't worry about marbles in here. It's all about them cough drops, right?
Sure, I wound up participating in the search more hands-on than maybe normal.
Did you ultimately actively participate in the search firsthand?
Yes, I did, sir.
Tell us about when you first arrive at 34 Fairview and you get out of your cruiser. What's the weather like at that point?
Still snowing.
What's the temperature like?
Very cold.
Visibility?
It was windy, but no real issues for us to see as we were working.
Was there a particular area you were looking at?
Yes, once I spoke to Lieutenant Tully, we wanted focusing on a specific area to search.
What time did you arrive at 34 Fairview?
4:56 p.m.
Did any of your team arrive before you?
Just prior to my arrival, one member arrived at 4:54 p.m.
And do you remember who that was?
It was Trooper Jason Bousselet.
Were there other members that arrived after you?
Yes, there were.
Did you wait until the entire team was there before you began?
Dude.
No, we did not.
So there's, as far as, for anyone who's wondering how many guys, so Cat's a dude, Twiz is a dude, as he's made clear. Too Fast is a dude. Let me know if I'm getting anybody wrong, but this is just to my knowledge. Thanos, I believe, is a dude, and we've had some other dudes here earlier, I think, as well. Who else? Anyway, I would say there's plenty of dudes. It's not all chicks here for anyone who's commenting on that. Not that there's anything wrong with it either way. I don't care what anybody is. And, going along with the whole twin flames thing, of course, whatever gender you are, if Jeff had his way, he would switch you. So, doesn't really matter in the end, does it?
The other members that arrived, do you remember who they were?
Yes, I do, sir.
Do you happen to remember when they arrived?
Yes, I do, sir.
Could you share that with us?
Woods is a dude.
Trooper Blake Bearden arrived at 5:21 p.m. Sergeant Charles Luis arrived at 5:24 p.m. Sergeant Michael O'Brien arrived at 5:24 p.m. Trooper Scott Viscardi arrived at 5:34
Yes, official's a dude. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, of course, official's a dude.
p.m. and Sergeant Anthony Carrier arrived at 5:41 p.m.
Lots of dudes.
When you first arrived at Fairview and you looked at the
Half or
scene,
so.
did you have any personal knowledge where any person had been in that area?
No, I did not.
Did you learn generally that a man was found in that area?
Yes, I did.
Did you have any photographs or precise location of exactly where that person
Tonka's a
had been
dude.
found?
He's not been here.
No, we did not.
He was
Did
here
you have a
earlier.
general area that you were directed to?
Yes, sir.
Any landmarks you can share with us in the general area where you were going to be
Yeah.
focused on?
He was here.
There was a flagpole in front of the residence. There was also a fire hydrant in front of the residence.
Who made the determination of the scope of the area that you would search?
I made the final markings of the distance we wanted to search, but we were guided by Lieutenant Kelly's information he was able to provide for me.
How did you decide the depth and the broadness of the area you were going to search?
He informed me that there was a vehicle involved in the incident. He told me where that vehicle had been parked. So we wanted to make sure we started prior to where that vehicle was parked, which was almost adjacent to the front door of the house. If you were to look at the house, we were at 34 Fairview Road. You don't say there was two front doors, a main front door, and then a secondary front door at, closer to the garage, whether that's a mudroom or a den. So he'd stated the vehicle was parked almost directly across from the main front door, which again, looking at the house, that's on the left front door. So we marked off that as our starting location, and we wanted to search down to the fire hydrant.
Were you looking randomly, or was there any specific items you may have been looking for?
No, we were instructed that it was believed that the vehicle may have had a broken taillight, so we were looking for taillight pieces. We also were informed the victim in this incident was missing his shoe, so we were going to be looking for his sneaker as well.
What tools did you and your team bring to begin the search?
We brought shovels. We also brought push broom. I brought a couple of garden rakes, and we also were all equipped with headlamps, hiking lamps that you would wear.
Were the headlamps the only lighting you had for the search?
Once we began the search, we wound up turning a few of the cruisers around just to put some extra headlights on the scene.
Love a good
Were the cruisers parked so they were facing the yard?
They were parked on the street, just covering the street, sir, not angled towards the yard at all.
I want to ask you some questions about the tools you brought. You said you had shovels, some garden rakes, and brooms.
Yes, sir.
What was the purpose of the brooms?
Just to help us sift through the snow very carefully. We wanted to be slow and methodical as we went through the area.
How about the shovels? Were you concerned that if you used the shovel, you could hit an item and break it?
Yes, but we went as slow as we could.
I have a funny story. Hold on. Did he really say brooms? Hold on. I have to tell my mom this.
Just covering the street, sir, not angled towards the yard at all.
I want to ask you some questions about the tools you brought. You said you had shovels, some garden rakes, and brooms.
Yes, sir.
What was the purpose?
I have a funny story about brooms and snow from when my mom was a kid, if anyone cares.
Of the brooms?
Just to help us sift through the snow very carefully. We wanted to be slow and methodical as we went through the area.
How about the shovels? Were you concerned that if you used the shovel, you could hit an item and break it?
Yes, but we went as slow as we could, layer by layer, as we moved down throughout the snow.
When you use shovels, were you digging like you would dig vegetables in a garden?
No, sir.
Could you explain a little bit about the process before we get into
What? Bringing in vegetables in a garden? I mean, having said that, okay. Having said that, I suppose it needs to be asked in this case, right? Because it wouldn't be beyond the realm of possibility in this particular case, given the leaf blower and the solo cups and whatnot, that they brought like, I don't know, never mind gardening shovels. It wouldn't be outside their own possibility that they wouldn't have brought like the type of shovels. Like if you're at the beach, right? And you go to like the dollar store for the kids and they have like the set with like the plastic buckets and the plastic shovels for like digging in the sand for like $1. And it comes with like 50 of them and they're different colors. It's not outside their own possibility that that type of shovel could have been used. So actually, I guess it is a necessary question here.
if you use the shovel, you could hit an item and break it?
Yes, but we went as slow as we could, layer by layer, as we moved down throughout the snow.
When you use shovels, were you digging like you would dig vegetables in a garden?
No, sir.
Could you explain a little bit about the process before?
Okay, here's what okay, hang on, hold on. Okay. Hold on. This is important. This is what I'm talking about, people. With this question. Give me a second. Give me a second. You guys are going to love this. I promise. Oh my God. Can I get another picture? Okay. Hang on. Okay, let me play this again. Okay. I'm timing this on purpose.
That if you use the shovel, you could hit an item and break it?
Yes, but we went as slow as we could, layer by layer, as we moved down throughout the snow.
When you use shovels, were you digging like you would dig vegetables in a garden?
No, sir.
Could you explain a little bit about the process before we get into the actual search of how you as a team would look through snow? Would you just pick it up and turn it over? Or was
Hold on, it was the part about the garden. Yeah, here we go.
Move down throughout the snow.
When you use shovels, were you digging like you would dig vegetables in a garden?
No, sir.
Okay, here's what I'm picturing. You ready? There it is, the rake and the shovels. This is literally. Wait, why are you guys leaving? This is what I'm picturing, right? So it needs to be asked. It needs to be asked because of the red solo cups and the leaf blower. It was a valid question, so I take it back. The digging vegetables in a garden was a valid question because honestly, the sandbox toys or the beach toys aren't out of the realm of possibility either. So,
Could you explain a little bit about the process before we get into the actual search of how you as a team would look through snow? Would you just pick it up and turn it over, or was there a process in place?
No, eventually we wound up going again. Our searches, we'll call it a grid search, but it's a line search where we're all lined up. Again, talking about critical spacing. If we're searching for a particular item on a search, we may use a replica item to say, okay, how far can each member be away from each other? Because this was such a small search area, our members lined up almost shoulder to shoulder. Once we were on a line, we would slowly move forward, each member taking out snow, sifting, small layers, sifting it out at their own feet with a right flank along the curb in front of the house. That snow would eventually get moved out to the street where I was standing. I was the left flank on our line. I would then re-go through that snow, make sure we didn't miss any items or by accident carry an item that we were looking for over towards the middle of the street. Once I was satisfied there wasn't anything there, I would take that snow and throw it across to the other side of the street.
Before you began the search, did you have a chance to look around at the surroundings, including the street, the berm?
you guys, Twiz, I didn't even see you ask about guessing something, but I was asking too, like, what was your total calories? I don't know what's going on. Arcane and Too Fast saying that they're going to be leaving. I don't know what's happening. I was finding the picture of the bucket, and I think I missed a lot of things in the chat. So, anywho, I'm just here squirreling, you know.
Separating the street from the yard and the area.
That's a second. And each member be away from each other. Because this was such a small search area, our members lined up almost shoulder to shoulder. Once we were on a line, we would slowly move forward, each member taking out snow, sifting, small layers, sifting it out at their own feet with a right flank along the curb in front of the house. That snow would eventually get moved out to the street where I was standing. I was the left flank on our line. I would then
flank. Why am I just thinking about, why does this remind me of something Elaine from Be Heard would say to describe a lady's thigh? What I'm thinking of is like when she asked Amber Heard on the stand, was he your mate? So why do I feel like flank is like something Elaine would say or Lolly would say? Sort of like, what was it that Lolly said that was like really weird and uncomfortable when he was referring to women? I can't remember. Anyway, just the flank is a weird thing to be saying.
such a small search area, our members lined up almost shoulder to shoulder.
Me, right?
Once we were on a line, we would slowly move forward, each member taking out snow, sifting, small layers, sifting it out at their own feet with a right flank along the curb in front of the house. That snow would eventually get moved out to the street where I was standing. I was the left flank on our line. I would then re-go through that snow, make sure we didn't miss any items or by accident carry an item that we were looking for over towards the middle of the street. Once I was satisfied there wasn't anything there, I would take that snow and throw it across to the other side of the street.
Before you began the search, did you have a chance to look around at the surroundings, including the street, the berm, separating the street from the yard, and the area you're going to look at?
Yes, I did, sir.
Did you see any evidence that there had been any plowing before you arrived?
Yes, the plow had come through the area. The plow had not gone curb to curb, so we had a good 3 to 4 foot embankment coming off each curb. So at that embankment where the snow had come to, there was higher levels of snow before it dropped down to the normal snow depth that the rest of the area had received.
Could you describe a little more simply what you mean that the plow didn't go curb to curb?
So again,
does anybody have any thoughts why Brennan is making such a big deal out of this berm?
the plow had probably only gone enough distance for maybe 2 vehicles to safely pass each other, not enough to go all the way to the curb on each side of the street. As we wound up parking, the responding members, as they wound up parking in the snow closer to the curb. And at the end of the night, several of the cruisers were stuck. We had to push them out.
When you looked at the snow that appeared to have been pushed by the plow,
Or the sand
did
shovel.
that snow that had been displaced reach the berm, the separation between the street and the yard?
No, there was 3 to 4 feet between the edge from where the plow was to where the curbing in front of the house was located, sir.
The area where you searched or where you were pointed to where Mr. O'Keefe was in that general area, did it look like any snow from any plow had reached that area?
No, it did not.
When you began the searching, do you know what time it was that you actually began searching?
We moved my cruiser and Trooper Boussolet's cruiser at 5:20. We had started gridding off where we wanted to search, but at 5:20, that's when we moved our cruisers, put the headlights on. That's right. Trooper Bearden and the 2 sergeants arrived quickly after on scene. So by 5:24, we started. All 5 of us were lined up shoveling. When the 2 other members arrived on scene, they just joined in on the line to help us move.
From when you first arrived at 4:56 p.m. to when you began the search at 5:20 p.m., did you see anybody enter the area that you were going to search other than you or a CERT team member?
No, they did not.
Were there other people in the area outside the scene of the grid that you were going to search other than you and members of your CERT team?
Lieutenant Tully arrived on scene.
Was there anybody with Lieutenant Tully?
At one point, he had several other people with him. Maybe I believe 5 throughout our search. Maybe 5 different people, including him, were on scene.
Were those people part of state police?
At least 1, maybe 2. Unfortunately, I don't recognize all 2,500 members in our department, but there were probably about 5 total people on scene, sir.
Was there somebody who was picking up any evidence that you may find and putting it in bags and preserving it?
After we found located evidence, it was documented on scene by the detectives.
So you yourself were not documenting?
No, and again, that's maybe a little change in the dynamics. You know, if I had been more of an incident commander role, I probably would have documented time, location, again, for our internal records. Primary record will always be at the hands of the detectives. But because I was actively searching, the detectives handled all documentation.
Did you see somebody from the state police putting evidence in bags after it was pointed out to you?
Yes, sir, they did.
When you began the search, what part of the street or yard did you begin with?
We started where we were informed the vehicle was parked, which again was by, almost directly across from the front door of the house. And we began working south towards Chapman Street.
During the process of the search, if somebody were to find a piece of evidence, what was the process? What would happen?
He would notify myself and Lieutenant Tully, and we would stop our operation until that was documented by the detectives on scene and collected.
Do you know what time the first piece of evidence was found?
I believe it was 5:45, sir.
Do you remember what the first piece or item that you or the CERT team found was?
It was a piece of taillight.
I just have to say that the Squirrel Crew, we've got so many intelligent people here in the chat, because with the people here that are chatting, for anyone who's on replay crew, check out the live chat replay, because there's like so many different conversations going on at once. It really just shows how intelligent everybody is, I will say. We've got, just to name a few, we've got people talking about actors from different movies. We've got Leslie, who I believe is talking about tunnels and manholes, and I'll pull that comment up here. We've got Kat, who's like really on, who's actually on topic with the testimony that we're watching. We've got Annie chiming in about I think this is about the flank description. Angel says she's lost. Doug is chiming in about calories, which was the question I had for Twiz a long time ago. But I don't think he's responding because I think he's in the shower, although not sure. And exactly, chat's gone wild. It's like Girls Gone Wild, but chat's gone wild. I freaking love it though. I love it. You guys are the absolute best. Leslie has a lot of important things to say. Leslie, are you in the Discord? Because it might be easier for you to try to type this out in the Discord where it's all in one like message. I don't know, just saying. I'll put the link in the chat for anyone who wants to join the Discord if you haven't already. Meg is congratulating Kat Randall for staying on top. That is hilarious. So yeah, anyway, that's also accurate. The smashing dog. I will just be honest. I have no idea what that's from. It just keeps coming. I don't know. I don't, some things you just don't even have to ask questions. And it just, by the way, Manhole is also a great song by Ani DeFranco, I should say. Heather, are you still listening? I know. I think Heather listens to Ani, but anywho, great song. So I think we've just about summarized the different things that are happening in chat. We could definitely easily side tangent into music, but we're gonna hold off on that. Great. Back to the testimony.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Hold in here up notable, but not the latest. Listen to me about the latest. Long line of and I was just about to drop it down that manhole of thunder.
The rest of it is.
So I'm showing you two photographs. You recognize what is in them. First one.
Yes, sir.
What is that?
It is a piece of clear lens from a taillight.
And the second photograph.
It's the same lens, just a little enhanced, closer.
Close up.
Yes, sir.
I'd move to introduce these two photographs into evidence. No objection.
All right, so one is a close-up of the other.
It is.
So Madam Court Reporter will be the next plus A.
73 and 73A.
I have no idea what GC is.
Let's briefly see the photographs.
With the court's permission, could I show the exhibits?
Yes.
Okay, exhibit time, guys.
Exhibit, number 129, please.
Official, they definitely got down in the 70s, for sure. Where's the exhibit now?
Doesn't have it.
Chris had a double twerk out. He had a
Yes, sir.
haircut. What is going on?
And that was
the exhibit. What is happening? You guys, he's acting like the exhibit was shown. What? Hold on. Yeah, Chris had a haircut and a double twerk out. Now, what is going on?
we see exhibit number 129, please. Doesn't have it.
I don't understand, guys. I don't understand.
All right, I'll move on at this point.
Okay.
And that was at 5:45?
Yes, sir.
Huh? Is it just missing? I don't know. That was
At
at 5. What happened here?
Doesn't have it.
Here.
All right, I'll move on at this point. And that was at 5:45?
So why does he ask that question then? Because there wasn't anything shown. Oh my God.
Yes, sir.
How are the rats doing, Kane?
At 5:50, do you know if another item was found?
I don't know the specific times. I know the first piece was 5:45, but again, I didn't handle the documentation and I have not seen the evidence log.
Okay. Inevitably, did you or your team find an item of clothing?
We found the sneaker. Yes, sir.
A sneaker?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe where the sneaker was found?
Sneaker was flushed up against the curb and it was inverted upside down.
Was there anything in the sneaker?
There was snow on and inside the sneaker.
May I approach?
Yes.
Tea tree oil is great.
recognize the first one?
I think it smells great.
Yes, sir. That's a photograph of the sneaker we recovered.
Oh my
And where's it
God.
located in reference to the berm?
It's directly up against the curb.
Can you show, take a look at the second photograph, please? What do you see?
It's a close-up picture of the same sneaker we located.
And third photograph, please.
Again, just a close-up, different angle photo of the sneaker we located.
Thank you. All right, move these 3 photos into evidence, please. Okay. Thank you.
All right, so Madam Court Reporter 74A, please.
A 74A, and 74B so marked.
Thank you.
Thank you. Of course, mission, could I show these photographs?
Yes.
Could we get a more of a close-up, Ms. Gill? Sir, can you describe what you're seeing here?
That's the sneaker we located up against the curb. You can see the snow in the background, and that's the flagpole in front of the house. And you can see it's still snowing at this time.
Could we see 121, please?
What is going on with this picture? What is going on with this picture? What is in the back? What? Hold on. What is, did they explain this picture and why it looks like this?
With the course mission, could I show these photographs?
Yes.
Could we get a more of a close-up, Ms. Gill?
What is going on? Can you guys see my mouse? What is going on here? What? What the fuck are we looking at? What is going on? What is that? Like, what is this supposed to be? Why is it all blurred? What is this? I'm talking about the back. What's in the back of though? Can you guys like the top half of the picture? What are we looking at in the top half of the picture? Why does it look like somebody took a paintbrush with wet paint and smeared it across the picture? You guys see what I'm saying back here? What is that? Where's the demon head? Oh my God. Twiz is back from his shower. Twiz, can you, so I don't like, never mind. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they'll explain it more.
Sir, can you describe what you're seeing here?
That's the sneaker we located up against the curb. You can see the snow in the background, and that's the flagpole in front of the house. You can see it's still snowing at this time.
Could we see 121, please?
That's true about
And
this.
sir, can you describe again what that is?
Just a close-up photo of the sneaker we located up against the curb.
Is that curb the black area to the right?
Correct, sir.
How high is that curb?
I'm not sure, sir. Several inches.
The berm.
122, please. You described a photograph with a sneaker with snow in it. Is that photograph?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down. That night, do you recall if there was any other pieces of taillight recovered?
I believe in total we located maybe 6 or 7 pieces of taillight.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes, I do, sir.
And what's in that photograph?
It's a piece of red. That's the same piece of taillight that we recovered. Just a close-up version. Bruce was shoveling. When he overturned his shovel, the piece of taillight was there, and you can see the actual molding from his shovel.
And the third photograph?
Oh, was it?
That is another piece of taillight that we located at ground level.
A different piece?
Yes, sir.
Is it that kind of trouble?
View of a piece of taillight of those fair and accurate depictions. Is that piece appeared that night?
Yes, they are, sir.
All right, we'll produce 2 photographs into evidence.
No objection. Thank you. One's close up, right?
Yeah, Your Honor.
75A.
Quiz is asking a great question. When was this search done? I feel like Kat Randall might be able to answer that question, because I trying to follow all the different conversations at once. I honestly don't remember at this juncture. Quite honest. I mean, I think it was a couple days later.
So when these items were found, did you examine or study the depth of those items when they were found?
I did not, sir. Gave them a glance when our team members told us we found something.
Kimberly.
And then Lieutenant Tully took over documentation. I returned to my place, on our line.
Do you know if any of the items were touching the ground or were they on snow?
A couple of the pieces were found at ground level, touching the asphalt.
And you said there was another item found that we just talked about? A separate piece of taillight?
Yes, that was another, that photo you showed me was a separate piece of the taillight we located, sir.
Can I approach?
Yes.
And 541. Okay, so it's the same on the 29th. So 29, 5.
Show me two photographs.
Thanks, guys.
First photograph,
Yes, sir.
what do you see?
A piece of taillight at ground level.
If you could look at the second photograph, what's that?
It's a close-up enhanced view of that same piece of taillight.
So it's just a different view of the same piece of taillight?
Correct, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction as that piece of taillight appeared that night?
Yes, it is, sir.
I would move these two into evidence, one photograph and a second.
You might be working.
Okay.
Exhibit 76 and 76A.
While you were conducting the search, did anybody but your team, Trooper Tully, the person who was documenting the evidence, did you see any other people who were not law enforcement in the area?
At some point during our search, the media arrived on scene, began filming us or taking photos.
Was there anybody from your department or a different department that was managing the crowd?
No, there were members with Lieutenant Tully that I believe were not state police members, but I wouldn't know how to characterize what their job description was, sir.
At any time, did anybody enter that area or scene, the grid that you and your members were working on, other than your group and Trooper Tully and the people with him?
No, correct. Once we marked off our area, no one came forward of our line. That whole search area was fresh, undisturbed snow as we moved through the area, and no one moved past our line. Even when Lieutenant Tully and the member who works in his unit came to collect the evidence, they didn't move past the point we had searched up to at that time.
Why were you so careful about anybody coming onto your grid?
We don't want to disturb our scene, but we also don't want to move forward unless we're all moving together, acting in unison.
Given you had brushes and rakes and shovels, did you get through every piece of that area?
We didn't go all the way to where I had marked off originally, because after we'd found everything that was collected, we had gone approximately 8 to 10 feet without finding any other evidence. Lieutenant Tully and I had a discussion. I think we determined we found everything we were going to find that evening, and we decided to suspend the search.
Was it a search that took up the whole front yard and street of that area?
Our focus was on the street. We really didn't touch the front yard at all. We started to go over the curb at one point to see if we could search the grass area, but we could not properly definitively say we were searching it well. As we started to move the snow, we couldn't really differentiate down to the grass level.
How hard was the ground?
It was cold, frozen.
The ground was frozen?
Sir.
And so not being able to search the entire yard, was there a plan at that point? Did you just end your mission?
So when we suspended our search, we'll always do a full team debrief, and we'll debrief with the person who requests our search. And at the end of our search, we'll come up with what we call our probability of detection. We'll give a baseline determination of what I think our percentage-wise, whether we would have found what we were looking for. We'll provide that. I did provide that to Lieutenant Tully. Told him there was a good chance we did not locate everything that evening, and we offered to return at a later date or time at his request.
When you were looking generally for pieces of taillight in the sneaker, were you informed, did you have any idea how much taillight would be in that area?
I did not know, sir.
Was there any way for you to, at that point, identify exactly what you were looking for?
No, we didn't have a photo of the taillight. I was never shown anything, so I wasn't sure how much we were actually looking for.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll withdraw that. What time did you end the search?
Approximately 6:15, I believe. I was the last one to leave, which was 6:23 p.m. when I left.
And so how long was the entire search?
Off long.
It was about 55 minutes. We started again around 5:20, ending around 6:15, sir.
Do you know if any other colleagues and members went back at a later date?
I've been informed that they did, yes, but not from my team, but other members of our department.
I'll allow it, just hold on.
Did your team go back?
We did not, sir, no.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross. It's like that song with songs where they're like shots. Anyway, I've now started doing that when it's cross time because I get excited. Cross. Anyway, there you go. I'm on a boat and going fast and.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant.
Good afternoon, sir.
When you first arrived at the scene, was there crime scene tape up?
No, there was not, sir.
Was there any barricade up at all?
No, there was not.
Was there any evidence that the crime scene was being secured at that time?
There was no police presence on scene, sir.
Okay. So that when you arrived, the scene had been left unsecured. Do you know how long it had been left unsecured?
I do not, sir.
So before you arrived, at least, and before your presence was known, for some time before you got there, that scene could have been accessed by anyone, to your knowledge.
Well, I think the weather played a good help in us with the scene security, because with that being fresh, undisturbed snow, and with the man tracking we do, we would be able to determine if anyone had access to that area.
Of course. But you don't have any personal knowledge of anybody actually securing that scene for onlookers, bypassers, anybody that wanted access to it, they could have had it?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
Okay. You indicated that Lieutenant Tully first contacted you but exactly at 2:32 p.m., correct?
That is correct, sir.
At that time, your team was not stood up. In other words, you were not activated because that was an initial call by Lieutenant Tully, not an activation call, correct?
Correct. That's a courtesy notification, sir.
And at that time, Lieutenant Tully had not received the proper protocol, the proper approvals through the protocol to actually have your team activate and have your team dispatched.
Yes, I think he'll normally, when we get activated, before they start the process going through their chain of command, they'll call me just to see if we're available and if we could actually respond instead of wasting other people's time calling us. If I were to say, no, we are already assigned on another mission at this time.
Right. So around 2:53, you indicated that one of your subordinates, Sergeant Simpson, notified the rest of the team that get ready, but we have not been given the green light, correct?
Correct, sir. Building an availability list of who could respond.
Okay. That was just kind of a precursor, if you will, for lack of a better phrase, to make sure that you had the available personnel. So when the green light, or if the green light came, you could activate.
Correct. And to help start giving people the heads up to start shoveling the driveway. Like I said, as soon as I received that call from Lieutenant Tully, I hadn't shoveled my driveway yet. Okay. I went out and had to go clear my driveway and my cruiser. And the end of my driveway, we usually get plowed in by our plows with several feet of snow at the end of my driveway, sir.
It's because you burned X number of calories because you still haven't told us the grand total. But I don't know, mayhaps some goldfish for you?
You.
Yes.
All right. Did Lieutenant Tully inform you in that first phone call that colleagues of his, Massachusetts State Police colleagues of his, were already en route to Dighton to retrieve or seize the SUV?
He did not say that, sir.
Did Lieutenant Tully inform you that Massachusetts State Police had actually contacted the Dighton Police Department for their assistance in potentially seizing that SUV?
He did not tell me that, sir.
Did he indicate to you, you indicated that your conversation was at 12:32. Did he indicate that he had just gotten off the phone with Dighton PD at 12:31, just a minute prior?
Our phone call was at 2:32, sir.
I'm sorry.
I don't know if that's a different time you're looking to.
2:32, and he had just gotten off the phone with Dighton PD at 2:31. Did he indicate anything like that?
No, we did not, sir.
Okay. So we do know that at that 2:30-ish hour, you were not authorized to respond to the unit, to the location at that point. None of your units were en route at that point.
No, neither one of us had requested approval through our chain of command at that time, sir.
And you've already told us that you didn't head out until just after 4, sometime after 4 p.m.?
Yes, my GPS data has me leaving my driveway at 4:13 p.m.
Got it. Once you were at 34 Fairview, you arrived first, correct?
No, sir.
I'm sorry, I mistook that. Tell me who did arrive first.
Trooper Busalil arrived at 4:54, and I pulled in just after him at 4:56, sir.
My mistake. When you first arrived, you were waiting others of your team to arrive as well in their personal vehicles or their marked vehicles, correct?
They were still en route at that time, yes, sir.
When you got there, you did not know at that point where you were going to be directed to search, correct?
I did not know, sir.
All you knew was a residence and an address, correct?
Correct.
As your team members arrived, were they arriving in personal vehicles, cruisers, or some combination thereof?
They were all arriving in state-issued cruisers.
Okay, so all 7 of you arrived. There were 7 total, correct?
Correct. We, again, initially started 8. One member was not able to get off the end of their street due to plowing, so we were 1 member short from the original dispatch.
Understood. Lieutenant, when you arrived, given the fact that you did not know where you'd be searching, you actually indicated previously that the flagpole, the fire hydrant, et cetera, that part of the lawn, that part of the yard was behind you as the cruisers pulled up and you parked your cruisers waiting for everybody to get there, correct?
When I arrived, I parked almost at the end of the driveway of that residence, sir.
Okay, was your tail facing the flagpole or was your nose facing the flagpole?
Tail was facing the flagpole.
So you pulled up to the driveway, I'm guessing from Chapman?
Yes,
north?
correct, sir. Yes, from Chapman.
Okay, so you pulled over to the edge of the driveway, sort of on the wrong side of the street, I'm guessing.
Same side as 34 Fairview, sir.
Understood. So the area and the grid area that you ultimately decided to search and ultimately were directed to search, that was all behind you?
Yes, it was, sir.
And it was dark out, obviously?
Yes, it was, sir.
Getting dark?
It was dark. It was winter, so it was dark.
Okay.
It was dark in the dark of night.
Your focus was certainly not on the area behind you at that point, correct?
While
As
we
a
were
matter of fact,
driving,
your focus wasn't really anywhere, was it? Because
No.
you didn't know where you were going to search.
Correct, sir.
Okay.
I still want to know why
Ultimately,
the looked weird.
your team members began to arrive one by one, and each one of them would stay in their car, or would they get out and come coordinate with you, like at your cruiser?
No, as they arrived on scene, they would come out because Lieutenant Tully had already arrived on scene. He was technically the 3rd member of the state police on scene.
Okay.
So once he got on scene, I was already out talking to him, and I was marking off the area we were going to search.
Understood. He ultimately, at some point, did direct you to a location behind you, which you were not currently focused on, toward the flagpole, the fire hydrant, you said.
Yeah, I wasn't focused on any area at that time, sir, no.
You marked those the areas out that Lieutenant Tully directed you to with some sort of grid coordinates, or was it just sort of a mental grid?
No, I wound up marking, stepping it off in the area I wanted to search, sir.
Did you use any string or rope or anything like that to physically grid the area off?
No, I just marked a line in the snow, sir, where I wanted to start and where we wanted to end.
And you did that with footprints?
No, with the shovel, I made a mark where we wanted to start and end.
I see. So sort of dragging a shovel in the line.
Oh,
right in the
just
snow.
where the berm was, sir. I knocked the berm down, made an obvious impression of where the shovel was.
Okay.
At the starting location where ideally I wanted to end.
Perfect. You indicated that the area that you were searching was relatively undisturbed snow. You said that in direct examination, correct?
It was undisturbed, yes, sir.
But the street, everything from the berm in, the street had been plowed, correct?
To a point, yes, sir.
All right. And so that would be disturbed snow.
Yeah, to a point, yes, sir.
And what was the point?
To where the snow that got plowed in, it all rose up just like the end of your driveway would. There was a good 3 to 4 foot high barrier on each side of the street. Once you were able to knock down that initial barrier of snow, the level of snow dropped down to the normal depths that you would have seen in anyone's front lawn at that time, sir.
And is that what you're calling the undisturbed portion of the snow?
Correct, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lieutenant Tully told you that you were going to be looking
So it
for
seems like they're taking a different approach than the first trial here, right? Versus building up the search. It does seem more like, which is pointing out where it's questionable. Which is it's interesting that they it looks like they're changing that strategy. Which is
a man's shoe, a sneaker of some sort, or a shoe of some sort, correct?
He said sneaker, yes, sir.
And he told you that you'd be searching for red plastic potentially from a taillight. Is that right?
I said taillight pieces, yes, sir.
Did he indicate that some of them would be red, some might be clear? Might be a combination of the two.
He didn't indicate color either way, sir.
He did direct you to where he believed you should search. It was his direction that sort of gave you your grid coordinates, correct?
He indicated where the vehicle had been parked and where the victim's body had been located and suggested that was the primary area to search.
Did he tell you whether or not he knew from personal knowledge where where John O'Keefe's body had been?
He did not, sir, no.
Did he tell you whether he had personal knowledge where any taillight material might be?
He did not know, sir.
Did he tell you that he had any personal knowledge where an impact site might have been?
He did not know.
Did he tell you that he had personal knowledge that there had been an impact site at the location?
No, he just said he believed the incident involved the vehicle.
Okay. One of your goals when looking at the search location was to obviously remove the snow as methodically as you could, correct?
Yes, sir.
You wanted to not only remove layers of snow, but then ultimately expose the layer beneath it with as little disturbance as possible. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
I think you noted that the plow had not plowed all the way to the curb, so the snowbank was sort of in the street, not in the yard, or at least a few inches from the curb line and not in the yard, correct?
Correct, sir. As I stated, as some of the responding members parked. They were thinking they were parking in a safe spot in the street, and their cruisers wound up being stuck at the end of the night.
And you and your team had some experience doing searches in snowy conditions, being from Massachusetts, I'm guessing.
Missing person searches, we've never been out for an evidence search in this
Yes.
specific type of conditions, but we have done missing person searches.
So this was the first time you and your team had executed a search of this nature in these kinds of conditions for these kinds of items.
In blizzard conditions, yes, for an evidence search, yes.
But you did indicate on direct examination.
Well, how is that really possible? Because aren't you supposed to be having this weather all the time? Burp, 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 burp.
Doing searches in snowy conditions, being from Massachusetts, I'm guessing.
Missing person searches, we've never been out for an evidence search in this specific type of conditions, but we have done missing person searches.
So this was the first time you and your team had executed a search of this nature in these kinds of conditions for these kinds of items.
In blizzard conditions, yes, for an evidence search, yes.
But you did indicate on direct examination that although it was blizzard conditions and the winds were high, and we've learned that windy conditions sort of define a blizzard in some respects, the visibility was relatively good.
Yeah, with our headlamps, we had pretty decent visibility.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about the techniques for conducting a search like this in some sort of snowfall. Obviously, as a specialist in searches, one of the things that you put as the highest priority is documenting exactly where the search is conducted, what techniques are used to conduct the search, and what, if anything, is found and exactly where it's found, correct?
Yes, documentation of your search is important, yes, sir.
You'd also want to document the time that things are found, correct?
Yes, you want those documented.
And you'd want to document the relative locations between and among items that are found. How close are they to each other? How close are they or far are they from a stable landmark, a static landmark, correct?
So we will mark items, sir. Okay. Measuring in between distances, they do get stamped when we mark our items. Measuring them would be at the discretion of the investigators themselves.
And obviously that would be among the best practices to clearly document how a search is conducted, correct?
Correct, sir.
Another way to document the evidence or the search is to do it through either video evidence or photographic techniques, right? Just photographing, forensic photographs of where things are found, contextual photographs moving into close-up photographs, correct?
That would be at the discretion of the detective, sir.
And in this case, that discretion lay with Lieutenant Tully, correct?
Yeah, he was the incident commander, correct, sir.
You indicated a number of hand tools that you brought with you to the search to make sure that you had the tools necessary to get through the snow and get to the items that if there were any items out there, to get to the items you were looking for. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And you did, in fact, remove layer by layer of snow and sort of sift through it as best you could, correct?
Yes, sir.
That also included some shovels where a shovel full of snow might be gathered and then turned over, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. That was done somewhat methodically. Is that right?
Yes, it was, sir.
And you wanted to make sure that you weren't missing anything as you were digging through the top layers of snow and getting down to something closer to the surface, correct?
Correct, sir.
And at that time, what was the level of snow, if you can estimate it? How much snowfall?
I believe the area, not living that far from that location myself, was anywhere from 15 to 18 up to maybe 20 inches in certain towns.
And again, this is after 5:45, 5:48 in the evening of January 29th.
When the first item was discovered was 5:45.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, a search of this complexity and with this many individuals and with those conditions required some level of significant coordination by you and your team, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had to account for all the personnel who were there. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
That included, I'm going to go through a quick list: Bearden, Beausoleil, Carrier, Luis, O'Brien, O'Hara, you, and Viscardi. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So there were 7 individuals, as well, Lieutenant, as 7 vehicles to account for to make sure you're not driving over the wrong areas, walking over the wrong areas, standing over the wrong areas, correct?
Correct, sir.
And not only did you have to account for those 7 officers, each of whom arrived in their own vehicles, you also had to make sure that those vehicles were positioned in the right spot to make sure you don't drive over the area that you need to search and might be impacted by your cars, correct?
Yes, sir. After Lieutenant Tully arrived on scene, the remaining cruisers never came past the initial location of where we believe the incident occurred.
Before he came on scene, the cruisers that were there were down toward the driveway, closer to where you were, and you, of course, were positioned with your back to the location that ultimately was searched, correct?
Yes, sir. That was 2 of the 7 cruisers, yes.
Okay. Once you learned where you wanted to search, you literally had to sort of physically turn things around to begin searching behind where you had originally positioned yourself. No fault of your own, you just didn't know where to go. You had to sort of turn around and go backward toward the area of the flagpole, away from the area of the driveway, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so as you began to focus on the other side of the house, the other side of the driveway, you had to actually reposition a couple of the cruisers. You didn't have to, but you chose to reposition a couple of the cruisers to turn their lights back around, correct?
Oh, that is correct, sir.
At some point, you've indicated that there were other individuals who you noticed were at the scene. Is that right?
Yes, there were non-CERT members on scene, sir.
Okay. And those non-CERT members that included, or they numbered at least 5 individuals, not including Lieutenant Tully. Is that right?
I believe that includes Lieutenant Tully, sir. I believe
The
it was
5
5 total.
Okay, so 5 does include Lieutenant Tully. There were 4 others that were non-CERT members, correct?
Correct, sir.
And those were members, I think you've earlier testified that those were members of either Massachusetts State Police or Canton Police or both. Is that right?
I believe it was both, yes, sir.
And you did not recognize those individuals?
I recognized one of the state police members. I believe a second one was also a state police member that I'm not familiar with.
Okay.
And then 2 other members that I believe were Canton Police, but again, not familiar with them.
And these individuals were obviously, it's dark. You're not paying attention to them. You're not paying attention to what they're doing. They probably have hats and hoods and gloves on, I'm guessing.
Well, they didn't arrive on scene right away, so we were already well into our search before they even arrived on scene. The only one who was on scene originally was Lieutenant Tully.
If you weren't paying close attention to those 4 officers, those additional 4 officers, how do you know exactly what time they arrived on scene?
They weren't in the area we were searching, so they came on scene after we were already on our line searching, sir.
So they may have been in the area, but you didn't see them until your line search had already begun and you made note of them, correct?
Correct. I don't know when the exact time they arrived on scene, sir, but they weren't on scene when we started our search.
Or they weren't in your vision when they started their search?
No, they were on scene, sir.
Okay. But you don't know, as you sit here, you can't say what time they showed up.
I do not know, sir.
And did they come at your direction?
They did not.
Did they come at the direction of any of your staff members, any of your colleagues?
No, we did not request them, sir.
Okay. So they were there for some reason other than why you were there.
That's correct, sir.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
These individuals, you noted they were either from, I think you said 2 from Massachusetts State Police and 2 from Canton Police, correct?
Yeah, including Lieutenant Tully, probably three MSP and 2 Canton Police, sir.
Okay. Excluding Lieutenant Tully, who was working very closely with you, the other 4 individuals, they were in full uniform or they were plain clothes?
Plain clothes, sir.
And your focus, once you began your search, once you stood up the team, turned your cars around and realized exactly the grid where you were going to search, that's when what your focus was on, correct?
Yeah, I was focused on our search area, correct, sir.
And when you're searching a line, for instance, if it's a line that extends to your right or to your left, the search that you're conducting is literally right directly in front of you, correct?
Well, you're always looking left or right because you're staying online with your teammates, so you always have a full view of the scene you're searching, sir.
Understood. I'm not saying that you look down and never look up again, but I'm saying that your focus, the main focus of your search is directly in front of you. That's why you do a line search. So you can take small steps, search in front of you.
Oh, good.
Move forward, search in front of you as a line, almost an entity, single entity moving forward, correct?
That is best practice, yes, sir.
That's how you make sure you don't miss an overturned leaf that you need to overturn, that there might be a knife under or a gun under.
What about that leaf that got blown away by the leaf blower when they were trying to uncover the pieces of taillight in the video?
Something like that, or
What about
that
that leaf?
something like that, correct?
Correct, sir.
Or a taillight, right?
Correct, sir.
All right, so as your focus is, your world sort of collapses a little bit. Your focus is in front of you. You're obviously working with your team members left and right. You're moving forward very, very gently, very methodically, very technically as you move forward and the whole line moves forward on that grid, correct?
Correct, sir.
So you're not necessarily paying attention to what's happening behind you, off in the distance in the dark, to your left far, to your right far. That's not what your focus is on, at least at that moment, correct?
No, sir. Our focus is forward as we're moving forward into our search area.
Thank you. In addition to the 5 individuals, Lieutenant Tully included, and the other 4, there was also another person that made contact with you from 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, when we first arrived on scene, someone had exited the residence onto the front steps, front porch area, possibly of that mudroom.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Of that mudroom, so that right door, the exit, the door closest to the garage, sir.
Can you describe that person for us?
It was an adult male wearing a hooded sweatshirt.
Did that person approach you or one of your team members?
No, he never left the front door area.
Did he say anything to you or one of the team members?
He asked if we were here for what happened earlier. We replied yes, and he turned and went back inside the residence.
And as you sit here, you don't know who that person is.
I do not, sir, no.
But he's a male, I'm guessing middle-aged.
It was not a child, sir. It was definitely an adult male, sir.
Adult male wearing a hooded sweatshirt.
Yes, sir. Thank
you. You testified that you recovered, having a hard time speaking, it's been a long day. I apologize. let's try that again. You testified that you recovered a piece of plastic first before you recovered the shoe, or do I have that backwards?
No, there was one piece of taillight located before the shoe, sir.
Understood.
Why would
You've also indicated
time out?
that of the, I think you said 6 or 7 total pieces of plastic that were found, that all of those pieces of plastic and the shoe were found basically right next to each other, correct?
I don't know the exact distances, but they weren't too far apart, some several inches, the others maybe a foot or two. I don't know the exact distances, sir.
Without assigning an exact measurement down to the millimeter, Lieutenant, you've earlier indicated that all of the pieces and the shoe relative to each other, it's just relative to each other, were found within a foot or so of each other, correct?
Eyeball, again, that's the distance that I just said, sir, from inches to maybe a couple of feet. I know they all are geomarked with exact coordinates that, could be measured out at a later time, which again would have been at the purview of the detectives, but we did not measure them. Again, all eyeball that night.
Understood. When I say, and it may have been a bad question on my part, Lieutenant, and if it was, I apologize. When I say a foot, within a foot of each other, I don't mean a foot apart. All of them, you've earlier testified, would be inside of a foot total, correct? Or maybe 2 feet now?
I don't think they'd be quite that close, sir. I think they were maybe in between each item, sir, or close to it.
I have just a moment, Your Honor. Okay. I know this isn't necessarily a memorization contest about your prior testimony, but do you remember testifying about this specific issue? Here I go again. I can't speak. This specific issue about a year ago, back in 2022 at a grand jury?
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay.
I think he's getting tired.
Do you remember exactly how you described where everything was with relative, May 5th, is that a fact at the grand jury? Relative to each other, do you remember how you testified exactly?
I believe I said within a few inches or a foot away. Yes, sir.
Excellent memory. You rattled off times and dates like I've never seen before. So it's exactly what you said. So within a few inches of each other, maybe a foot is what you said, correct?
That's what I said. Yes, sir.
Okay. So if it's maybe within a foot, this is 11 and a half by 8.5 piece of paper, maybe an area a little larger than this, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. As you found items of evidence, did you alert Lieutenant Tully to that specific piece of evidence?
Yeah, so I was not one of the members who found any of the evidence, but as my team members located something, we would halt the line. Lieutenant Tully was a short distance behind our line. We would get his attention. We would cease our operations until he informed us that he felt it was properly documented.
And ultimately, Lieutenant Tully was the person responsible for documenting that item. Is that right?
That is, sir. We fall under the incident command structure. He technically took the lead as the incident commander that night, sir.
And he did that through photography?
Yes, sir.
So you saw him taking pictures of the items in their place once they were found, correct?
Yeah, I believe he was the one taking photographs, sir.
And by definition, Lieutenant, as a search like this is being conducted, unfortunately, moving snow means possibly moving the items themselves, correct?
Potentially, yes, sir.
They might end up in a shovel full of snow, you turn it upside down. That's not where the piece of evidence was to begin with, correct?
Correct. It's been moved at that point.
But in this case, nearly all of the pieces that you did find, including the shoe, were nearly next to each other, meaning within inches of one another, correct?
I don't know the exact distance again, sir. Ballpark eye distance. But again, that is why we provided the GPS coordinates of each location, because we did stamp those with a handheld GPS as we found items of evidence. And all those locations were turned over with our report to be measured at the desire of the detective, sir.
Certainly, using that very impressive memory of yours, your memory back in May of 2022, May 5th of 2022, was that they were within inches of each other.
I believe that's what I stated, yes, sir.
Okay. Ultimately, you indicated that the search, after about 6 or 7 pieces were found, as well as the shoe, the search was suspended just after 6 o'clock, correct?
Approximately 6:15-ish, sir. We stopped. We'd gone, like I stated earlier, we'd gone approximately 8 to 10 feet further south on the road without recovering any other pieces of taillight. We knew we'd already located the sneaker, so we decided to suspend the search at that time until possibly a future date.
And you were never called back out to the scene by Lieutenant Tully or anybody else, correct?
No, we were not, sir.
And did you become aware that over the next days and several weeks, there would be 40 more pieces of taillight claimed to be recovered at the scene. Did you become aware of that or not?
I was aware other pieces were located. I did not know that was the number and I don't know exactly when I became aware of that. It was probably much later on, possibly at this location when I learned that information, sir.
And you don't know, as you sit here, you don't know whom it was that recovered those additional pieces, correct?
No, I've never seen the evidence log, sir.
And you don't know when those additional pieces were claimed to be recovered?
I do not know.
When Lieutenant Tully and you had a conversation about shutting down the scene, was Lieutenant Tully's comment to you after those first few pieces were found that he was, quote, very satisfied that you had recovered everything that you were going to recover from that night, from that search?
Objection. Sustained.
Mr. Brennan asked you about the conversation that you had with Lieutenant Tully to shut the scene down, to clear the scene, correct?
Yeah, so we conducted a debrief and I gave him, again, as I mentioned earlier, we provide probability of detection. I tell him what the chances are. I think we found our items we were looking for, and we determined to suspend the search.
Do you remember testifying last year that Lieutenant Tully indicated that he was very satisfied with what was found?
I don't know if he used the word very satisfied, but he was satisfied that evening.
Satisfied.
Had found everything we were going to find that night, sir.
Just a moment.
Okay. Okay.
Do you remember exactly what you indicated Lieutenant Tully's words were as you sit here?
I believe, yes, he was satisfied with the search. I just don't know if he used the word very satisfied or not, sir.
Will refresh your recollection, take a look at your transcript.
Interesting. The one thing he doesn't remember. Oh, literally.
Yeah.
Yep. Jinx, Jackson.
Highlight portion, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir. I'm just going on the date. Is this from last year or would this be from the grand jury, sir?
June of last year.
Okay. Yes, sir. So it does state here that I stated he was very satisfied with the search.
Yeah, refresh your recollection, that was the word that he used, or at least you remember him
Was
using
very
Yeah,
satisfied.
I believe, to the best of my recollection, sir.
that.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Going to the sprinkling of the taillight pieces later. I love that white blazer that lady has. I wonder what happened to the dude though. Mr. Wolf. Not to be confused with the crash daddy. Interesting he's talking to Karen. Huh. There you go.
Lieutenant, there was one other thing that I wanted to ask you about, which is you had indicated to Lieutenant Tully at some point close to 6 p.m. or so, it would be helpful if you and your team had a photograph of what it was you were looking for, correct?
Yeah, I believe after we found the first piece or two, I asked him if he had a photograph that we could look at just to see how large of an area. So how large of a piece we were looking for, sir? Yes.
Fine. So that would just timing wise, if you found the first piece at 5:45, first piece or two, maybe 2 or 3 or 4 minutes later after that, maybe 5 minutes later. So let's place it at 5:50, close to 6, something like that.
Yeah, probably between 5:45 and 5:50 possibly, yes, sir.
And you said to him at the time, it'd be helpful if we had a photograph of what it is we're looking for, right?
Yeah, I said that would help, yes, sir.
And Lieutenant told you that the vehicle did not have a photograph because it's still in the route from that being transported to Canada, right?
He did say he did not have a photograph and it was being towed back.
Okay. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you.
Excellent. I think the last couple questions were some of the strongest of that of that cross.
Sir, you mentioned that there were about 5 people not on your CERT team at some point arriving at Fairview Road or the area of it.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
3 of them were Mass State Police. You mentioned Tully and 2 of his colleagues.
Correct, sir.
Did you see anybody taking photographs of the items that you found?
Yes, so Lieutenant Tully was taking photographs while we were there, sir.
And did you see somebody putting the items in bags?
Yes, they did, sir.
Was that one of the 2 people that were with Lieutenant Tully?
Yes, correct, sir.
And you mentioned there were 2 Canton police officers. Were they part of the search?
They were not, sir, no.
Were they on the grid?
They were not, sir.
Did you ever see them in the area on the grid?
I did not, no, sir.
They were there. Were they involved in any way in the crowd?
They weren't. The only people that ever came on scene other than us, and those local officers were at some point, the media did arrive on scene.
The crowd.
When you say on scene, is on scene different than on the grid?
Correct, just in the general vicinity, sir.
Did you know what the Canton police officers were doing?
I do not know, sir.
Did you ever see either of them ever come on your grid?
They did not know, sir.
Did you ever see anybody place or toss or throw anything onto your grid?
I'll allow it.
Did you ever see anybody place or toss or throw anything onto your grid?
I did not know, sir.
Did you ever see anybody intrude on the grid and leave an item?
Choose a different word.
Did you ever see anybody physically intrude upon your grid?
No, no one did that, sir.
You were asked about best practices memorializing. The person who was taking photographs.
Slow down, Mr.
You mentioned
My name
best
is
practices of
Pat.
memorializing items. And you also mentioned Lieutenant Tully was taking photographs.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Do you know if those photographs were time and date stamped?
I believe they were, sir.
Is time and date stamping with photographs best practices in memorializing things?
Yes, they are, sir.
Now, before you defined the grid and before you began that search, you knew other state police officers, didn't you?
Yes, I do.
Did you know a person by the name of Trooper Yuri Buchanan?
Yes, I do know him, sir.
Did you know somebody at the time known as Trooper Michael Proctor?
Yes, I do know him, sir.
Were either Michael Proctor or Trooper Yuri Buchanan at Fairview that night?
No, they were not, sir.
Did you see them at any time from the point you got there at 4:56 p.m. until when you left?
No, I did not see them there, sir.
You mentioned that somebody came out of a side door at 34 in Fairview who had a hoodie on.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
How long were they outside for?
Maybe 10 seconds, sir.
Did they at any time interfere with your search?
No, they did not.
Did they at any time try to discourage or dissuade you from searching?
Next question, Elsie.
Memory serves. I think that was Brian Albert Jr.
Did that person do anything to impede your search?
No, he did not.
You were asked about your conversation with Trooper Tully,
Yes, sir.
and he mentioned, or you characterized, he was very satisfied that what you had found, everything you were going to locate at that time.
That's correct, sir.
Did he ever suggest that he expected that you would not find anything else?
No, he did not.
Did he ever suggest that there was no other trace evidence there?
No, he did not.
Was there a discussion that he or you or other people may come back to search further at a different time?
We offered to come back at a later date, and he just accepted our offer, but we were never contacted to come back, sir.
When you offered to come back, was that based on your assessment that it was a difficult area to search?
Correct. Again, as we talked about probability of detection, we'll base it on 10 different categories, give him a baseline percentage chance of it. We have found what we were looking for. I told him there was a good chance we did not locate all the evidence, asked him if he wanted us to come back at a later date, sir.
And when you mentioned that you couldn't finish the search because of the grass, tell us a little bit about what made it difficult because of the grass.
Even using push brooms, we couldn't properly move the snow off the grass as we were moving it. And with the dark, even the headlamps, I didn't feel like we were clearing it enough to continue searching it. I think our best efforts would be to focus on the street, because I was more concerned about eventually the plow coming in, clearing curb to curb and moving any evidence that was on the street. My thought was, if with the grass not being able to properly clear it, at least that would be contained to be searched at a later date as the snow melted.
And given those assessments, is that some of those reasons why you offered to come back?
Yes, sir.
I've shown you some photographs you've identified about some of the pieces that you found or the pieces that you found that night. I'd like to show those photographs to the jury.
Okay.
If we could show Exhibit 73, please. Is that one of the photographs you identified earlier?
Yes, it is, sir.
Is there a chance, Ms. Gilman, that we could do a close-up of that? Can you describe what you're seeing?
It's a piece of clear taillight. It's got rigid edges, some indentations on it, distinctive markings.
Did all of the pieces you found have those type of markings on it?
Not sure if they had those exact same markings, so I'd have to compare the photos.
Was there different colors of pieces that you found that night?
Yes, we also found pieces of red taillight as well.
Could we see 73A, please? Without blowing it up, if you could go back. Is 73A a picture from further away of the same piece?
Yes, that's what it appears to be, sir.
Was it easier to see these pieces that night in person than it is in photos, or was there any difference in the ability to identify these pieces?
Sustained.
When you saw the piece from where you were standing, did it look any different than it does in this photo?
No, it doesn't, sir.
Can we see 75, please? In that picture from this perspective, can you see any pieces of taillight?
There's a piece of red tail light in the left-hand side of that photo, sir.
On a little bit of a mound?
Correct, sir.
Is that where that piece was found, on the mound?
No, that's the photo, like we discussed earlier, sir, that came up with one of the shovels. And you can see, when you get close to that photo, you'll see the actual molding of the overturned shovel.
So it was scooped up and then placed on that mound?
Correct. As the trooper overturned it to start beginning to sift through the different layers of snow, that's where he deposited that snow, sir.
Could we get a close-up of the left side of that picture, please? Can you see the shovel marks near that piece?
Yes, they're directly behind it, and off to the left, you can see the molding of the shovel.
You can see a bit of a divot to the left of the red.
Yes, correct, sir.
Is that part of imprint from the shovel?
Yes, it is, sir.
Could we see 75A, please? Is that a closer picture of the same item?
Yes.
The imprint, does that give you a clearer view of the shovel you were speaking about?
Yes, it does, sir.
Can we see 76, please? Is that one of the photographs you identified earlier?
Yes, it is, sir.
And that piece, was it found at ground level?
Yes, that photo is where that item was located, sir.
Touching the ground?
Yes, sir.
Could we get a close-up of that, please? And if we could have 76A, please. Is that a picture of the same item?
Yes, it is. Just zoomed in, sir.
You can close that, please, and turn the lights on. Thank you. To be clear on the timeline, your colleague arrived, first colleague arrived at what time?
4:54 p.m., sir.
And you arrived at?
4:56.
You mentioned that it looked like fresh snow.
Yes, sir. The area we searched was fresh, undisturbed snow.
And when you got there at 4:56, when you described fresh, undisturbed snow, was that your impression when you first got there at 4:56?
Yes, I realized that the plow had not cleared curb to curb.
You began your actual search at what time?
Right around 5:20, we wound up again. We moved a couple of our cruisers around just so to add extra headlights, extra lighting on the scene itself.
And the first piece of evidence was found at what time?
5:45, sir.
Your area that you searched, did you say it was 8 to 10 feet?
No, sir. The area marked off was just over approximately 60 feet. We'd gone about 8 to 10 feet towards the end of the search without locating any more items, and that's where we suspended the search.
How much of your focus was near the street area?
Only 99% of it, sir. As soon as we got to the grass and realized we couldn't clear properly, my main focus was on that street, just again because I was concerned about the plow coming through at a later time.
You were worried that if you didn't finish the street, there could be some impact from plowing?
Yes, sir.
And did you say 99% was the street area?
Yeah, approximately, sir.
Thank you very much.
Anything, Mr. Jackson?
Yes, briefly. So the search went approximately 60 feet.
That's the area I marked off, sir.
And in that 60 feet, you started close to or adjacent to the front door, correct?
Correct, sir.
And in that 60 feet, you were doing the type of search that we described earlier, that you described earlier, about going just a few paces at a time and starting to move material out of the way to try to get down to the surface, correct?
Yes, sir. All working together. Yes, sir.
And you did not find 40 pieces of taillight at or near or on that street or the lawn or any place else, correct?
Yeah, I don't know the overall number, sir, but
And neither did your colleagues.
correct, sir. We've never been notified how much has been located.
The only thing that you found was concentrated in one area, maybe a foot or 2 feet in diameter. You said 6 or 7 pieces and a shoe, correct?
That's what we located. Yes, sir.
You didn't find a black baseball cap, correct?
We did not know, sir.
And in the photographs that we've seen, that's clearly not undisturbed snow, correct?
The photographs are us moving after having moved the snow, sir.
Some of it is y'all moving snow. Some of it is disturbed snow on the street or at the curb, correct?
After we had moved it, yes, sir.
You indicated that Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchnick, you know both of them, correct?
I know who they are, yes, sir.
Or know who they are. When Trooper Tully told you that the vehicle was en route and could not provide you a photograph at, let's call it 5:50 p.m., did he tell you that the vehicle had actually been secured at Canton PD about a mile and a half away at 5:35 p.m.?
No, he did not say that, sir.
Did you know through any other means that that vehicle was just a mile and a half away at 5:35 p.m. before you ever found the first piece of taillight? Did you know that?
I did not know what time they arrived, sir.
Thank you.
Do you know what time Trooper Tully told you he did not have a photograph?
It was sometime after we found the first piece, sir, so sometime after 5:45, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
That's all I have.
All right, Lieutenant, you are all set, sir.
Here we approach.
Okay. Come on up, please.
Don't you dare say anything mean about Nightbot. Who's Titan?
All right, so jurors, every day I've been asking counsel whether we are on track. Usually, I haven't reported it to you as much, but I can tell you now that we are definitely on track. Maybe a little ahead of schedule, which may just mean down the road a little bit, we'll be back on track. But because we're on track a little ahead of schedule right now, we're done for today. So we'll let you leave for today with those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be very careful with your social media use. We'll see you tomorrow.
All rise for the court, please. Close your books and follow me.
Goodbye.
Do they put anything on the Oh. Okay. Let's just make sure they don't put anything else on the record. Oh, that's it. That's it. That's it, guys. Another one in the books. So they're done with that witness. Who knows who will be first up on day 11? We shall see. So there you go, guys. Did anyone want to take a look at well, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay. So here is the Sandra Birchmore scenario here. So Commonwealth filed this and then Judge Bev allowed it. So Commonwealth's motion to prohibit reference to unrelated death investigation. So the Commonwealth moves to prohibit disclosure or reference to any investigations conducted by the Canton Police Department, Canton Fire Department, MSP, all these other people, or FBI related to the death of Miss Sandra Birchmore. The circumstances surrounding the February 2021 death of Miss Birchmore are not related or material to the death of John O'Keefe. And then they go through here what is relevant evidence. We know this by now, hopefully. Therefore, the concept of relevancy has two components. One, evidence must have a tendency to prove or disprove a fact. And two, fact must be a material issue in the case. Questioning an officer's involvement in an unrelated death investigation, particularly one remote in time and circumstance, is irrelevant, would have no tendency to prove any material issue in this case, is speculative and would confuse the jury. I disagree with the remote in time. I don't think it's irrelevant, although I do agree that it doesn't prove any material issue in this particular case. I don't think it's speculative. I see how maybe it could confuse the jury. So I agree with 2 out of, what did they list, 5 things here. So anyway, the U.S. Attorney's Office has a pending prosecution related to the death of Sandra Birchmore. Testimony about this unrelated death investigation will result in a trial within a trial. Oh, but I love a good trial within a trial, with much of the information being inadmissible, confidential, or offered without a proper foundation. And so we have her note here, allowed unless the door is opened. I love a good door opening. I love a good trial within a trial. Would love to see that happen for myself. So there you go. So that's it, guys. That's it for this one. It might be a good time when the Commonwealth rests their case in chief to go through those the jury instructions, like I keep referencing, especially count 2 with the verdict slips and the jury instructions. I think that might be a good time to do that as we sort of assess how did they do, what have you. Word on the street, I heard, guess it was from Need Some Z's, said that the Commonwealth is expecting to finish this week. I didn't happen to hear that said today in court. I don't know if that was as per someone who was in court and maybe tweeted that out or what have you. What's next, Alex? What do you mean, Twiz? Like right now? Like right meow for live streams? Is that what you mean? Let me see here.
We could do Murdoch. We could do Murdoch. Where we're at with that is closing arguments for Murdoch. If you guys want to do that, we can do that. Let me give me just 1 second and we can totally do that. Let me see here. Do I have it on my thingy mabobber? Okay, hang on, give me a sec. Okay, we can do that. Hold on, let me just. Let me just set that up to redirect you guys. So. Give me just a second. Just one more secondo and it will redirect you guys. Okay, we can totally do that. So let's do that. Okay, all right, should redirect. Got that set up. All right, cool. So we will redirect into that. So hopefully the portal will work and it'll bring you guys on over. With that, I'll roll the outro. See you guys on the other side.